Chapter 12 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 12, Seward and Chase. Mr. Seward and Mr. Chase became at an early day, and continue to be, respectively, the representatives in the Cabinet of the more conservative and the more radical elements of the Republican party. Each exerted himself with equal zeal and equal energy in the branch of the public service committed to his charge, but their relative attitudes towards the President soon became entirely different. Mr. Seward, while doing everything possible to serve the national cause, and thus unconsciously building for himself an enduring monument in the respect and regard of the country, was, so far as can be discerned, absolutely free from any ambition or afterthought personal to himself. He was, during the early part of the war, so intent upon the work immediately in hand that he had no leisure for political combinations, and later, when the subject of the next presidential nomination began to be considered and discussed, he recognized the fact that Mr. Lincoln was best qualified by his abilities, his experience, and his standing in the country to be his own successor. The attitude of Mr. Chase was altogether unlike this. As we have seen, he did all that man could do to grapple with the problem of supplying the ways and means of the gigantic war. With untiring zeal and perfect integrity, he devoted his extraordinary ability to the work of raising the thousands of millions expended in the great struggle, which was crowned with a colossal success. But his attitude towards the President, it is hardly too much to say, was one which varied between the limits of active hostility and benevolent contempt. He apparently never changed his opinion that a great mistake had been committed at Chicago, and the predominant thought which was present to him through 3 years of his administration was that it was his duty to counteract, as far as possible, the evil results of that mistake. He felt himself alone in the Cabinet. He looked upon the President and all his colleagues as his inferiors in capacity, in zeal, in devotion to liberty and the general welfare. He sincerely persuaded himself that every disaster which happened to the country happened because his advice was not followed, and that every piece of good fortune was due to his having been able from time to time to rescue the President and the rest of the Cabinet from the consequences of their own errors. He kept up a voluminous correspondence with friends in all sections of the country, to which we should hesitate to refer had it not been that he retained copies of his letters, and many years afterwards gave them into the hands of a biographer for publication. These letters are pervaded by a constant tone of slight and criticism towards his chief and his colleagues. He continually disavows all responsibility for the conduct of the war. In one letter he says, "Since the incoming of General Halleck, I have known but little more of the progress of the war than any outsider. I mean so far as influencing it goes. My recommendations before he came in were generally disregarded, and since have been seldom ventured. I hope for the best. Those who reject my counsels ought to know better than I do." To Senator Sherman he wrote, "The future does not look promising to me, though it may be brighter than it seems to be. Since General Halleck has been here, the conduct of the war has been abandoned to him by the President almost absolutely. We, who are called members of the Cabinet, but are in reality only separate heads of departments, meeting now and then for talk on whatever happens to come uppermost, not for grave consultation on matters concerning the salvation of the country, we have as little to do with it as if we were the heads of factories supplying shoes or clothing. No regular and systematic reports of what is done are made, I believe, even to the President. Certainly none are made to the Cabinet. Of course, we may hope the best. That privilege always remains. It is painful, however, to hear complaints of remissness, delays, discords, dangers, and feel that there must be ground for such complaints, and know at the same time that one has no power to remedy the evils complained of, and yet be thought to have. To another he said, though charged with the responsibility of providing means for the vast expenditures of the war, I have little more voice in its conduct than a stranger to the administration. Perhaps not so considerable a voice as some who are in law, at least strangers to it. I should be very well satisfied with this state of things if I saw the war prosecuted with vigor and success. I am only dissatisfied with it because I cannot help thinking that if my judgment had more weight, it would be so prosecuted. His letters in this strain are innumerable. In all of them he labors to keep himself distinct and separate from the rest of the government, protesting against its faults and errors, and taking credit for the good advice he wastes upon them. He says, "We have fallen on very evil days. Under the influence of a short-sighted notion that the old Union can be reconstituted after a year's civil war of free states and slave states, just as it was, the President has hitherto refused to sanction any adequate measure for the liberation of the loyal population of the South from slavery to the rebels. Hence we are fighting rebellion with one hand, and with the other supplying its vital elements of strength. Then we have placed and continued in command generals who have never manifested the slightest sympathy with our cause, as related to the controlling question of slavery. These naturally have never been more than half in earnest, and instead of their being impelled to the most vigorous action, their influence has been suffered to paralyze, in a great degree, the activity of the administration. In addition to this, there has been enormous waste and profusion growing out of high pay and excessive indulgence. All these causes tend to demoralization, and we are demoralized. I cannot go into particulars, but the instances abound. It is some consolation to me that my voice, and, so far as opportunity has allowed, my example, has been steadily opposed to all this. I have urged my ideas on the President and my associates till I begin to feel that they are irksome to the first, and to one or two, at least, of the second." All this time, with the most facile self-deception, he believed in his own loyalty and friendship for the President, and used to record in his diary his sorrow for Mr. Lincoln's fatal course. September 12, he writes, "The Secretary of War informed me that he had heard from General Halleck that the President is going out to see General McClellan, and commented with some severity on his humiliating submissiveness to that officer. It is indeed humiliating, but prompted, I believe, by a sincere desire to serve the country. I think that the President, with the most honest intentions in the world, and a naturally clear judgment and a true unselfish patriotism, has yielded so much to border State and negrophobic counsels that he now finds it difficult to arrest his own descent towards the most fatal concessions. He has already separated himself from the great body of the party which elected him, distrusts most those who represent its spirit, and waits for what?" He says in another place, September 11, "How singularly all our worst defeats have followed administrative blunders. McDowell defeated at Bull Run because the administration would not supersede Patterson by a general of more capacity, vigor, and devotion to the cause. McClellan defeated at Richmond because the administration recalled Shields and forced Fremont to retire from the pursuit of Jackson. Pope defeated at Bull Run because the administration persisted in keeping McClellan in command of the Army of the Potomac. He never lost an opportunity for ingratiating himself with the general in favor or the general in disgrace. He paid equally assiduous homage to the rising and the setting sun. In the dawn of McClellan's first successes in the West, he made haste to write to him: "The country was indebted to me in some considerable degree for the change of your commission from Ohio into a commission of Major General of the Army of the Union, and your assignment to the command of the Department of the Ohio. I drew with my own hand the order extending it into Virginia. It was my wish that you should remain in command on the Mississippi, but in this I was overruled." His present command, however, he says, is a more important one, and he wishes Kentucky and Tennessee to be included in it, and thinks both will be done. When McClellan was appointed General in Chief, the Secretary, eager to be first to tell the good news, immediately wrote a note to Colonel Key, McClellan's judge advocate: "McClellan is Commander in Chief. Let us thank God and take courage." To newly appointed and promoted generals he wrote in the same strain. Even when he had become estranged from a prominent officer, the slightest appeal to his amour propre was sufficient to bring about a reconciliation. After he had lost all confidence in McClellan and almost given up the President for not dismissing him, General John Cochrane came to him and said McClellan would like to retire from active command if he could do so without disgrace, which could be accomplished and a more active general secured by restoring him to the chief command, where he would now act in unison with myself, says the Secretary. He entered at once into pourparlers, saying how much he had once admired and confided in McClellan, how the general came to lose his confidence, how heartily he had supported him with supplies and reinforcements, notwithstanding his mistrust, his entire willingness to receive any correction which facts would warrant, his absolute freedom from personal ill will. When Cochrane told him that Colonel Key had often expressed his regret that McClellan had not conferred and acted in concert with the Secretary, he replied, "I think if he had, that the rebellion would be ended now." Further letters followed between them, which are recorded in his diary, but during these platonic negotiations McClellan was finally removed from command. Mr. Chase cultivated, however, the closest relations with those generals who imagined they had a grievance against the Administration. He took General Shields to his arms when he returned from the Shenandoah after his disastrous experience with Jackson. Shields's account of how he would have destroyed Stonewall Jackson if the President had permitted him did not apparently touch the Secretary's sense of humor. He received it all in good faith, assured Shields that if he had had his way, he should have been supported, and wrote in his diary, "Sad, sad, yet nobody seems to heed." General Shields and I talked all this over, deploring the strange fatality which seemed to preside over the whole transaction. He dined with us, and after dinner rode out. To Hooker, after the failure of the Chickahominy campaign, he said, "General, if my advice had been followed, you would have commanded the army after the retreat to James River, if not before." To which Fighting Joe, of course, responded, "If I had commanded, Richmond would have been ours." He warmly sympathized with General Hunter after the revocation of his emancipation order in South Carolina, and allowed his preference for military emancipation to carry him, in one instance, to the point of absolute disloyalty to the President. On the 31st of July, 1862, he wrote a long letter to General Butler in New Orleans, striving to controvert the views of the President in relation to slavery in the Gulf States, and urging in place of them his own opinions, to which he said, "I am just as sure the masses will and the politicians must come, as I am sure that both politicians and masses have come, to opinions expressed by me, when they found few concurrents," and he continued his letter with this rash and mischievous advice: "Of course, if some prudential consideration did not forbid, I should at once, if I were in your place, notify the slaveholders of Louisiana that henceforth they must be content to pay their laborers' wages. It is quite true that such an order could not be enforced by military power beyond military lines, but it would enforce itself by degrees a good way beyond them, and would make the extension of military lines comparatively quite easy. Here the obvious objection presented itself that such a course would be in direct contravention to the President's known policy, and would be immediately repudiated and revoked by him. The Secretary foresaw this, and added a prediction so reckless and so disloyal to his constitutional chief that if it were not printed by undoubted authority, it would be difficult to believe he had written it. It may be said that such an order would be annulled. I think not. It is plain enough to see that the annulling of Hunter's order was a mistake. It will not be repeated. A volume could not more clearly show the Secretary's opinion of the President. The surest way to his confidence and regard was to approach him with conversation derogatory to Mr. Lincoln. He records in his diary an after-dinner conversation with an officer whom he seems to have met for the first time. I then asked what he thought of the President. He apparently had no perception of the gross impropriety of such a question coming from him. The officer evidently knew what sort of reply was expected. He said, "A man irresolute, but of honest intentions, born a poor white in a slave state, and of course among aristocrats, kind in spirit, and not envious, but anxious for approval, especially of those to whom he has been accustomed to look up. Hence solicitous of support of the slaveholders in the border States, and unwilling to offend them, without the large mind necessary to grasp great questions, uncertain of himself, and in many things ready to lean too much on others." Of course, after a dictum so thoroughly in harmony with his own opinions, the Secretary naively records that he found this gentleman well read and extremely intelligent. In reply to a correspondent whose letters were filled with the most violent abuse of the President and other officers of the Government, he had no word of rebuke. He simply replied, "I am not responsible for the management of the war, and have no voice in it, except that I am not forbidden to make suggestions, and do so now and then when I can't help it." He had no defense for his colleagues against the attacks of his correspondent, except to say, "Nor should you forget that a war managed by a President, a commanding general, and a Secretary cannot, especially when the great differences of temperament, wishes, and intellectual characteristics of these three are taken into account, reasonably be expected to be conducted in the best possible manner. This condition can only be remedied by the President, and as yet he fears the remedy most." The President was not unaware of this disposition of his Minister of Finance towards him. Presidents, in even a greater degree than kings, are kept informed of all currents of favor and hostility about them; for, besides being to an equal degree the source of honors and of power, they are not encompassed by any of that divinity which hedges the hereditary ruler, and they are compelled to listen to the crude truth from the hundreds of statesmen and politicians who surround them. And besides this, the Secretary of the Treasury was a man too direct and too straightforward to work in the darkness. He records in his diary a singular conversation which he held with Thurlow Weed, an intimate and trusted counselor of the President and the bosom friend of the Secretary of State. Weed called, and we had a long talk. I told him I did not doubt Mr. Seward's fidelity to his ideas of progress, amelioration, and freedom, but that I thought he adhered too tenaciously to men who proved themselves unworthy and dangerous, such as McClellan; that he resisted too persistently decided measures; that his influence encouraged the irresolution and inaction of the President in respect to men and measures, although personally he was as decided as anybody in favor of vigorous prosecution of the war, and as active as anybody in concerting plans of action against the rebels. There is no doubt that Mr. Weed would consider it his duty to communicate to his friends this disparaging view entertained of them by the Secretary of the Treasury. Indeed, the context shows that this was expected, and when we consider that Mr. Chase talked and wrote in this strain to hundreds of people in regard to his associates, it is likely that they were as thoroughly aware of his opinions and utterances as if he had made them in cabinet meeting. But Seward was, as the President once said of him, a man without gall, and it was the lifelong habit of Mr. Lincoln to disregard slights that were personal to himself. He had the greatest respect and admiration for Mr. Chase's capacity. He believed thoroughly in his devotion to the national cause, and seeing every day the proof of his pure and able management of the finances of the government, he steadily refused to consider the question of the Secretary's feelings towards himself. It was near the end of the year 1862 that an incident occurred which threatened for a time to deprive the government of the services of the Secretaries both of State and of the Treasury. A strong feeling of discontent, gradually ripening into one of hostility, had grown up in the Senate against Mr. Seward. It was founded principally upon the ground formulated by Mr. Chase in his interview with Weed, that he adhered too tenaciously to men who proved themselves unworthy and dangerous, such as McClellan, that he resisted too persistently decided measures, and that his influence encouraged the irresolution and inaction of the President in respect to men and measures. And Mr. Sumner, who had up to this time been rather friendly than otherwise to Mr. Seward, was suddenly brought into sympathy with his opponents by discovering in the diplomatic correspondence a phrase bracketing together the secessionists and the extreme anti-slavery men for equal condemnation and criticism. The feeling against the Secretary of State at last attained such a height in the Senate that a caucus was called to consider the matter, which resulted in a vote being taken demanding of the President the dismissal of Mr. Seward from his Cabinet. As a matter of taste and expediency, this resolution later in the evening was withdrawn, and another adopted in its place, requesting the President to reconstruct the Cabinet, in which, although Mr. Seward's name was not mentioned, the intention of the Republican senators remained equally clear. A committee was appointed to present the sense of the caucus to the President, but before this was carried into effect, Senator Preston King of New York, meeting the Secretary of State, acquainted him with these proceedings, and he, with his son, the Assistant Secretary of State, at once offered their resignations to the President. On the morning of the 19th of December, a committee of 9 waited upon the President and presented him the resolutions adopted the day before. A long and earnest conference took place between the President and the committee, which was marked on both sides by unusual candor and moderation. They, one by one, attacked the Secretary of State, not for any specific wrongdoing, but for a supposed lukewarmness in the conduct of affairs, and especially for a lack of interest in the anti-slavery measures of the administration, which they considered essential to a successful prosecution of the war. When the President reported this conference to his Cabinet afterwards, he said, in his own peculiar imagery, "While they seemed to believe in my honesty, they also appeared to think that when I had in me any good purpose or intention, Seward contrived to suck it out of me unperceived." The conference ended without other result than an appointment for the committee to call again in the evening. Lincoln at once called the Cabinet together and laid the entire matter before them. He gave them distinctly to understand that in this proceeding he was not inviting or intimating that he desired the resignation of any of them. He said he could not afford to lose any of them, that he did not see how he could get on with a Cabinet composed of new material, and he dismissed the council with a request that they also should meet him that evening. The committee and the Cabinet, Seward of course being absent, came together in accordance with the President's instructions, and each party was greatly surprised to find the other there. He was determined, however, to have a thorough and frank discussion, so that hereafter, neither in his government nor in the Senate, should it be possible to say that there were any points between them concealed or unexplained. The President stated the case and read the resolutions of the Senators, commenting upon parts of it with some gentle severity. A general discussion then took place, marked with singular frankness, both in the attack and the defense, Collamer and Fessenden speaking with more mildness than the others, but Grimes, Sumner, and Trumbull attacking the Cabinet generally, and Mr. Seward particularly, with considerable sharpness. The Cabinet defended themselves in general, and their absent colleague with equal energy, but with unruffled temper. Mr. Chase alone seemed to feel himself in a false position. As we have seen in his interview with Weed, he was in the habit of using precisely the same expressions in regard to the Secretary of State as those employed by the Senators. Brought to bay thus unexpectedly, and summoned to speak before both parties to the controversy, he naturally felt the embarrassment of the situation. He could not join the Senate in their attack upon the Administration, and he could not effectively defend his colleagues in the presence of 8 Senators, to all of whom he had probably spoken in derogation of the President and the Secretary of State. He protested with some heat against the attitude in which he was placed, and said he would not have come if he had expected to be arraigned. When the fire of the discussion had burned itself out, Mr. Lincoln took a formal vote. "Do you, gentlemen," he said, "still think Seward ought to be excused?" Grimes, Trumbull, Sumner, and Pomeroy said yes. Collamer, Fessenden, and Howard declined to commit themselves. Harris was opposed to it, and Wade was absent. The meeting broke up late at night, says Secretary Welles, in a milder spirit than it met. The free talk had cleared the air somewhat, and both parties to the controversy respected each other more than before. As the Senators were retiring, Mr. Trumbull paused for a moment at the door, then, turning, walked rapidly back to the President, and said to him privately, but with great vehemence, that the Secretary of the Treasury had held a very different tone the last time he had spoken with him. The news of this stormy meeting quickly transpired, and the next morning there was great discussion and excitement in the town. The resignation of Seward was regarded as irrevocable, and all the amateur cabinet makers were busy in the preparation of a new administration. The hopes of all the enemies of the government were greatly stimulated by this indication of divided counsels, and the partisans of General McClellan in particular thought they saw in this conjuncture the occasion for his return to power. In fact, they felt so sure of his speedy restoration to command that they began to stipulate as the price of their adhesion to him that he should dictate his own terms on his return, that he must insist upon the disposal of all the important commands in the army. They imagined that the President would be so helpless that the friends of McClellan might demand any terms they thought good. The President, though deeply distressed at the turn which affairs had taken, preserved his coolness and kept his own counsel. On the morning of the 20th, in the presence of several other members of the Cabinet who had called for further discussion of the crisis, the Secretary of the Treasury tendered his resignation. He held the written paper in his hand, but did not advance to deliver it. The President stepped forward and took it with an alacrity that surprised, and it must be said disappointed, Mr. Chase. He then at once dismissed the meeting. He afterwards said that from the moment when he saw Mr. Chase holding his resignation in his hand, his way was clear before him. He immediately sent an identical note to the Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of State, saying, "You have respectively tendered me your resignations as Secretary of State and Secretary of the Treasury of the United States. I am apprised of the circumstances which may render this course personally desirable to each of you, but after most anxious consideration, my deliberate judgment is that the public interest does not admit of it. I therefore have to request that you will resume the duties of your departments respectively." The next morning Mr. Seward addressed a brief note to the President, dated at the Department of State, saying, I have cheerfully resumed the functions of this department in obedience to your command, and enclosed a copy of this note to the Secretary of the Treasury. Mr. Chase found his position not quite so simple as that of the Secretary of State. He did not follow Mr. Seward's example in returning to the Cabinet as promptly as he did in leaving it. He wrote him a brief letter saying, "I have received your note, and also a call from Mr. Nicolay, to whom I have promised an answer to the President tomorrow morning. My reflections strengthen my conviction that being once more honorably out of the Cabinet, no important public interest now requires my return to it. If I yield this judgment, it will be in deference to apprehensions which really seem to me unfounded. I will sleep on it." He had seen in the face of the President the gratification which the tender of his resignation had imparted, and returning to his house, while not entirely comprehending what had happened, he seemed conscious that he had made a misstep. He wrote a letter to the President, from which we take a few paragraphs. "Will you allow me to say that something you said or looked when I handed you my resignation this morning made on my mind the impression that, having received the resignations both of Governor Seward and myself, you felt that you could relieve yourself from trouble by declining to accept either, and that this feeling was one of gratification." He then went on to say that he was glad of any opportunity to promote the comfort of the President, but that he did not desire him to decline accepting his resignation. He said, "Recent events have too rudely jostled the unity of your Cabinet and disclosed an opinion too deeply seated and too generally received in Congress and in the country to be safely disregarded, that the concord in judgment and action essential to successful administration does not prevail among its members. By some, the embarrassment of administration is attributed to me, by others to Mr. Seward, by others still to other heads of departments. Now, neither Mr. Seward nor myself is essential to you or to the country. We both earnestly wish to be relieved from the oppressive charge of our respective departments, and we have both placed our resignations in your hands." He concluded by saying he thought both himself and Mr. Seward could better serve the country at that time as private citizens than in the Cabinet. He did not immediately transmit this letter to the President, and after hearing from Mr. Seward that he had gone back to the Cabinet, his suggestion that both would better retire was no longer practicable. After a Sunday passed in very serious consideration, he resolved to withdraw his resignation. He was unable even then to imitate the brevity of Mr. Seward's note. He sent to the President his note of the 20th, enclosed in another, in which he said that reflection had not much, if at all, changed his original impression, but that it had led him to the conclusion that he ought in this matter to conform his action to the President's judgment. He would therefore resume his post as Secretary of the Treasury, ready, however, to retire at any moment if, in the President's judgment, the success of the administration might be in the slightest degree promoted thereby. The untrained diplomatist of Illinois had thus met and conjured away with unsurpassed courage and skill one of the severest crises that ever threatened the integrity of his administration. He had to meet it absolutely unaided. From the nature of the case, he could take no advice from those who were nearest him in the government. By his bold and original expedient of confronting the Senators with the Cabinet and having them discuss their mutual misunderstandings under his own eye, he cleared up many dangerous misconceptions, and, as usually happens when both parties are men of intelligence and goodwill, brought about a friendlier and more considerate feeling between his government and the Republican leaders than had ever before existed. By placing Mr. Chase in such an attitude that his resignation became necessary to his own sense of dignity, he made himself absolute master of the situation. By treating the resignations and the return to the Cabinet of both ministers as one and the same transaction, he saved for the nation the invaluable services of both, and preserved his own position of entire impartiality between the two wings of the Union party. The results of this achievement were not merely temporary. From that hour there was a certain loosening of the hitherto close alliance between Mr. Chase and the Republican opposition to the President, while a kind of comradeship born of their joint sortie and reentrance into the government gave thereafter a greater semblance of cordiality to the relations between the Secretaries of State and of the Treasury. But above all, the incident left the President seated more firmly than ever in the saddle. When the Cabinet had retired and the President remained with the resignation of Mr. Chase in his hands, he said to a friend who entered soon after in one of those graphic metaphors so often suggested to him by the memories of his pioneer childhood, and which revealed his careless greatness perhaps more clearly than his most labored official utterances, "Now I can ride. I have got a pumpkin in each end of my bag." Nearly a year later, he said in a conversation relating to this matter, "I do not see how it could have been done better. I am sure it was right. If I had yielded to that storm and dismissed Seward, the thing would all have slumped over one way, and we should have been left with a scanty handful of supporters. When Chase gave in his resignation, I saw that the game was in my hands, and I put it through." Though the opposition to Mr. Seward did not immediately come to an end, it never exhibited such vitality again, and its later manifestations were treated far more cavalierly by Mr. Lincoln. He had even before this dismissed one very respectable committee from New York who had called to express an unfavorable opinion of the Premier by saying with unwonted harshness that they would be willing to see the country ruined if they could turn out Seward. And after this incident he never again allowed the Secretary of State to be attacked with impunity in his presence. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 13. Perryville and Murfreesboro. About midsummer of 1862, the Confederates disposed of their strongest forces and exhibited their greatest energy along the entire line of operations from the Atlantic coast to the region west of the Mississippi. Larger armies than they were ever again able to raise made head against McClellan in Virginia, opposed Morgan at Cumberland Gap, Buell in Middle Tennessee, and Grant on the northern border of Mississippi. Nowhere did the Union armies make any considerable impression upon the strongly held Confederate lines. If there was one object dearer to the heart of the President than any other, it was the occupation of East Tennessee and the liberation of the loyal population of that region from a peculiarly cruel and galling tyranny. This object he had constantly pressed upon the attention of General Halleck, who had in turn urged it upon General Buell. After Halleck had been transferred to Washington to take command of the army, he still persistently kept the President's wishes before the eyes of the commander of the Army of the Cumberland. Buell was not lacking either in ability or any other soldierly quality, but he never seemed to appreciate the vast importance of the movement which the government was thus constantly crowding upon his attention. At least, the difficulties in the way of its accomplishment were to him so much more evident than the advantages to be derived from it, that he wore away the whole summer in untiring and most elaborate preparations for a march, for which he never got ready. The difficulties were undeniably of the most serious character. A line of discouraging length had to be constructed and defended from Nashville to the Tennessee River at Bridgeport, by which to provision the army as it advanced, and this was exposed to constant interruption from the cavalry of the enemy, at this time greatly superior to Buell's, and led by those bold and enterprising troopers, Morgan and Forrest. The summer passed away in labors and skirmishes leading to no result, until at last Bragg, by a movement of remarkable audacity, took the initiative out of Buell's hands and, by a swift and stealthy advance into Kentucky, forced his antagonist to give up all present hope of taking Chattanooga and to devote himself to the defense of Kentucky. General Bragg moved northward through Tennessee into Kentucky in the early part of September. He had previously sent General Kirby Smith with a force of 12,000 men by way of Cumberland Gap into eastern Kentucky. On the 29th of August, Smith met on his advance northward an inferior force under General William Nelson, which he defeated. Nelson, falling back to Louisville, proceeded energetically to organize a new body of troops, composed of the small garrison of that place and the newly arrived levies of volunteers and of improvised organizations of citizens. Smith came rapidly northward, occupied the city of Lexington, and threatened both Louisville and Cincinnati with strong detachments. On the 6th of September, General Henry Heth, with 6,000 troops, took position only a few miles south of Covington, the Kentucky suburb of Cincinnati. This advance produced the greatest excitement and not a little consternation throughout the West. It was Heth's belief that he could have taken Cincinnati, but this course would have been in direct contravention of Smith's orders. After a few days, Heth rejoined his chief, and on the 4th of October Smith, with all his troops in hand, reported to Bragg at Frankfort. When the movement of the Confederate forces began, General Buell was of the opinion that it would be directed against Nashville in western Tennessee, and this was doubtless the course which Bragg, if he had been wisely counseled, would have chosen. But he was beguiled at this moment with the same dream which twice led General Lee into serious trouble in the East. He imagined that Kentucky was lying in unwilling submission to the tyranny of Lincoln, and he fancied he was to effect the liberation of that state and its complete incorporation among the states of the Confederacy. Kentucky once possessed and held, Tennessee would require no further effort on the part of the Confederates to hold it securely with the South. His army took with them the means of arming the great accessions of troops which they expected from the young men of Kentucky, and the fact that he came back from this expedition with a smaller number than that with which he started was to the South one of the greatest disappointments of the war. Buell, believing that Nashville was threatened, concentrated all his available forces at Murfreesboro, and it was the 7th of September before, becoming convinced that Bragg's objective point was Louisville, the Union general set out on a race with the Confederates for that city. Bragg had, by this time, so much the start that if he had continued his march with the same energy and dash with which he began it, he might have reached the Ohio River before Buell. His advance was delayed several days at Munfordville in attempting to capture the garrison there, and on Bragg's arriving still another day was lost in parley before the place surrendered on the 17th. Buell and Thomas came up with Bragg at Pruitt's Knob. Preparations for battle were made on the 21st, but at this point Bragg seems suddenly to have changed his mind, and, leaving the direct road to Louisville, he turned to the right, stopping at Bardstown, and thus he opened to Buell the road to Louisville. Buell, seeing his advantage, pressed on with the utmost diligence. His advance reached the city on the 25th, and his army was assembled there on the 29th. General Bragg's explanation of this movement is that he found himself in the presence of the enemy with insufficient supplies, in a position where a defeat would ruin him, and even a successful battle would greatly cripple him, and that he therefore turned to the right to be nearer Lexington, Kirby Smith, and his supplies. Buell, on arriving at Louisville, found there an order relieving him from command and appointing Thomas in his place. Against this order, Thomas, feeling that Buell had done his full duty in the campaign, and having the greatest confidence in his chief, and being unwilling to supersede him, protested with the utmost vehemence, and it was therefore withdrawn. Buell, with the least possible loss of time, resumed his preparations for the attack on Bragg, appointing Thomas second in command, and on the 1st of October was again in motion southward. While he was pushing out on the road to Bardstown, with no purpose but the soldierly one of finding and fighting the enemy, Smith and Bragg were going through the fantastic form of setting up a Confederate state government for Kentucky at Frankfort. All the loyal border states had provisional Confederate governments in partibus gentium. They were generally attached to the staff of Confederate commanders more or less near their titular territories. A provisional governor of Kentucky, named George W. Johnson, had been killed in the ranks at Shiloh, and his successor in that shadowy office, one Richard Hawes of Bourbon County, of the time, place, or manner of whose election there are no authentic records, now accompanied Kirby Smith. The regard for legal forms, which is innate in our race, has seldom had a more whimsical manifestation than in the inauguration of this worthy as governor of Kentucky on the 4th of October in the State House at Frankfort. He had an imposing inaugural procession. No legitimate governor was ever escorted to the Capitol by two such armies. He was sworn into office with due solemnities in the presence of soldiers from every Southern state. He even began to read a long and fervid inaugural address, full of those tropical blossoms of rhetoric so dear to the Southern mind. But the booming of distant cannons broke in upon his florid periods. His soldier audience tightened their sword belts and sprang to their horses, and Mr. Hawes' administration floated away in the dust of the marching column. The two armies came into collision on the 8th of October at the village of Perryville. It had been his intention, Bragg says, to fight at Harrodsburg, where Smith's division had been ordered to join him. But Buell's advance, coming up with Hardee's corps at Perryville, the latter was obliged to halt and fight at that point. The battle was brought on by the advance of the left wing of the Union Army for the purpose of covering certain pools of water, of which the troops, thirsty with their long march, were very much in want. The three wings of Buell's army were not within convenient supporting distance of each other, and he claims that McCook, who commanded on the left, did not promptly enough report to him the extent of the assault to which he was being subjected. A fierce and destructive battle began about noon and raged until night, and it was not until 4 o'clock that Buell, being informed of the state of affairs, took measures to assist his hard-pressed left wing by detachments from the center and right. These measures, when taken, however, were effectual, and the advance of the enemy on the Union left was checked, while P.H. Sheridan, further to the right, reinforced by Colonel Carlin's brigade, charged the enemy in his front and drove him through Perryville, making considerable captures of men and arms. This charge took place at nightfall and ended the battle. The night was spent by Buell in bringing his army into position, with the intention of attacking the enemy at daybreak. But Bragg, who had been present on the field, though not in personal command of the forces, withdrew them during the night to Harrodsburg, and immediately retreated from the state. Buell pursued him, taking every precaution at each halt of the enemy to engage him on terms which they would secure a substantial victory. But whenever he was ready to advance, he found that Bragg had left him only a deserted camp. In this way he came at last to the desolate and barren country beyond Crab Orchard, where the wretched roads wound through narrow defiles, in the midst of a sparse population starving in fields already devastated by the enemy. He concluded it was useless to follow his fleet adversary further. He had driven him from the state which he had entered with high hopes of a permanent occupation. He had fought with him an indecisive battle in which he had held his own against the enemy, had pursued him with what expedition seemed possible, had made some captures of men and material, and, considering the formidable force with which Bragg had entered the state, Buell may be pardoned for thinking that his labors had met with a reasonable success, and that he might desist from pressing his troops farther. He therefore turned his heads of column towards the southwest, to resume his attitude of observation in western Tennessee, where he rightly expected Bragg would soon be found. He reported his intention to Washington, where it was not received with approval. The President, in his intense anxiety to see East Tennessee occupied by the national forces, saw no reason why Buell could not follow where Bragg could retreat. He directed General Halleck to reply with an order to Buell to move into East Tennessee. "You say it is the heart of the enemy's resources. Make it the heart of yours. Your army must enter East Tennessee this fall, and it ought to move there while all the roads are passable. Once between the enemy and Nashville, there will be no serious difficulty in reopening your communications with that place. He, the President, does not understand why we cannot march as the enemy marches, live as he lives, and fight as he fights, unless we admit the inferiority of our troops and of our generals." Unmoved by this stinging dispatch, General Buell replied, with his usual clearness and calmness of statement, setting forth the difficulties in the way of his executing the President's orders. His reasons were partly military and partly philosophical. He felt that he could not call upon his troops to do what the enemy was in the habit of doing. The spirit of the rebellion, he said, enforces a subordination and patient submission to privations and want, which public sentiment renders absolutely impossible among our troops. Again, instead of imitating the enemy's plan of campaign, I should rather say that his failure had been in a measure due to his peculiar method. His tone would have been perfectly appropriate if he had been commander of the army of Laodicea, but it offered little encouragement to the President to hope for the early liberation of Tennessee at his hands. As the general had intimated, 6 days before, that the present time is perhaps as convenient as any for making any changes that may be thought proper in the command of this army, the government took him at his word, and in an order dated the 24th of October, directed him to turn over his command to General Rosecrans, thereby preparing for itself exactly a year of similar controversies and struggles, with a similar termination. Rosecrans's battle at Corinth, and Buell's at Perryville, were fought within days of each other. The one rendered abortive the northward movement of Van Dorn, and the other turned into something not far from ridicule the attempt of Bragg to annex Kentucky to the Southern Confederacy. But the two generals received their reward in very different fashion. Buell was removed from command, and his unquestionable talents were thereafter lost to the service, while Rosecrans was made general of the magnificent Army of the Cumberland. Having announced his assumption of command at Louisville on the 30th of October, he proceeded at once to Bowling Green, and there divided his army into 3 wings, the center being commanded by Thomas, and the right and left by McCook and Crittenden, respectively. Paying as little attention as his predecessor had done to the orders given him to march into East Tennessee, he concentrated his army about Nashville, establishing his headquarters there. His first task was to complete and strengthen his line of communications. The railroad from Louisville was soon reopened, and he occupied himself busily for a month in refitting his army and accumulating supplies. Bragg's superiority in cavalry was so great, and the raids of his bold riders, Morgan and Wheeler, were so constant, that Rosecrans, feeling himself unable to compete with him in this respect, was compelled to accumulate at Nashville supplies sufficient to render him independent of occasional interruptions. General Bragg, after his return from Kentucky, had taken his position at Murfreesboro, a short distance to the north of Nashville, and had there gone into winter quarters, expecting nothing less than that Rosecrans would follow his example. But the latter, ascertaining late in December that half of Bragg's large cavalry force had been detached, a portion against Grant in West Tennessee, and another part into Kentucky, determined to seize the occasion to march against his adversary, and if possible drive him from the state or destroy him. He marched from Nashville on the morning after Christmas, A. McD. McCook leading on the right, G. H. Thomas following by a road in the center, and T. L. Crittenden holding the left, both flanks skirmishing heavily over a difficult country much cut up by tangled forests and cedar brakes. The movement was at once reported to Bragg, who concentrated his own forces to meet it. He sent out his cavalry under Wheeler, Wharton, and Pegram to skirmish in front of the advancing army of Rosecrans, hindering its march as far as possible, and in the meantime brought together his army, consisting of Polk's and Hardee's corps, and McCown's division of Kirby Smith's corps, and strongly entrenched them in a favorable position to the north of the village of Murfreesboro. The Confederate line crossed a watercourse called Stone's River, Breckinridge's division being posted to the east, and the rest of the Confederate army to the west of the stream. Their line was also traversed at right angles by the railroad and the turnpike running to Nashville, which intersected each other at a sharp angle in front of the rebel line, and crossed Stone's River just behind it. The army of Rosecrans, constantly skirmishing, arrived in front of this line on the night of the 30th of December. The advance of his left wing, under General J.M. Palmer, had crossed the river in the afternoon of the day before, and captured a few prisoners from Breckinridge's command, but, finding the enemy in force in his front, Crittenden ordered the brigade which had crossed to return to the west side. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Rosecrans, having matured his plan of battle for the following day, called his principal commanders to his headquarters among the cedars on the Nashville Pike to receive his orders. His plan was simple, bold, and brilliant. He proposed that McCook, upon the right, should receive the attack of the enemy, or, in case he was not attacked, should demonstrate against the Confederate left, not vigorously, but warmly. Thomas was to hold the center, skirmishing and engaging the enemy's left and center as far as the river. Crittenden was to cross, advance upon Breckinridge, crush the enemy's right, and carry everything before him into Murfreesboro. When Breckinridge became dislodged, the position thus gained on the heights east of Stone's River would take the enemy's works in reverse, enabling Palmer and Thomas to advance and, in conjunction with Crittenden, to move westward of the Franklin Road, thus taking the Confederates in flank and rear with every probability of destroying their army. This plan depended for its success upon McCook's being able to hold the enemy's left in check for 3 hours. Upon Rosecrans inquiring whether this could be done, McCook gave the affirmative answer, which was naturally to have been expected from his energy and bravery. He had, however, already informed Rosecrans that the right of his line rested directly in front of the enemy's center, and that he was not without some anxiety for his flank. Rosecrans accepted this information as of good omen for his movement on the left, directed McCook to build campfires upon his right to deceive the enemy and cause him still further to prolong the extension of his left. The two generals in their reports naturally disagree as to the exact purport of Rosecrans's verbal instructions, but the fact is incontestable that McCook was too little anxious as to his ability to withstand the onslaught of the Confederate left, and Rosecrans's mind was so intensely fixed on the work to be done by his left that he took too little precaution for the safety of his right. Singularly enough, on the Confederate side, General Bragg had matured a plan precisely the counterpart of Rosecrans's. This was to leave Breckinridge with one division on the east bank of the river, and with all the rest of his forces to assault the Union right at daybreak, to crush and crumble it back on the center and left, and, swinging his left around, resting his right on Stone's River as a pivot, to get to the rear of Rosecrans and cut him off from Nashville. The feint by which McCook produced the impression of the prolongation of his line was successful so far as to convince Bragg that Rosecrans was attempting to flank him on the left. But the only practical result of this was that he threw McCown's reserve division between the left wing under Hardee and the right wing under Polk, giving the former an enormous extension beyond McCook. This left him no reserve west of the river, but imagining that Breckinridge on the east side was not threatened, he proposed to leave his troops to be used as the exigencies of the battle might determine. Never were the two generals more completely deceived as to each other's intentions. Never was a battle opened at such cross purposes as that furious fight which burst forth at dawn among the cedar brakes of Stone's River. On the morning of the 31st of December, Rosecrans's troops stood to their arms, and the left wing began to cross the river. But early as it was, Bragg had gained the initiative. And the first that the troops on the right wing of the Union Army saw in the gray light of the wintry dawn were the dark columns of the enemy, flowing in a dense mass from left to right across their front, and the first sounds that greeted their ears were the roar of artillery and the rattle of musketry from the point where the heavy battalions of Hardee had overlapped and were driving in the right flank of McCook. The extreme right of McCook was held by General R.W. Johnson. On his left came J.C. Davis, and next to him a division commanded by a young officer for whom were reserved the highest fame and position, General Philip H. Sheridan. Johnson's division was struck at 6:30 in the morning by an overwhelming force of the enemy. The brigades of August Willich and Edward N. Kirk were crumbled to pieces, Kirk severely wounded, and Willich taken prisoner. The reserve brigade under P. Baldwin did its best, but was soon compelled to fall back. Davis's division, although in this way left unsupported, made a gallant resistance to the ill fortune which had overtaken it. Its 3 brigades under P. Sidney Post, William P. Carlin, and William E. Woodruff fought bravely and suffered severely, but were slowly driven back in turn, and a day of irremediable disaster seemed to have begun. It is hard to say what would have been the fate of the right wing, and with it of the army, had it not been that the commander of McCook's 3rd Division was made of such solid stuff that no hammering could affect him, and that he was able to infuse his own indomitable spirit into his entire command. For the first hour after the rout of the right flank, the fate of the Army of the Cumberland rested upon the shoulders of General Sheridan, and this tremendous responsibility was most manfully borne. Rosecrans, intent upon his movement on the left, at first paid no attention to the noise of battle on the right. To McCook's first dispatches that he was hard pressed, he simply returned an order for that general to dispose his troops to the best advantage and to hold his ground obstinately. He was inclined even to congratulate himself upon the noise of onset in that direction, inferring that it would make his work with Breckinridge easier. But a few moments later he received intelligence of the disaster in progress, and immediately suspended the movement on the left, ordering the troops engaged in it back to the west side of the river. While Sheridan was fighting his desperate battle on the ground which he still held tenaciously against the flushed and victorious Confederates, Rosecrans sent Lovell H. Rousseau of Thomas's corps into the Cedar Breaks to Sheridan's right and rear. Horatio P. Van Cleve was hurried across the river to join Rousseau's right, and Charles G. Harker was posted further down the Murfreesboro pike. All these troops were soon engaged with the enemy, who came pouring along the new front of the Union lines, intent upon striking the road to Nashville in Rosecrans's rear. There was no necessity for Bragg to change his plans. Although adopted in ignorance of the plan of his adversary, they worked to a marvel. Writing his report nearly 2 months later, he did not even then seem to suspect that his right had ever even been threatened, and severely censured Breckinridge for reporting that any movement had been in progress against him. Had it not been for the splendid courage with which Sheridan, Palmer, and William B. Hazen held the points assigned them, and the coolness and the determination with which Rosecrans, assisted by Thomas, exerted his utmost energies to restore his broken and shattered lines, Bragg would have won on that day the greatest of all the Confederate victories of the war. 4 times the enemy poured his serried columns upon Sheridan's narrow front, and although he lost ground gradually in these terrific attacks, his line was never broken, and the enemy paid dearly for every inch they gained. He neglected no opportunity that presented itself for an offensive return. In one magnificent charge, General Joshua W. Sill drove the enemy before him back to his entrenchments, losing his own life in this gallant feat of arms. Later in the fight, George W. Roberts was killed, and after him Frederick Schaefer's, Sheridan thus losing all his brigade commanders. At last, when his ammunition was exhausted, Sheridan, with General James S. Negley, who had also fired his last shot, fell back, still retaining the dangerous aspect of a wounded lion, through the cedar forest to the open space by the Murfreesboro pike, where he formed a new line on the right of Palmer's division. Even this frightful ordeal had not broken the spirit of his troops. In this retreat, through the cedars, 2 of his regiments found a little supply of ammunition, and the moment they had attained their new position they made a fresh attack upon the enemy, clearing the timber in their front. The death of their commanders did not shake the constancy of his brigades, who still obeyed Sheridan's orders as if on parade. When the enemy had almost reached the Murfreesboro pike, George W. Roberts's brigade, which had only 3 or 4 rounds of ammunition, cheerfully went into action, gallantly charged the enemy, routing them, recapturing 2 pieces of artillery, and taking 40 prisoners. The battle raged from dawn to twilight, the line being continually repaired and reformed under the orders of Rosecrans, who this day showed his highest qualities of courage and generalship. He never for a moment lost heart or confidence. He repelled every suggestion of retreat, and flew from end to end of his line, encouraging and inspiring his men wherever he appeared. He was constantly under fire. A cannonball which grazed him took off the head of Colonel Julius P. Garesche, his chief of staff. 3 orderlies were shot down by his side. Bragg, unwilling to leave his magnificent day's work unfinished, threw his heavy battalions against the reformed Union lines again and again during the afternoon, with the greatest impetuosity, but was everywhere repulsed with heavy loss, especially on the extreme left, where Hazen held the turnpike, defending a little knoll with no rampart but his brave volunteers. In the center, where Thomas held his corps like a rock, and where the regular brigade under Colonel Oliver L. Shepard sustained a murderous assault, losing 40% of their numbers in killed and wounded, while covering the new formation of Rousseau's division, and on the extreme right, where an attack of infantry and cavalry was splendidly repulsed by Van Cleve and Harker and the cavalry. The short winter day closed in on a scene of carnage such as this western continent had, up to that time, never witnessed, but with Union lines reformed and at the last firm and defiant. Nevertheless, as evening fell, General Bragg had cause for great elation, and, in a dispatch which he sent to Richmond, he did not overstate the extent of his success. "We assailed the enemy," he said, "at 7 o'clock this morning, and after 10 hours' hard fighting have driven him from every position except his extreme left, where he has successfully resisted us." His plan had worked almost exactly as he intended. His army, pivoting upon its right, had swept over the whole field, carrying the army of Rosecrans before it, in spite of a gallant and obstinate resistance, until both hosts lay on their arms at nightfall, in lines perpendicular to those they occupied at daybreak. This conquered ground was rich in spoils of every sort, of the greatest value to the Confederates. Several thousand prisoners, 2 general officers, some dozens of guns, and hundreds of wagons and stores were among the gleanings of this opulent field. And when, in the morning, Bragg's pickets discovered that the point on the Union left, which had so stubbornly resisted the Confederates' attack the day before, had been abandoned by Rosecrans, it was not without justification that he sent to Richmond an exulting New Year's greeting announcing, "The enemy has yielded his strong point and is falling back. We occupy the whole field and shall follow. God has granted us a happy new year." But this was the last of his exultation and his triumph. Rosecrans had drawn in his left for reasons of his own, retiring some 200 yards to more advantageous ground. This new flank was planted firmly on Stone's River, and his already strong line made stronger by the posting of 2 good brigades, Starkweather's and Walker's, which had arrived the night before. After visiting his line from the extreme front to Overall's Creek in the rear, and after full consultation with his leading generals, Rosecrans determined to wait the enemy's attack in that position, to send for his provision trains and order up fresh supplies of ammunition, on the arrival of which, he says, should the enemy not attack, offensive operations were to be resumed. All this while Bragg was reconnoitering the Union position and hurriedly putting his cavalry in motion to cut off the expected retreat of Rosecrans. But as the day wore on and no signs of flight were visible in the compact formation of the Union army, the Confederate general, learning his own terrible losses in the fight of the day before, became more and more disinclined to assail his antagonist in position, and on the morning of the 2nd, a new series of reconnaissances revealed to him the same result, with this disquieting addition, that Rosecrans had again occupied the high ground on the east side of the river, and was there confronting Breckinridge in a threatening attitude. This was a state of things which could not be tolerated with safety. The new position of the national troops not only threatened Breckinridge's forces, but the eminence on which they had established themselves commanded and enfiladed the line of General Polk. They must be dislodged, or Polk must be withdrawn. The latter movement, says General Bragg, involved consequences not to be entertained. He, therefore, ordered Breckinridge to attack the Union position with his entire force, and the importance of the movement was earnestly impressed upon him, the object being the protection of Polk's line and the attainment of a position from which the enemy might be enfiladed. A heavy fire was opened by Polk's artillery to occupy the Union line on the west side of the river, and Breckinridge attacked Van Cleve's division with great impetuosity, driving them down the slope and across the river. The enemy followed closely, but were received with so warm a fire by the Union artillery, and were met with such energy by 2 brigades of Neglay's division and the Pioneer Brigade from the reserve, that their advance was at once checked, and their retreat, when it began, was soon converted into a rout with the assistance of Hazen's brigade of Palmer's division. It was a short battle, but very sanguinary, and Breckinridge's defeat was quick and complete. Night had come on, and a heavy rain was falling, and this, General Rosecrans says, was all that prevented his following the enemy into Murfreesboro. Crittenden crossed the river and entrenched himself on the heights. The next day, the rain still continued, and the plowed ground between the two armies became impassable for artillery. The two hosts sternly surveyed each other, but it was evident that the initiative of the Confederate side had expended itself. The Union center had been somewhat annoyed by sharpshooters, and a swift sortie from Mousseau's division cleared the woods in his front and captured some prisoners. The reserve strength was evidently on the side of the Northern Army. Bragg's forces were sinking with fatigue, with lack of rest and food. Their clothes were drenched with cold rain. A constant stream of sick and exhausted were dribbling to the hospitals in the rear. Worse than that, straggling had set in, the most ominous sign of all. The exasperating rain kept on, and the rise in the waters of Stone's River filled General Bragg with alarm. General Joseph Wheeler, coming in from the front, reported that instead of Rosecrans's retiring, there was a prospect of reinforcements coming to him. As a last discouragement, at midnight of the 2nd, after the costly repulse of Breckinridge, B.F. Cheatham and Jones M. Withers, 2 of Bragg's principal generals, had reported that there were only 3 brigades in their commands upon which they could rely, and that even these were more or less demoralized. They intimated that grave disaster might follow if they held their ground much longer. This sinister communication was forwarded by Polk, who added it to his own recommendation to retreat. "I very greatly fear," he said, "the consequences of another engagement at this place in the ensuing day. We could now perhaps get off with some safety and some credit, if the affair is well managed. Should we fail in the meditated attack, the consequences might be very disastrous." Deeply distressed, but convinced that the safety of his army required it, Bragg determined to withdraw from the field of his barren victory, and made his preparations with such skill and secrecy that he was on the march before midnight of the 3rd, and on the 5th he telegraphed from Tullahoma, "Unable to dislodge the enemy from his entrenched position, and, learning of reinforcements to him, I withdrew from his front night before last. He has not followed." Rosecrans learned of the retreat of his enemy the next day, and at once moved forward and occupied Murfreesboro. But, considering the start that Bragg had gained, the state of the roads, and the heavy loss of artillery horses in the late battles, he decided not to pursue. Although the fight at Murfreesboro was tactically a drawn battle, though each general failed in making the points he intended, its ultimate results justified the government and the country in hailing it as the most important victory for the Union arms. It was fought by equal forces on either side. Each general in his report naturally attributed superior numbers to his adversaries, but in truth there was little difference in the forces engaged, there being some 43,000 on each side. The Union loss was slightly greater than that of the Confederates, but the proportion of casualties to the numbers engaged on both sides was appalling. Rosecrans lost, in killed and wounded alone, 1/5 of his entire force in action, and Bragg almost as many. The captured arms and stores, though valuable to Bragg, were of little importance to Rosecrans, while the demoralization of the Confederates after the battle, as shown by the reports of Polk's division officers, to which we have referred, had no counterpart in the firm ranks of the national troops. In its wider significance and results, the advantage of the battle was entirely upon the Union side. West Tennessee and Kentucky were never again seriously threatened by the armies of the Confederacy. When, after a long delay, the two armies resumed active operations in the following summer, the ease with which Rosecrans pushed his way from Murfreesboro to Chattanooga was a result of the stubborn power displayed by the Union Army on the last day of the year 1862 at Stone's River. It must be said also that Rosecrans deserved the credit which this great battle brought him. It is true, his plan went altogether awry, but his magnificent coolness and courage in staying the tide of disaster in the morning and repulsing the victorious enemy in the afternoon, his fortitude in breasting the blows of circumstance and obstinately refusing to accept the fact of defeat, magnificently redeemed the errors of his plan and the faulty formation of his line of battle. In the midst of the gloom which the carnage of Fredericksburg had spread over the country, even the drawn battle of Murfreesboro and the consequent retreat of the enemy was a source of wide comfort and encouragement, and Rosecrans will be held to have fully deserved the warm words of greeting which President Lincoln sent him. "God bless you and all with you. Please tender to all, and accept for yourself, the nation's gratitude for your and their skill, endurance, and dauntless courage." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 14. West Virginia Admitted. In reviewing the work of Congress and the administration during the winter of 1862, we must again take up the account of the political division of the original state of Virginia, and the formation, from a portion of her territory, of the new state of West Virginia. To do this, we must briefly recapitulate what has already been narrated, namely, that a convention of delegates chosen by the Virginia counties lying west of the great Allegheny mountain range repudiated the secession and rebellion, of which Governor Letcher was chief and Richmond the center, and formally organized the restored government of Virginia, at Wheeling, on the 19th of June, 1861. They made Francis H. Pierpont governor, who officially invoked the protection of the federal government, which President Lincoln duly promised. They constituted a legislature by calling together such members, recently chosen, as would take an oath of allegiance to the United States and the restored government of Virginia, and filled the vacancies of those who refused by new elections. This legislature chose United States senators whom Congress admitted to seats. Still further, the convention which passed these ordinances reassembled at Wheeling after a recess, and on the 20th day of August, 1861, adopted another ordinance providing for the formation of a new state, composed of 39 counties, which was to be called the state of Kanawha. An election was ordered to be held on the fourth Thursday of October succeeding, to vote upon this proposition, and also to elect delegates to a new convention, to form a constitution for the new state, which should in turn be submitted to the people within the proposed boundaries for ratification or rejection. The October election was held, resulting in a vote of 18,408 for the new state and only 781 against it. After proclamation of the result, the delegates elected met in convention at Wheeling on the 26th of November, 1861, and during a session which extended to February 18, 1862, carefully framed a constitution which included 40 counties in the new state, and instead of Kanawha, as first proposed, gave it the name of West Virginia. The Constitution, thus framed, was submitted to the people of the counties embraced in it, at an election held on the 3rd of April, 1862, when it was adopted by a vote of 18,862 for and only 514 against it. To regulate the division or juncture of states, the Constitution of the United States provides that the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned, as well as of the Congress, shall first be obtained. To meet this requirement, the legislature of the restored government of Virginia, sitting at Wheeling, passed an act, May 13th, giving its formal assent to the formation and erection of the new state within the limits of the old, and these various proceedings were laid before Congress by the senators and representatives of the restored government of Virginia, who had been admitted to seats as already related. The Senate Committee on Territories, on the 23rd of June, 1862, reported a bill to admit West Virginia, accepting all the provisions of the new Constitution except that relating to slaves, which consisted of a simple prohibition against their being brought into the state for permanent residence. In addition to this, the bill imposed as a condition precedent a system of gradual emancipation, beginning on the 4th of July, 1863. The discussions developed considerable differences of opinion among Republicans as to the legality of the various local proceedings already had and the constitutionality of the act of admission under consideration. Nevertheless, the bill passed the Senate July 14, 1862, yeas 23, nays 17. The session was so nearly at its close that the House of Representatives did not take up the question until December following. There a similar divergence of views prevailed, but, as in the Senate, a decided majority favored the measure, and the bill passed, December 10th, yeas 96, nays 55. This preliminary statement brings us to the point of special interest to the readers of this work, namely, the consideration of the bill by President Lincoln and his cabinet. On the 23rd of December, 1862, the President addressed the following note to his constitutional advisers. A bill for an act entitled An Act for the Admission of the State of West Virginia into the Union and for other purposes has passed the House of Representatives and the Senate, and has been duly presented to me for my action. I respectfully ask of each of you an opinion in writing on the following questions, to wit: First, is the said act constitutional? Second, is the said act expedient? 6 members of the Cabinet answered this request with written opinions. The Secretary of the Interior, Caleb B. Smith, the 7th member, had recently retired from the Cabinet, having been appointed to a judgeship in Indiana, and his successor had not yet been named. 3 members, Seward, Chase, and Stanton, answered the questions in the affirmative. The other 3, Wells, Blair, and Bates, in the negative. Upon the constitutional point, Mr. Seward's argument, in part, ran thus. It seems to me that the political body which has given consent in this case is really and incontestably the state of Virginia. So long as the United States do not recognize the secession, departure, or separation of one of the states, that state must be deemed as existing and having a constitutional place within the Union, whatever may be at any moment exactly its revolutionary condition. A state thus situated cannot be deemed to be divided into two or more states merely by any revolutionary proceeding which may have occurred, because there cannot be constitutionally two or more states of Virginia. The newly organized state of Virginia is, therefore, at this moment, by the express consent of the United States, invested with all the rights of the state of Virginia and charged with all the powers, privileges, and dignity of that state. If the United States allow to that organization any of these rights, powers, and privileges, it must be allowed to possess and enjoy them all. If it be a state competent to be represented in Congress and bound to pay taxes, it is a state competent to give the required consent of the state to the formation and erection of the new state of West Virginia within the jurisdiction of Virginia. Upon the question of expediency, wrote Mr. Seward, I am determined by two considerations. First, the people of Western Virginia will be safer from molestation for their loyalty, because better able to protect and defend themselves as a new and separate state, than they would be if left to demoralizing uncertainty upon the question whether, in the progress of the war, they may not again be reabsorbed in the state of Virginia, and subjected to severities as a punishment for their present devotion to the Union. The first duty of the United States is protection to loyalty wherever it is found. Second, I am of opinion that the harmony and peace of the Union will be promoted by allowing the new state to be formed and erected, which will assume jurisdiction over that part of the valley of the Ohio which lies on the south side of the Ohio River, displacing, in a constitutional and lawful manner, the jurisdiction heretofore exercised there by a political power concentrated at the head of the James River. On the question of constitutionality, Mr. Chase argued in part, in every case of insurrection involving the persons exercising the powers of state government, when a large body of the people remain faithful, that body, so far as the Union is concerned, must be taken to constitute the state. It would have been as absurd as it would have been impolitic to deny to the large loyal population of Virginia the powers of a state government, because men, whom they had clothed with executive or legislative or judicial powers, had betrayed their trusts and joined in rebellion against their country. It does not admit of doubt, therefore, as it seems to me, that the legislature which gave its consent to the formation and erection of the state of West Virginia was the true and only lawful legislature of the state of Virginia. The Madison Papers clearly show that the consent of the legislature of the original state was the only consent required to the erection and formation of a new state within its jurisdiction. That consent having been given, the consent of the new state, if required, is proved by her application for admission. Nothing required by the Constitution to the formation and admission of West Virginia into the United States is therefore wanting, and the act of admission must necessarily be constitutional. Nor is this conclusion technical, as some may think. The legislature of Virginia, it may be admitted, did not contain many members from the eastern counties. It contained, however, representatives from all counties whose inhabitants were not either rebels themselves or dominated by greater numbers of rebels. It was the only legislature of the state known to the Union. If its consent was not valid, no consent could be. If its consent was not valid, the Constitution, as to the people of West Virginia, has been so suspended by the rebellion that a most important right under it is utterly lost. With regard to the question of expediency, he writes, the act is almost universally regarded as of vital importance to their welfare by the loyal people most immediately interested, and it has received the sanction of large majorities in both houses of Congress. These facts afford strong presumptions of expediency. It may be said, indeed, that the admission of West Virginia will draw after it the necessity of admitting other states under the consent of extemporized legislatures assuming to act for whole states, though really representing no important part of their territory. I think this necessity imaginary. There is no such legislature, nor is there likely to be. No such legislature, if extemporized, is likely to receive the recognition of Congress and the executive. The case of West Virginia will form no evil precedent. Far otherwise. It will encourage the loyal by the assurance it will give of national recognition and support, but it will inspire no hopes that the national government will countenance needless and unreasonable attempts to break up or impair the integrity of states. If a case parallel to that of West Virginia shall present itself, it will doubtless be entitled to like consideration, but the contingency of such a case is surely too remote to countervail all the considerations of expediency which sustain the act. The answer of Mr. Stanton accords with his habitual positiveness of opinion and brevity of statement. The Constitution expressly authorizes a new state to be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of another state. The act of Congress is in pursuance of that authority. The measure is sanctioned by the legislature of the state, within whose jurisdiction the new state is formed. When the new state is formed, its consent can be given, and then all the requirements of the Constitution are complied with. I have been unable to perceive any point on which the act of Congress conflicts with the Constitution. By the erection of the new state, the geographical boundary heretofore existing between the free and slave states will be broken, and the advantage of this upon every point of consideration surpasses all objections which have occurred to me on the question of expediency. Many prophetic dangers and evils might be specified, but it is safe to suppose that those who come after us will be as wise as ourselves, and if what we deem evils be really such, they will be avoided. The present good is real and substantial. The future may safely be left in the care of those whose duty and interest may be involved in any possible future measures of legislation. One or two extracts from the opinion of Mr. Wells will indicate the course of his argument in the negative. Under existing necessities, an organization of the loyal citizens, or a portion of them, has been recognized, and its senators and representatives admitted to seats in Congress. Yet we cannot close our eyes to the fact that the fragment of the state which, in the revolutionary tumult, has instituted the new organization, is not possessed of the records, archives, symbols, traditions, or capital of the Commonwealth. Though calling itself the state of Virginia, it does not assume the debts and obligations contracted prior to the existing difficulties. Is this organization, then, really and in point of fact anything else than a provisional government for the state? It is composed almost entirely of those loyal citizens who reside beyond the mountains and within the prescribed limits of the proposed new state. In this revolutionary period, there being no contestants, we are compelled to recognize the organization as Virginia. Whether that would be the case, and how the question would be met and disposed of, were the insurrection this day abandoned, need not now be discussed. Were Virginia, or those parts of it not included in the proposed new state, invaded and held in temporary subjection by a foreign enemy instead of the insurgents, the fragment of territory and population which should successfully repel the enemy and adhere to the Union would doubtless, during such temporary subjection, be recognized, and properly recognized, as Virginia. When, however, this loyal fragment goes farther, and not only declares itself to be Virginia, but proceeds by its own act to detach itself permanently and forever from the Commonwealth, and to erect itself into a new state within the jurisdiction of the state of Virginia, the question arises whether this proceeding is regular, legal, right, and in honest good faith, conformable to, and within the letter and spirit of the Constitution. Congress may admit new states into the Union, but any attempt to dismember or divide a state by any forced or unauthorized assumption would be an inexpedient exercise of the doubtful power to the injury of such state. Were there no question of doubtful constitutionality in the movement, the time selected for the division of the state is most inopportune. It is a period of civil commotion, when unity and concerted action on the part of all loyal citizens and authorities should be directed to a restoration of the Union, and all tendency towards disintegration and demoralization avoided. Mr. Blair's argument, also in the negative, was in part as follows. The question is only whether the state of Virginia has consented to the partition of her territory and the formation of that part of it called Western Virginia into a separate state. In point of fact, it will not be contended that this has been done, for it is well known that the elections by which the movement has been made did not take place in more than a third of the counties of the state, and the votes on the Constitution did not exceed 20,000. The argument for the fulfillment of the constitutional provisions applicable to this case rests altogether on the fact that the government, organized at Wheeling, in which a portion of the district in which it is proposed to create the new state is represented with a few of the eastern counties, has been recognized as the government of the state of Virginia for certain purposes by the executive and legislative branches of the federal government. And it is contended that by these acts, the federal government is stopped from denying that the consent given by this government of Virginia to the creation of the new state is a sufficient consent within the meaning of the new Constitution. It seems to me to be a sufficient answer to this argument to say, first, that it is confessedly merely technical, and assumes unwarrantably that the qualified recognition which has been given to the government at Wheeling, for certain temporary purposes, precludes the federal government from taking notice of the fact that the Wheeling government represents much less than half the people of Virginia when it attempts to dismember the state permanently. Or, second, that the present demand, of itself, proves the previous recognitions relied on to enforce it to be erroneous. For, unquestionably, the fourth article of the Constitution prohibits the formation of a new state within the jurisdiction of an old one without the actual consent of the old state. And if it be true that we have so dealt with a third part of the people of Virginia as that to be consistent, we should now permit that minority to divide the state, it does not follow that we should persist, but on the contrary, it demonstrates that we have heretofore been wrong, and if consistency is insisted on and is deemed necessary, we should recede from the position heretofore taken. As to the expediency of the measure, I do not think it either necessary to recede from those positions or proper to take the new step insisted on now. There is no positive prohibition in the Constitution against the action taken by the Senate and House of Representatives in relation to the recognition of the Wheeling government, or in relation to the action taken by the executive, and all that can be said if we reject the claim of the Wheeling government to represent the people of Virginia for the purposes now under consideration will be that it admits our previous action to have been irregular. The answer to this is that if not regular, it was substantially just, and the circumstances of the case excuse the irregularity. For it was proper that the loyal people in the state of Virginia should be represented in Congress, and the representation allowed was not greater than their numbers entitled them to. But whilst it was just to the people of Western Virginia, whose country was not overrun by the rebel armies, to allow this representation, and for this purpose, and for the purposes of local government to recognize the state government instituted by them, it would be very unjust to the loyal people in the greater part of the state, who are now held in subjection by rebel armies, and who far exceed in number the 20,000 who have voted on the Constitution for Western Virginia, to permit the dismemberment of their state without their consent. The opinion of Attorney General Bates was long and elaborate, and only a small part of it can be quoted here to show the course and spirit of his argument in the negative. We all know, everybody knows, that the government of Virginia, recognized by Congress and the President, is a government of necessity, formed by that power which lies dormant in every people, which, though known and recognized, is never regulated by law, because its exact uses and the occasions for its use cannot be foreknown, and it is called into exercise by the great emergency which, overturning the regular government, necessitates its action, without waiting for the details and forms which all regular governments have. It is intended only to counteract the treacherous perversion of the ordained powers of the state, and stands only as a political nucleus around which the shattered elements of the old Commonwealth may meet and combine in all its original proportions, and be restored to its legitimate place in the Union. It is a provisional government, proper and necessary for the legitimate object for which it was made and recognized. That object was not to divide and destroy the state, but to rehabilitate and restore it. That government of Virginia, so formed and so recognized, does not and never did, in fact, represent and govern more than a small fraction of the state, perhaps a fourth part. And the legislature which pretends to give the consent of Virginia to her own dismemberment is, as I am credibly informed, composed chiefly, if not entirely, of men who represent those 48 counties which constitute the new state of West Virginia. The act of consent is less in the nature of a law than of a contract. It is a grant of power, an agreement to be divided. And who made the agreement, and with whom? The representatives of the 48 counties with themselves. Is that fair dealing? Is that honest legislation? Is that a legitimate exercise of a constitutional power by the legislature of Virginia? It seems to me that it is a mere abuse, nothing less than attempted secession, hardly veiled under the flimsy forms of law. Between the conflicting and evenly balanced counsel, the deciding opinion of President Lincoln becomes doubly interesting. Printed here for the first time, the complete document reads as follows. The consent of the legislature of Virginia is constitutionally necessary to the bill for the admission of West Virginia becoming a law. A body claiming to be such legislature has given its consent. We cannot well deny that it is such, unless we do so upon the outside knowledge that the body was chosen at elections in which a majority of the qualified voters of Virginia did not participate. But it is a universal practice in the popular elections in all these states to give no legal consideration whatever to those who do not choose to vote, as against the effect of the votes of those who do choose to vote. Hence, it is not the qualified voters, but the qualified voters who choose to vote that constitute the political power of the state. Much less than to non-voters should any consideration be given to those who did not vote in this case, because it is also a matter of outside knowledge that they were not merely neglectful of their rights under and duty to this government, but were also engaged in open rebellion against it. Doubtless among these non-voters were some Union men, whose voices were smothered by the more numerous secessionists, but we know too little of their number to assign them any appreciable value. Can this government stand if it indulges constitutional constructions by which men in open rebellion against it are to be accounted, man for man, the equals of those who maintain their loyalty to it? Are they to be accounted even better citizens and more worthy of consideration than those who merely neglect to vote? If so, their treason against the Constitution enhances their constitutional value. Without braving these absurd conclusions, we cannot deny that the body which consents to the admissions of West Virginia in the legislature of Virginia. I do not think the plural form of the words legislatures and states in the phrase of the Constitution, without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned, etc., has any reference to the new state concerned. That plural form sprang from the contemplation of two or more old states contributing to form a new one. The idea that the new state was in danger of being admitted without its own consent was not provided against because it was not thought of, as I conceive. It is said, the devil takes care of his own. Much more should a good spirit, the spirit of the Constitution and the Union, take care of its own. I think it cannot do less and live. But is the admission into the Union of West Virginia expedient? This, in my general view, is more a question for Congress than for the executive. Still, I do not evade it. More than on anything else, it depends on whether the admission or rejection of the new state would, under all the circumstances, tend the more strongly to the restoration of the national authority throughout the Union. That which helps most in this direction is the most expedient at this time. Doubtless, those in remaining Virginia would return to the Union, so to speak, less reluctantly, without the division of the old state than with it. But I think we could not save as much in this quarter by rejecting the new state as we should lose by it in West Virginia. We can scarcely dispense with the aid of West Virginia in this struggle, much less can we afford to have her against us in Congress and in the field. Her brave and good men regard her admission into the Union as a matter of life and death. They have been true to the Union under very severe trials. We have so acted as to justify their hopes, and we cannot fully retain their confidence and cooperation if we seem to break faith with them. In fact, they could not do so much for us if they would. Again, the admission of the new state turns that much slave soil to free, and thus is a certain and irrevocable encroachment upon the cause of the rebellion. The division of a state is dreaded as a precedent, but a measure made expedient by a war is no precedent for times of peace. It is said that the admission of West Virginia is secession, and tolerated only because it is our secession. Well, if we call it by that name, there is still difference enough between secession against the Constitution and secession in favor of the Constitution. I believe the admission of West Virginia into the Union is expedient. Accordingly, on the 31st of December, 1862, President Lincoln signed the Act for the Admission of the State of West Virginia into the Union, which thereby became a law. Nothing now remained to be done except a compliance by the new state with the condition precedent which Congress had imposed. The Constitutional Convention was therefore again convened on the 12th of February, 1863, and the change duly adopted by it providing for gradual emancipation in the language which Congress had prescribed. The convention also published an address to the voters warmly recommending it, and in an election held on the 26th of March, the amended Constitution was adopted by a majority of about 17,000. In conformity with the Act of Congress, President Lincoln thereupon issued his proclamation dated April 20th, 1863, declaring that the Act of Admission should take force and effect 60 days from that date. At a supplementary election, the officers to form a new state government had been chosen, and on the 20th of June, 1863, it was formally inaugurated and West Virginia became one of the United States. The number of its counties had been increased to 48, embracing an area of 23,000 square miles of territory and containing a white population, according to the census of 1860, of 333,000 and about 12,000 slaves. The system of gradual emancipation, imposed by the Act of Congress and accepted by the state, left slavery in existence in the state until it should gradually disappear by the death of those over the age of 25, by the arrival at the age of 25 of a second class, and at the age of 21 of a third class. But public opinion on this subject in West Virginia was swept along by the same causes which brought the institution to an early termination in other states of the Union. On the 9th of December, 1863, the legislature passed an act permitting owners to emancipate their slaves, and also prohibiting the bringing of slaves into the state, and declaring them, if brought in, free after 6 months. No laws on the subject were passed during the year 1864, but when the great constitutional amendment came up for action in Congress in the winter of 1864-65, West Virginia obeyed the common impulse, and on January 23, 1865, Her legislature raised a joint committee of 5 from the House and 3 from the Senate to consider the subject of immediately abolishing slavery in that state. The members appear to have been ripe for a prompt decision, for on the 3rd of February, 1865, 3 days after the 13th Amendment had been adopted by Congress, an act was passed declaring, 1. All persons held to service or labor as slaves in this state are hereby declared free. 2. There shall hereafter be neither slavery nor involuntary servitude in this state, except in punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted. The organization and admission of the new state still left in existence the restored government of Virginia, of which Governor Pierpont was the executive head. He had meanwhile removed his seat of government to Alexandria, where his authority and administration, still recognized by the President and Congress as being loyal and legal, were exercised over such portions of the remaining territory of the Old Dominion as came under the permanent control of the Union armies until the end of the rebellion. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 15. Lincoln and the Churches. In a conflict which was founded upon the quickened moral sense of the people, it was not strange that the government received the most earnest support from the churches. From one end of the loyal states to the other, all the religious organizations, with few exceptions, moved by the twin forces of patriotism and religion, ranged themselves upon the side of the government against the rebellion. A large number of pulpits in the North had already taken their place as tribunes for defense of popular freedom, and it was from them that, at the menace of war, the first cries of danger and of defiance rang out. Those ministers who had for years been denouncing the encroachments of slavery did not wait for any organized action on the part of their colleagues, but proclaimed at once, in 1,000 varying tones, that peace was a blessing worth fighting for. The more conservative churches were but little in rear of the more advanced. Those who had counseled moderation and patience with the South, on account of the divided responsibility for slavery which rested on both halves of the nation, speedily felt the sense of release from the obligations of brotherhood when the South had repudiated and renounced them, and rallied to the support of the insulted flag with an earnestness not less ardent and more steadily trustworthy than that of the original anti-slavery clergy. As the war went on, and as every stage of it gave a clearer presage of the coming destruction of slavery, the deliverances of the churches became every day more and more decided in favor of the national cause and the downfall of human bondage. To detail the 1,000 ways in which the churches testified their support of the national cause, to give even an abstract of the countless expressions of loyalty which came from the different religious bodies of the country, would occupy many volumes. We can only refer briefly to a few of the more important utterances of some of the great religious societies. In all the church conventions which met after the President's preliminary proclamation of the 22nd of September, 1862, that act of liberation was greeted with the heartiest expressions of approval and support. The Baptist Convention of New York declared that, while we see with the profoundest sorrow thousands of husbands, fathers, brothers, and sons falling on the battlefield, considering the interest to be preserved and transmitted to future generations, we cannot regard the sacrifice of treasure and of life too much for the object to be secured. They denounced human slavery as the procuring cause of the rebellion now raging among us. They declared that the spirit of the age, the safety of the country, and the laws of God require its entire removal. The American Baptist Missionary Union had, in the spring of 1862, adopted with unanimity resolutions characterizing the war now waged by the national government to put down the unprovoked and wicked rebellion that had arisen against us, and to establish anew the reign of order and of law as a most righteous and holy one, sanctioned alike by God and all right-thinking men, expressing their opinion that the principal cause and origin of this attempt to destroy the government has been the institution of slavery, and that a safe, solid, and lasting peace could not be expected short of its complete overthrow. The next year they declared that the developments of the past year had only tended to deepen their conviction of these truths, which they solemnly reiterated and affirmed. They referred to the fatal and suicidal blows inflicted upon slavery by the slaveholders' rebellion, and said that, for thus overruling what appeared at first to be a terrible national calamity, to the production of results so unexpected and glorious, their gratitude and adoration are due to that wonder-working God who still maketh the wrath of men to praise him, while the remainder of wrath he restrains. They approved the President's proclamation and the acts of Congress abolishing slavery in the District of Columbia and the Territories, and hailed the dawn of that glorious day when liberty shall be proclaimed throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. In severe and dignified language they expressed their gratitude for whatever measure of sympathy they had received from abroad, but at the same time declared that the United States asked no assistance from other nations, and would brook no intervention or interference. In October 1861, at a meeting of the American Board of Foreign Missions in Worcester, Massachusetts, the Venerable Albert Barnes was granted leave to introduce, without reference to a committee, a series of resolutions expressing the hearty sympathy of the Board in the efforts to suppress the rebellion, hoping for the deliverance of the world from the oppression of slavery, and gratefully acknowledging the divine interposition in the success which has attended the arms of the nation as an indication that we shall again be one people, united under one glorious Constitution, united in our efforts to spread the gospel around the world. These resolutions were adopted unanimously with great enthusiasm, the audience rising to their feet and singing the national anthem. The state conferences of the Congregational churches passed similar resolutions from time to time. As a specimen of all, we give an abstract of the resolutions of the Conference of Massachusetts in 1864. The chief hope of rebellion is in the sympathy and distraction of a divided North, and the surest and shortest way to peace is not to recall our armies and to relax our grasp upon the enemy, but to present a united and loyal front and an unconquerable determination to prosecute the war till the power of the government meets no longer armed resistance. They disclaim any feeling of despondency or of impatience, believing that God is on our side, and interpret hopefully the divine delays which have led to more and more radical and precious resolutions and deliverances, and assert roundly that with undaunted courage that there can be no effectual reestablishment of the national authority by any negotiation which confesses the inability of the government to subdue rebellion by force of arms, and proposes terms of peace to rebels still flying the flag of defiance. It was not only in New England that the Congregational churches maintained this stern and patriotic attitude. The General Association of New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania came boldly forward in the autumn of 1864, and, discarding all pretenses of nonpartisanship or neutrality, declared for the re-election of Mr. Lincoln in these unqualified words: As the momentous issues of this long and deadly contest are approaching their solution in a combined struggle in the field and at the polls, we will sustain with our votes the brave and noble men who are defending our liberties with their lives, and will animate our fellow citizens by every consideration of religious hope and duty, of devotion to country and to liberty, to make the decision of the people on the 8th of November final and fatal to the hopes of traitors in arms and conspirators in political councils. Our hopes for the preservation of our liberties as a nation and for the complete emancipation of the African race in the South depend under God upon sustaining the government in upholding the integrity of the Union throughout all the trials and doubts of the war, and in that policy which looks to the abandonment of slavery as the condition of permanent union and peace. The German Reformed Synod passed earnest resolutions urging upon their clergy and laity to continue to labor and pray for the success of the government in its efforts to suppress the rebellion and to restore peace and union. These resolutions were reiterated from year to year in every state where this church had an organization in existence. The Lutheran General Synod, which met at York in 1864, passed resolutions denouncing slavery, setting forth the necessity of its forcible suppression, the righteousness of the war which is waged by the government of the United States for the maintenance of the national life, and the duty of every Christian to support it by the whole weight of his influence, his prayers, and his efforts. The Moravian Synod also denounced slavery and considered an earnest support of the Constitution and the laws a religious duty, and expressed its willingness to render all the aid in its power to subdue unrighteous rebellion and extend the rightful authority of the government over every portion of our country. One of the most weighty utterances of any religious organization during the war was that of the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church of the United States, which met at Columbus, Ohio, in the spring of 1862. Important as was this deliverance from the sanction which it carried as the utterance of one of the most considerable religious organizations in the country, it was no less significant as the work of the Reverend Dr. R.J. Breckinridge of Kentucky, who held a position second to none in the border states in character, in political influence, and in social connections. This remarkable paper began with the praise of peace, but, in striking contrast to the many craven pleas based upon this theme during the war, it threw the blame of the violation of peace upon the disloyal and traitorous attempt to overthrow the national government by military force. The report continues, "This whole treason, rebellion, anarchy, fraud, and violence is utterly contrary to the dictates of natural religion and morality, and is plainly condemned by the revealed will of God. It is the clear and solemn duty of the national government to preserve, at whatever cost, the national union and constitution, to maintain the laws in their supremacy, to crush force by force, and to restore the reign of public order and peace to the entire nation by whatever lawful means that are necessary thereunto. And it is the bounden duty of the people who compose this great nation, each one in his several place and degree, to uphold the federal government and every state government, and all persons in authority, whether civil or military, in all their lawful and proper acts, unto the end hereinbefore set forth." The report denounces treason, rebellion, and anarchy as sinful, and gravely deprecates the conduct of the Southern synods in encouraging them. The concluding section says, "We record our gratitude to God for the prevailing unity of sentiment and general internal peace which have characterized the Church in the states that have not revolted, embracing a great majority of ministers, congregations, and people under our care. It may still be called with emphasis a loyal, orthodox, and pious Church, and all its acts and works indicate its right to a title so noble. Let a spirit of quietness, of mutual forbearance, and of ready obedience to authority, both civil and ecclesiastical, illustrate the loyalty, the orthodoxy, and the piety of the Church. In the name and by the authority of the Lord Jesus, we earnestly exhort all who love God or fear his wrath to turn a deaf ear to all counsels and suggestions that tend towards a reaction favorable to disloyalty, schism, or disturbance, either in the Church or in the country. In all these respects we must give account to God in that great day, and it is in view of our own dread responsibility to the Judge of quick and dead that we now make this deliverance." This austere and unqualified declaration of loyalty, this denunciation of treason, which was at that hour lifting a defiant and almost triumphant head through a great part of the Union, was adopted by a majority which, under the circumstances, is surprising. 206 ministers and ruling elders voted for it. Only 20 voted against it. Less than 1 in 10 failed to rise to that height of moral and political duty. The keynote thus early set governed this powerful Church throughout the war. Its General Assembly meeting at Newark, New Jersey, in 1864, adopted a long and most energetic report, declaring that the time has at length come in the providence of God when it is his will that every vestige of human slavery among us should be effaced, and that every Christian man should address himself with industry and earnestness to his appropriate part in the performance of this great duty. Under the influence of the most incomprehensible infatuation of wickedness, those who are most deeply interested in the perpetuation of slavery have taken away every motive for its further toleration. An attempt was made at the meeting of the Synod of New York to censure this action of the General Assembly of the Church, but it was voted down by a majority of 6 to 1. The General Assembly of the United Presbyterian Church had passed equally strong and uncompromising resolutions. Believing it to be a duty especially incumbent on the Church to let her light shine, we trust that all the preachers of the gospel, of every denomination, will hear and obey God's voice, now calling upon them louder than ever before to open their mouth on behalf of the dumb. The Reformed Presbyterian Church, commonly called the Scotch Covenanters, addressed the President by committee in 1862, beginning with the proud boast that this Church, true to its high lineage and ancient spirit, does not hold within its pale a single secessionist or sympathizer with rebellion in these United States. They congratulated him upon the anti-slavery measures of the government and urged him, by every consideration drawn from the Word of God and the present condition of our bleeding country, not to be moved from the path of duty on which you have so auspiciously entered, either by the threats or blandishments of the enemies of human progress, or through fears of timid friends. 2 years later they met and declared that it is the duty of the Church of Christ to encourage and sustain the government of this country in all that they do for the honor of God, the freedom of the enslaved, the mitigation of the inevitable evils of war, and the preservation, at all hazards, of the national life, integrity, and power. The New School Presbyterians also lifted their voice with equal energy and clearness against the rebellion and in favor of the government. At their General Assembly each year during the war they adopted resolutions of the most uncompromising loyalty, and on several occasions addressed the President personally with messages full of ardent devotion and high encouragement. They said, "Since the day of your inauguration, the thousands of our membership have followed you with unceasing prayer, besieging the throne of heaven in your behalf. When we look at the history of your administration hitherto, and at the wonderful way in which this people have been led under your guidance, we glorify God in you." A year later they embodied their sentiments of loyalty to the Union and opposition to slavery in a forcible series of resolutions, which were brought to Washington and presented to the President by a committee of which John A. Foote, a brother of the Admiral, was chairman. The President replied, "It has been my happiness to receive testimonies of a similar nature from, I believe, all denominations of Christians. This to me is most gratifying, because from the beginning I saw that the issues of our great struggle depended on the divine interposition and favor. As a pilot, I have used my best exertions to keep afloat our ship of state, and shall be glad to resign my trust at the appointed time to another pilot more skillful and successful than I may prove. In every case, and at all hazards, the government must be perpetuated. Relying as I do upon the Almighty power, and encouraged as I am by these resolutions which you have just read, with the support which I receive from Christian men, I shall not hesitate to use all the means at my control to secure the termination of this rebellion, and will hope for success." Of the firm and loyal attitude of the Protestant Episcopal Church, this resolution of the Convention of the Diocese of Pennsylvania may serve as an example. "We hereby declare our unfaltering allegiance to the government of the United States, and we pledge it our willing devotion and service. And as a body of Christians we will ever pray that, in God's own time and way, this rebellion may be put down, that oppression and slavery in all its forms may be done away, that freedom of body and mind, political and religious, may everywhere prevail. That the emancipated Negroes, whom God in his providence is committing to our care, may be the objects of our liberal and Christian regard and instruction. That war may soon cease throughout all our borders, and that our now lacerated country may again be so united that from the lakes of the north to the Gulf on the south, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, there shall be but one union, one government, one flag, one constitution, the whole culminating in that higher glory which shall make this nation Emmanuel's land, a mountain of holiness and a dwelling place of righteousness." No church was more ready or powerful in its support of the government than the widespread Methodist Episcopal Church. From the beginning it took ground firmly and unanimously for the national cause. The Western armies especially were filled with the young and vigorous fighting men of that connection. To a committee of the General Conference of 1864 the President said, "Nobly sustained as the government has been by all the churches, I would utter nothing which might in the least appear invidious against any. Yet, without this, it may fairly be said that the Methodist Episcopal Church, not less devoted than the best, is, by its greater numbers, the most important of all. It is no fault in others that the Methodist Church sends more soldiers to the field, more nurses to the hospitals, and more prayers to heaven than any other. God bless the Methodist Church. Bless all the churches, and blessed be God, who in this our great trial giveth us the churches." These energetic expressions of loyalty were not confined to the Protestant churches alone. Archbishop Hughes in New York gave his great personal and ecclesiastical influence to the support of the government, and Archbishop Purcell of Cincinnati took occasion, in recommending the observance of Thanksgiving Day, 1864, to his people to urge upon them the cause of the country. He said, "We confess that it has greatly pained us to hear that certain rash, irreverent, and thoughtless men of our communion have denounced and abused the government, the administration, and their abettors. Now God commands us to bless and curse not. and when bad men cursed the supporters of the government, did they not reflect that they cursed the more than hundreds of thousands of Catholic voters and Catholic soldiers of our army who defend the government in the field? Did they not reflect that its downfall would be hailed with acclamation by our own hereditary oppressors across the ocean? Did they reflect that if political salvation is ever to reach a far distant and beloved island, it must come to it from these United States which they would sever? The administration did not commence this war, the Archbishop said, and went on in his address to contrast the conduct of the national government with that of the rebellion. He said in conclusion, "It is time that all should rally around the powers which the Apostle commands us to obey, and thus, presenting an undivided front to the enemy, re-establish the Union, without which there can be no panacea, absent or prospective, for the ills we suffer." The Society of Friends occupied a peculiar relation to the war. By the two leading tenets of their religion they were drawn in different ways. They were intensely opposed both to slavery and to war. While, therefore, they were ready to favor every act of Mr. Lincoln's administration which promised to abridge the power and shorten the duration of slavery, they were placed in a cruel dilemma when called upon to take part in the only measures by which the country could be preserved, and the predominance of a government based upon slavery prevented. The result was as might readily be imagined. Human nature asserted itself in the midst of that serious and tranquil communion as everywhere else, and the friends acted each according to his individual bent. In the words of the address of the yearly meeting of 1864, "Many of our young men, overcome by the spirit of war, have rushed into the conflict where some of them found an early death. Some have purchased their release from the draft by the payment of money. Others have remained steadfast in their faith in the hour of trial, thereby subjecting themselves to the penalty for desertion." Those who entered the army illustrated in their plain speech and quiet courage the virtues of their lineage, no less than those who, refusing to bear arms, bore uncomplainingly all that the law could inflict upon them by way of punishment for their contumacy. But the Society, as a body, remained outwardly true to both articles of its creed, and protested constantly against both slavery and the war which it caused. The yearly meeting of 1862 greeted with hearty approval the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia, while praying that the effusion of blood might be stayed, and that of 1864, while appreciating the difficulties that surrounded those upon whom rests the responsibility of guiding the nation through the awful perils of civil war, and declining to enter into judgment with those who differ from them, still persisted in their dignified petition to the President and to the Congress that they might not be compelled to offend their own consciences by complying with the law requiring military service. Mr. Lincoln's attitude in relation to this question was especially delicate. Himself of Quaker ancestry, he felt a peculiar sympathy with their scruples, and yet he could not legally relieve them from their liabilities, and he clearly perceived the impolicy of recommending to Congress any specific measures of relief. He heard and answered their addresses with the greatest patience and respect, and intervened with his prerogative on occasions of peculiar hardship. We owe to these complications 2 or 3 letters which strikingly exhibit his quick sympathies, his keen sense of justice, and his profound religious feeling. To the Quakers of Iowa, who had sent him an address through Senator Harlan, he wrote, "It is most cheering and encouraging for me to know that in the efforts which I have made and am making for the restoration of a righteous peace to the country, I am upheld and sustained by the good wishes and prayers of God's people. No one is more deeply than myself aware that without his favor our highest wisdom is but as foolishness, and that our most strenuous efforts would avail nothing in the shadow of his displeasure. It seems to me that if there be one subject upon which all good men may unitedly agree, it is in imploring the gracious favor of the God of nations upon the struggle our people are making for the preservation of their precious birthright of civil and religious liberty." To the Quakers of Rhode Island, in answer to a letter, he said, "Engaged as I am in a great war, I fear it will be difficult for the world to understand how fully I appreciate the principles of peace inculcated in this letter and everywhere by the Society of Friends." But one of the most significant of the President's letters, in which he expresses with less than his usual reserve his idea of the moral and religious bearings of the great conflict, was written to Mrs. Gurney, the wife of the eminent English preacher of the Society of Friends, in the autumn of 1864. It shows in a singularly touching and instructive way how the ancestral faith of the Quakers survived in the son of a pioneer, commander-in-chief of a million of men engaged in the most destructive wars of modern times. My esteemed friend, I have not forgotten, probably never shall forget, the very impressive occasion when yourself and friends visited me on a Sabbath forenoon 2 years ago, nor has your kind letter, written nearly a year later, ever been forgotten. In all, it has been your purpose to strengthen my reliance on God. I am much indebted to the good Christian people of the country for their constant prayers and consolations, and to no one of them more than to yourself. The purposes of the Almighty are perfect, and must prevail, though we erring mortals may fail to accurately perceive them in advance. We hoped for a happy termination of this terrible long war before this, but God knows best, and has ruled otherwise. We shall yet acknowledge His wisdom and our own error therein. Meanwhile we must work earnestly in the best lights He gives us, trusting that so working still conduces to the great ends He ordains. Surely He intends some great good to follow this mighty convulsion, which no mortal could make, and no mortal could stay. Your people, the Friends, have had, and are having, a very great trial. On principle and faith, opposed to both war and oppression, they can only practically oppose oppression by war. In this hard dilemma some have chosen one horn, some the other. For those appealing to me on conscientious grounds, I have done and shall do the best I could and can in my own conscience, under my oath to the law. That you believe this I doubt not, and believing it I shall still receive for our country and myself your earnest prayers to our Father in heaven. Your sincere friend, A. Lincoln. Among the most important agencies through which the mingled patriotism and religion of the country lent their assistance to the armies of the Union were the Sanitary Commission and the Christian Commission. The former collected and disbursed not less than $5 million in cash and $9 million in supplies for the benefit of the armies in the field and the sick and wounded in the hospitals, while the Christian Commission raised some $4,500,000, not only for this purpose, but also to extend to the soldiers the benefits and consolations of religion in cases where the overworked army chaplains found the complete fulfillment of these offices beyond their powers. The sanitary fairs throughout the country were remarkable exhibitions of the patriotism and philanthropy of the people. They were carried on to a great extent by the women of the country, and the quickening of the national spirit by these concerted efforts was of more importance to the Union cause than even the vast sum of money which were produced, though these were unprecedented in the annals of charity. The Fair of New York realized $1,300,000, nearly all of which was clear profit. On every great battlefield of the war, even before the thunder of the artillery was silenced, the trains of these great organizations were upon the field, and their members were engaged in caring for the wounded, bearing away the sick, praying with the dying, and receiving their last messages, while in every village of the North gentle and patriotic women were constantly employed making ready the stores of luxuries and delicacies dispensed by charitable agents at the front. In the work of these beneficent agencies the President took a profound interest. He frequently consulted with Dr. H. W. Bellows and George H. Stewart as to the best means of carrying on their work. Being requested to preside at a meeting of the Christian Commission held in Washington on the 22nd of February, 1863, he wrote, "While for reasons that I deem sufficient I must decline to preside, I cannot withhold my approval of the meeting and its worthy objects. Whatever shall be, sincerely and in God's name, devised for the good of the soldiers and seamen in their hard spheres of duty, can scarcely fail to be blessed. And whatever shall tend to turn our thoughts from the unreasoning and uncharitable passions, prejudices, and jealousies incident to a great national trouble such as ours, and to fix them on the vast and long-enduring consequences, for weal or for woe, which are to result from the struggle, especially to strengthen our reliance on the Supreme Being for the final triumph of the right, cannot but be well for us all. The birthday of Washington and the Christian Sabbath coinciding this year, suggesting together the highest interests in this life and of that to come, is the most propitious for the meeting proposed." The cause of the rebellion was adopted and carried on by the churches in the South, if not with more zeal and determination, at least with greater vehemence at the beginning than was shown by the religious organizations of the North. Even before the war began, the State Convention of Baptists in Alabama made haste to rush into secession, saying that the Union had failed in important particulars to answer the purpose for which it was created, and that they held themselves subject to the call of proper authority in defense of the sovereignty of Alabama and of her right as a sovereignty to withdraw from this union. Several of the Presbyterian synods of the South went headlong into the rebellion before the close of the year 1860, and others followed their example in the autumn meetings of 1861. They formed the General Assembly of the South on the 4th of December of that year. Even before the inauguration of Mr. Lincoln, the Protestant Episcopal Convention of several states formally withdrew from the Union, and that fiery soldier priest, Leonidas Polk, Bishop of Louisiana, commended the clergy to shift their public prayers from the President of the United States to that of the Confederate States, saying, "Our separation from our brethren of the Protestant Episcopal Church of the United States has been effected because we must follow our nationality. Our relations to each other hereafter will be the relations we both now hold to the men of our mother church in England." Unable to restrain his ardor within the limits of the church militant, he exchanged his crozier for a sword, and in 1864 died by a cannon shot on the Georgia hills. At the session of the First General Council of the Protestant Episcopal Church at Augusta, an address was adopted congratulating the Church in the Confederate States upon the unity which existed in its councils, upon its promise of growth and expansion, and upon the fact that the leading minds of the new republic were of their own communion. They called upon the Church to make strenuous efforts in behalf of the slaves of the South, and gently advocated such an arrangement of their peculiar institution as not to violate the right of marriage among the blacks. Hitherto, they say, we have been hindered by the pressure of abolitionists. Now that we have thrown off from us that hateful and infidel pestilence, we should prove to the world that we are faithful to our trust, and that the Church should lead the hosts of the Lord in this work of justice and mercy. Feeble efforts in this direction were made by churches and other communions in the South, but strong opposition was at once developed. In the Transylvania Presbytery, it was argued that, though the matter presented was one of undoubted grievance, involving a sin which ought to be purged away, yet, to prevent agitation in the Church at such a time of intense political strife, there must be no intermeddling, and a resolution in favor of the solemnization of matrimony among slaves was laid upon the table, nearly every member of the Presbytery voting against it. The Methodist Church in the South had separated from their brethren in the North 15 years before the war on the question of slavery, and a portion of their clergy and laity, when the war broke out, naturally engaged in it with their accustomed zeal. But they were by no means unanimous, even within the seceding states, and the organization was sorely afflicted and impoverished by the war, though at its close they resumed their work with undiminished energy and soon regained all they had lost. As the national authority began to be reestablished throughout the states in rebellion, not the least embarrassing of the questions which generals in command were called upon to decide was that of the treatment of churches whose pastors were openly or covertly disloyal to the Union. There was no general plan adopted by the government for such cases. In fact, it was impossible to formulate a policy which should meet so vast a variety of circumstances as presented themselves in the different regions of the South. The Board of Missions of the Methodist Church sent down some of their ablest ministers, with general authority to take charge of the abandoned churches, and to establish in them their interrupted worship. The mission boards of other denominations took similar action, and the Secretary of War gave general orders to the officers commanding the different departments to permit ministers of the gospel bearing the commission of these mission boards to exercise the functions of their office, and to give them all the aid, countenance, and support which might be practicable. But before and after these orders there was much clashing between the military and the ecclesiastical authorities, which had its rise, generally, in the individual temperaments of the respective generals and priests. There was an instance in one place where a young officer rose in his pew and requested an Episcopal minister to read the prayer for the President of the United States, which he had omitted. Upon the minister's refusal, the soldier advanced to the pulpit and led the preacher, loudly protesting, to the door, and then quietly returning to the altar himself, read the prayer, not much, it is to be feared, to the edification of the congregation. General Butler arrested a clergyman in Norfolk, and placed him at hard labor on the public works for disloyalty in belief and action. But the President reversed this sentence and changed it to one of exclusion from the Union lines. The Catholic Bishop of Natchez, having refused to read the prescribed form of prayer for the President, and having protested in an able and temperate paper against the orders of the commanding general in this regard, the latter ordered him to be expelled from the Union lines, although the order was almost immediately rescinded. General Rosecrans, issued an order in Missouri requiring the members of religious convocations to give satisfactory evidence of their loyalty to the government of the United States as a condition precedent to their assemblage and protection. In answer to the protestations which naturally resulted from this mandate, he replied that it was given at the request of many loyal church members, both lay and clerical, that if he should permit all bodies claiming to be religious to meet without question, a convocation of Price's army, under the garb of religion, might assemble with impunity and plot treason. He claimed that there was no hardship in compelling the members of such assemblages to establish their loyalty by oath and certificate, and insisted that his order, while protesting against public danger, really protected the purity and freedom of religion. In the course of these controversies between secessionist ministers and commanding generals, an incident occurred which deserves a moment's notice, as it led to a clear and vigorous statement from Mr. Lincoln of his attitude in regard to these matters. During the year 1862, a somewhat bitter discussion arose between the Rev. Dr. McPheeters of the Vine Street Church in St. Louis and some of his congregation in regard to his supposed sympathies with the rebellion. Looking back upon the controversy from this distance of time, it seems that rather hard measure was dealt to the parson, for although, from all the circumstances of the case, there appears little doubt that his feelings were strongly enlisted in the cause of the rebellion, he behaved with so much discretion that the principal offenses charged against him by his zealous parishioners were that he once baptized a baby rebel by the name of Sterling Price, and that he would not declare himself in favor of the Union. The difference in his church grew continually more flagrant, and was sustained by interminable letters and statements on both sides, until at last the provost marshal intervened, ordering the arrest of Dr. McPheeters, excluding him from his pulpit, and taking control of his church out of the hands of its trustees. This action gave rise to extended comment, not only in Missouri, but throughout the Union. The President, being informed of it, wrote to General Curtis, disapproving the act of the provost marshal, saying, in a terse and vigorous phrase, which immediately obtained wide currency, "The United States government must not, as by this order, undertake to run the churches. When an individual in a church, or out of it, becomes dangerous to the public interest, he must be checked, but let the churches as such take care of themselves." But even this peremptory and unmistakable command did not put an end to the discussion. Taking the hands of the government away from the preacher did not quench the dissensions in the church, nor restore the pastor to the position which he occupied before the war, and almost a year later some of the friends of Dr. McPheeters considered it necessary and proper to ask the intervention of the President to restore to him all his ecclesiastical privileges, in addition to the civil rights which they admitted he already enjoyed. This the President, in a letter of equal clearness and vigor, refused to do. "I have never interfered," he said, "nor thought of interfering, as to who shall or shall not preach in any church, nor have I knowingly or believingly tolerated anyone else to so interfere by my authority." But he continues, "If, after all, what is now sought is to have me put Dr. McPheeters back over the heads of a majority of his own congregation, that too will be declined. I will not have control of any church on any side." The case finally ended by the exclusion of Dr. McPheeters from his pulpit by the order of the presbytery having ecclesiastical authority in the case. In this wise and salutary abstention from any interference with the churches, which was dictated by his own convictions as well as enjoined by the Constitution, the President did not always have the support of his subordinates. He had not only, as we have seen, to administer occasional rebukes to his overzealous generals, but even in his own cabinet he was sometimes compelled to overrule a disposition to abuse of authority in things spiritual. Several weeks after he had so clearly expressed himself in the McPheeters case, he found, to his amazement, that the Secretary of War had been giving orders virtually putting the army in certain places at the disposition of a Methodist bishop for the enforcement of his ecclesiastical decrees. He addressed to Mr. Stanton a note of measured censure, which was followed by an order from the War Department explaining and modifying the more objectionable features of the former document. The Secretary explained that his action had no other intention than to furnish a means of rallying the Methodist people in favor of the Union in localities where the rebellion had disorganized and scattered them. This explanation was not entirely satisfactory to the President, but he thought best to make no further public reference to the matter. Scarcely was this affair disposed of when a complaint was received from Memphis of some interference by the military with a church edifice there. Mr. Lincoln made upon the paper this peremptory endorsement: "If the military have military need of the church building, let them keep it. Otherwise let them get out of it, and leave it and its owners alone, except for causes that justify the arrest of anyone." 2 months later the President, hearing of further complications in the case, made still another order, which, even at the risk of wearying the reader, we will give, from his own manuscript, as illustrating not only his conscientious desire that justice should be done, but also the exasperating obstacles he was continually compelled to surmount in those troubled times to accomplish, with all the vast powers at his disposition, this reasonable desire. I am now told that the military were not in possession of the building, and yet that in pretended execution of the above, they, the military, put one set of men out of and another set into the building. This, if true, is most extraordinary. I say again, if there be no military need for the building, leave it alone, neither putting any one in nor out of it except on finding some one preaching or practicing treason, in which case lay hands upon him just as if he were doing the same thing in any other building, or in the streets or highways. He at last made himself understood and his orders respected. Yet so widespread was the tendency of generals to meddle with matters beyond their jurisdiction that it took 3 years of such vehement injunctions as these to teach them to keep their hands away from the clergy and the churches. Lincoln had a profound respect for every form of sincere religious belief. He steadily refused to show favor to any particular denomination of Christians, and when General Grant issued an unjust and injurious order against the Jews, expelling them from his department, the President ordered it to be revoked the moment it was brought to his notice. Lincoln was a man of profound and intense religious feeling. We have no purpose of attempting to formulate his creed. We question if he himself ever did so. There have been swift witnesses who, judging from expressions uttered in his callow youth, have called him an atheist, and others who, with the most laudable intentions, have remembered improbable conversations which they bring forward to prove at once his orthodoxy and their own intimacy with him. But leaving aside these apocryphal evidences, we have only to look at his authentic public and private utterances to see how deep and strong in all the latter part of his life was the current of his religious thought and emotion. He continually invited and appreciated, at their highest value, the prayers of good people. The pressure of the tremendous problems by which he was surrounded, the awful moral significance of the conflict in which he was the chief combatant, the overwhelming sense of personal responsibility which never left him for an hour, all contributed to produce, in a temperament naturally serious and predisposed to a spiritual view of life and conduct, a sense of reverent acceptance of the guidance of a superior power. From that morning when, standing amid the falling snowflakes on the railway car at Springfield, he asked the prayers of his neighbors in those touching phrases whose echo rose that night in invocations from thousands of family altars, to the memorable hour when, on the steps of the national Capitol, he humbled himself before his Creator, in the sublime words of the Second Inaugural, there is not an expression known to have come from his lips or his pen, but proves that he held himself answerable in every act of his career, to a more august tribunal than any on earth. The fact that he was not a communicant of any church, and that he was singularly reserved in regard to his personal religious life, gives only the greater force to these striking proofs of his profound reverence and faith. In final substantiation of this assertion, we subjoin 2 papers from the hand of the President, one official and the other private, which bear within themselves the imprint of a sincere devotion and a steadfast reliance upon the power and benignity of an overruling Providence. The first is an order which he issued on the 16th of November, 1862, on the observance of Sunday. The President, Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, desires and enjoins the orderly observance of the Sabbath by the officers and men in the military and naval service, the importance for man and beast of prescribed weekly rest, the sacred rights of Christian soldiers and sailors, a becoming deference to the best sentiment of a Christian people, and a due regard for the divine will, demand that Sunday labor in the Army and Navy be reduced to the measure of strict necessity. The discipline and character of the national forces should not suffer, nor the cause they defend be imperiled, by the profanation of the day or name of the Most High. At this time of public distress, adopting the words of Washington in 1776, men may find enough to do in the service of God and their country without abandoning themselves to vice and immorality. The first general order issued by the Father of his country after the Declaration of Independence indicates the spirit in which our institutions were founded and should ever be defended. the general hopes and trusts that every officer and man will endeavor to live and act as becomes a Christian soldier, defending the dearest rights and liberties of his country. But if it may be said that this order was, after all, an exoteric utterance springing from those relations of religion and good government which the wisest rulers have always recognized in their intercourse with the people, we will give one other document, of which nothing of the sort can be said. It is a paper which Mr. Lincoln wrote in September 1862, while his mind was burdened with the weightiest question of his life, the weightiest with which this country has had to grapple. Wearied with all the considerations of law and of expediency with which he had been struggling for 2 years, he retired within himself, and tried to bring some order into his thoughts by rising above the wrangling of men and of parties, and pondering the relations of human government to the divine. In this frame of mind, absolutely detached from any earthly considerations, he wrote this meditation. It has never been published. It was not written to be seen of men. It was penned in the awful sincerity of a perfectly honest soul trying to bring itself into closer communion with its Maker. The will of God prevails. In great contests each party claims to act in accordance with the will of God. Both may be and one must be wrong. God cannot be for and against the same thing at the same time. In the present civil war it is quite possible that God's purpose is something different from the purpose of either party, and yet the human instrumentalities, working just as they do, are of the best adaptation to effect his purpose. I am almost ready to say that this is probably true, that God wills this contest, and wills that it shall not end yet. By his mere great power on the minds of the now contestants, he could have either saved or destroyed the Union without a human contest. Yet the contest began, and having begun, he could give the final victory to either side any day. Yet the contest proceeds. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 16, Military Governors. By the Union victories in the spring of 1862, very considerable areas of territory in states in rebellion came under the control and occupation of the Union armies, namely, in Tennessee after the battles of Fort Donelson and Shiloh, in Arkansas after the Battle of Pea Ridge, in North Carolina after the capture of Roanoke Island, and in Louisiana after the capture of New Orleans. The sudden change from Confederate to Federal authority involved everywhere either a serious derangement or total cessation of the ordinary administration of local civil law, and the displacement from the occupied territory of state governments and state officials who claimed to be exercising functions under ordinances of secession, and yielding obedience to the self-styled Confederate States. A similar displacement had occurred in Virginia and in Missouri during the year 1861, but in those states prompt remedies were available. In Virginia, by a spontaneous and overwhelming popular movement, a delegate convention was assembled, which at once abrogated the rebel and restored a federal state government, from which in due time sprang the separation of Virginia and the erection and admission of the new state of West Virginia. In Missouri there existed a lawfully chosen state convention, a full quorum of which was called together under its own rules, and by ordinances of undoubted validity vacated the state offices held by insurgents and appointed a provisional state government loyal to the Federal Union. Neither of these courses, however, was immediately feasible in the other states we have named, and a substitute was found in the appointment of military governors to represent and exert such state and local authority as the anomalous conditions made practicable, and as the supreme military necessities might allow. The first of these appointments occurred in Tennessee. Nashville, the capital, having been evacuated about February 23, 1862, President Lincoln nominated and the Senate confirmed Andrew Johnson, March 4, 1862, as military governor with the rank of brigadier general. In a speech made by Governor Johnson at Nashville on assuming his duties, he thus sketched what he understood to be his official functions. The state government has disappeared. The executive has abdicated. The legislature has dissolved. The judiciary is in abeyance. The archives have been desecrated, the public property stolen and destroyed. The vaults of the state bank violated and its treasures robbed, including the funds carefully gathered and consecrated for all time to the instruction of our children. In such a lamentable crisis, the government of the United States could not be unmindful of its high constitutional obligation to guarantee to every state in this Union a republican form of government. This obligation the national government is now attempting to discharge. I have been appointed, in the absence of the regular and established state authorities, as military governor for the time being, to preserve the public property of the state, to give the protection of law actively enforced to her citizens, and as speedily as may be, to restore her government to the same condition as before the existing rebellion. I find most, if not all, of the offices, both State and Federal, vacated either by actual abandonment or by the action of the incumbents in attempting to subordinate their functions to a power in hostility to the fundamental law of the State and subversive of her national allegiance. I shall therefore, as early as practicable, designate for various positions under the State and county governments from among my fellow citizens persons of probity and intelligence, and bearing true allegiance to the Constitution and government of the United States, who will execute the functions of their respective offices until their places can be filled by the action of the people. Conforming to this precedent, Mr. Lincoln, through the Secretary of War, appointed Edward Stanley, military governor of North Carolina, with authority to exercise and perform within the limits of that State all and singular the powers, duties, and functions pertaining to the office of military governor, including the power to establish all necessary offices and tribunals, and suspend the writ of habeas corpus during the pleasure of the President, or until the loyal inhabitants of that State shall organize a civil government in conformity with the Constitution of the United States. It is obvious to you, added the Secretary on the 20th, that the great purpose of your appointment is to reestablish the authority of the Federal Government in the State of North Carolina and provide the means of maintaining peace and security to the loyal inhabitants of that State until they shall be able to establish a civil government. In like manner, soon after news was received of the successes in the Gulf, Colonel G. F. Shepley of the 12th Maine Infantry of Butler's army was appointed military governor of Louisiana, this selection being made because General Butler had already designated him to act as mayor of the city of New Orleans, and it was thought best to combine both functions in the same individual. The utility of such appointments had been so far demonstrated that when General Curtis, after the Battle of Pea Ridge, had marched down White River to Helena on the Mississippi River and was preparing to resume from that point his meditated advance on Little Rock, with every prospect that he would be able to hold it permanently, a similar commission as military governor of Arkansas was given to John S. Phelps, a citizen of Missouri, with the intention that he should accompany the army and assume his duties as soon as the capital of the State was reached, to prevent the delays of communication to and from Washington. Subsequent military events, however, delayed the advance of the Union Army to that place more than a year, and when it finally occurred, a spontaneous popular movement organized a convention which appointed a provisional governor, rendering the intervention of a military governor unnecessary. Mr. Phelps, therefore, never actually entered upon any practical official duties. It is not within the scope of this work to review the official administration of these military governors, except so far as it relates to the action of President Lincoln on the subject of what is known as Reconstruction, or more properly, the reorganization of loyal State governments. His treatment of the question, both theoretical and practical, grew logically out of the successive military and political events of his administration. In his inaugural address, the President had laid down the following propositions: I hold that in contemplation of universal law and of the Constitution, the union of these States is perpetual. Perpetuity is implied, if not expressed, in the fundamental law of all national governments. It follows from these views that no State, upon its own mere motion, can lawfully get out of the Union, that resolves and ordinances to that effect are legally void, and that acts of violence within any State or States against the authority of the United States are insurrectionary or revolutionary, according to circumstances. I therefore consider that in view of the Constitution and the laws, the Union is unbroken. And in his special message to Congress on July 4, 1861, occurs this supplementary declaration: the States have their status in the Union, and they have no other legal status. If they break from this, they can only do so against law and by revolution. It is hardly necessary to prove that by the term revolution the President meant successful and not merely attempted revolution. The action of the government in all its departments was based upon the idea that the rebellion was the unlawful proceeding of individuals which neither destroyed nor impaired any rights or obligations of statehood, nor even any rights or obligations of their co-citizens who remained loyal. This doctrine was announced by Mr. Lincoln in the same special message, where he declared, "The people of Virginia have thus allowed this giant insurrection to make its nest within her borders, and this government has no choice left but to deal with it where it finds it, and it has the less regret as the loyal citizens have in due form claimed its protection. Those loyal citizens this government is bound to recognize and protect as being Virginia." The language refers, of course, to the provisional government headed by Pierpont, which was organized by the Wheeling Convention. Congress took precisely the same view of the matter in recognizing and admitting to seats not alone senators and representatives from Virginia and Missouri, where provisional loyal State governments had been organized, but also Senator Andrew Johnson and Representatives Horace Maynard and Andrew J. Clements from Tennessee, where no such reorganization had taken place. We have no further expression of Lincoln's views until the midsummer of 1862, when he touched upon the subject quite incidentally in connection with Louisiana matters. Reverdy Johnson, who had been sent there on government business, wrote him that complaints were being made about the course of General Phelps of Butler's army. In his reply of July 26, 1862, Mr. Lincoln wrote, "The people of Louisiana, all intelligent people everywhere, know full well that I never had a wish to touch the foundations of their society or any right of theirs. With perfect knowledge of this, they forced a necessity upon me to send armies among them, and it is their own fault, not mine, that they are annoyed by the presence of General Phelps. They very well know the way to avert all this is simply to take their place in the Union upon the old terms." 2 days later, the President developed his idea more fully in a letter to Cuthbert Bullitt. "The people of Louisiana who wish protection to person and property have but to reach forth their hands and take it. Let them in good faith reinaugurate the national authority and set up a State government conforming thereto under the Constitution. They know how to do it, and can have the protection of the army while doing it. The army will be withdrawn so soon as such State government can dispense with its presence, and the people of the State can then, upon the old constitutional terms, govern themselves to their own liking. It would seem that after writing this letter, President Lincoln took no further action upon the subject of Reconstruction for more than 2 months. During this time he fully matured the policy he intended to pursue in regard to slavery, and definitely announced it in the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation of September 22, 1862. That proclamation gave notice that States which were in good faith represented in Congress would be deemed not in rebellion, and would by such return to loyalty escape the threatened penalty of emancipation. In addition, it seemed to him but just to give, so far as he could, a reasonable opportunity for such repentance to manifest itself. Accordingly, on the 14th of October, he sent, by a former resident of Louisiana and the only representative from that State who had kept his seat in Congress in defiance of her ordinance of secession, the following confidential letter to the commander of the Department of the Gulf and the military governor of Louisiana. Executive Mansion, Washington, October 14, 1862. Major General Butler, Governor Shepley, and all having military and naval authority under the United States within the State of Louisiana. The bearer of this, Honorable John E. Bouligny, a citizen of Louisiana, goes to that State seeking to have such of the people thereof as desire to avoid the unsatisfactory prospect before them, and to have peace again upon the old terms, under the Constitution of the United States, to manifest such desire by elections of members to the Congress of the United States particularly, and perhaps a legislature, State officers, and United States senators friendly to their object. I shall be glad for you and each of you to aid him and all others acting for this object as much as possible. In all available ways, give the people a chance to express their wishes at these elections. Follow forms of law as far as convenient, but at all events get the expression of the largest number of the people possible. All see how such action will connect with and affect the proclamation of September 22. Of course, the men elected should be gentlemen of character, willing to swear support to the Constitution as of old, and known to be above reasonable suspicion of duplicity. Yours very respectfully, A. Lincoln. There appears to have been some delay in the delivery of the foregoing letter to Governor Shepley, though it would seem that the President's desire to have members of Congress elected became known to the New Orleans politicians, who naturally were interested in these prospective chances, and one of them came to consult the President. He bore back with him a letter explaining that Mr. Lincoln desired a genuine election and not a sham, a revival of healthy political action to demonstrate whether or not Louisiana contained any loyal citizens. Dear Sir, Dr. Kennedy, bearer of this, has some apprehension that Federal officers, not citizens of Louisiana, may be set up as candidates for Congress in that State. In my view, there could be no possible object in such an election. We do not particularly need members of Congress from there to enable us to get along with legislation here. What we do want is the conclusive evidence that respectable citizens of Louisiana are willing to be members of Congress and to swear support to the Constitution, and that other respectable citizens there are willing to vote for them and send them. To send a parcel of Northern men here as representatives, elected, as would be understood, and perhaps really so, at the point of the bayonet, would be disgraceful and outrageous. And were I a member of Congress here, I would vote against admitting any such man to a seat. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln. Honorable G. F. Shepley. On the same day, the President also addressed a private letter to Governor Shepley, setting forth at considerable length the specific action he wished the military governor to take to inaugurate Reconstruction. Your letter of the 6th instant to the Secretary of War has been placed in my hands, and I am annoyed to learn from it that, at its date, nothing had been done about Congressional elections. On the 14th of October, I addressed a letter to General Butler, yourself, and others upon this very subject, sending it by Honorable Mr. Bouligny. I now regret the necessity of inferring that you had not seen this letter up to the 6th instant. I enclose you a copy of it, and also a copy of another addressed to yourself this morning upon the same general subject, and placed in the hands of Dr. Kennedy. I ask attention to both. I wish elections for congressmen to take place in Louisiana, but I wish it to be a movement of the people of the district, and not a movement of our military and quasi-military authorities there. I merely wish our authorities to give the people a chance, to protect them against secession interference. Of course, the election cannot be according to strict law. By state law, there is, I suppose, no election day before January, and the regular election officers will not act in many cases, if in any. These knots must be cut, the main object being to get an expression of the people. If they would fix a day and a way for themselves, all the better. But if they stand idle, not seeming to know what to do you fix these things for them by proclamation, and do not waste a day about it, but fix the election day early enough that we can hear the result here by the 1st of January. Fix a day for an election in all the districts, and have it held in as many places as you can. Under this direction of the President, Governor Shepley caused an election for members of Congress to be held in the 1st and 2nd congressional districts of Louisiana, each of which embraced about one-half of the city of New Orleans, with some outlying territory, all other districts of the state being outside the Union military lines. The usual legal forms prescribed by the statutes of the state were observed. The governor appointed sheriffs and commissioners of election, and old citizens of the state of loyalty and respectability accepted the appointments and discharged their duties to the entire satisfaction of both candidates and voters. The election was held on the 3rd of December, 1862, in perfect order and quiet. It was in no wise interfered with by the army, and no Federal office holder was a candidate. Indeed, it was admitted that for the first time in a considerable number of years, every qualified voter might freely cast his ballot without fear of intimidation or violence. In the 1st district, B.F. Flanders was chosen by 2,370 out of the total of 2,643 votes. In the 2nd district, Michael Hahn was chosen by 2,799 out of the total of 5,117, about one-half the usual vote having been polled in each district. Flanders and Hahn were admitted to seats in the House of Representatives after full scrutiny, the chairman of the Committee on Elections declaring that this had every essential of a regular election in a time of most profound peace, with the exception of the fact that the proclamation was issued by the military instead of the civil governor of Louisiana. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 17, Colonization. The political creed of Abraham Lincoln embraced, among other tenets, a belief in the value and promise of colonization as one means of solving the great race problem involved in the existence of slavery in the United States. This belief he had learned from the teachings of some of the most eminent American statesmen, notably from the leader and idol of the Whig party, Henry Clay. It was a theory which commended itself especially to progressive thinkers in the Southern States, as a doctrine permitting them the expression of liberal and humane views on slavery, without subjecting them to the odium connecting itself with the avowal of what was stigmatized as simple abolitionism. We need not here discuss the doctrine of colonization. It had been advocated for half a century, favored by some of the greatest minds of the nation, and the government was fully committed to it by the part it had practically and officially taken in the establishment of first the colony and afterwards the independent state of Liberia. When we consider all the conditions under which that experiment was tried, it is perhaps equally rash to pronounce it either a success or a failure. Without being an enthusiast, Lincoln was a firm believer in colonization. He did not shut his eyes to its difficulties. "If all earthly power were given me," said he in debate with Douglas, "I should not know what to do as to the existing institution. My first impulse would be to free all the slaves and send them to Liberia, to their own native land. But a moment's reflection would convince me that whatever of high hope as I think there may be in this, in the long run its sudden execution is impossible. If they were all landed there in a day, they would all perish in the next 10 days, and there are not surplus shipping and surplus money enough in the world to carry them there in many times 10 days." But he had also said a year before, "The enterprise is a difficult one, but where there is a will, there is a way, and what colonization needs most is a hearty will. Will springs from the two elements of moral sense and self-interest. Let us be brought to believe it is morally right, and at the same time favorable to, or at least not against our interest, to transfer the African to his native clime, and we shall find a way to do it, however great the task may be." When Lincoln uttered these sentiments, he little dreamed that the problem would ever confront him in a serious practical form. But already, during the first year of the war, large numbers of slaves in rebel states not only became actually free by escape or capture, but also legally free through the operation of the earliest Confiscation Act, approved August 6, 1861. In this new condition, their protection and maintenance to a considerable extent fell upon the government, and while the able-bodied rendered service in return, the care and support of those incapable of military labor formed a serious burden upon Army resources and supervision. In touching on the question in his first annual message to Congress, the President took into view the future of slaves freed and to be freed by Army movements. He had already resolved upon his plan of compensated abolishment, through which he hoped to bring about emancipation in the border States, and it seemed to him that nothing would contribute so powerfully to this result as some comprehensive and well-considered scheme of colonization. He therefore strongly urged the project in his message, recommending the appropriation of money and the acquisition of territory for that object, keeping always in view, however, as specifically declared in his later messages, that it should be with the consent of the freed people. Congress responded to these recommendations by three distinct enactments. First, the appropriation of $100,000 to aid in the colonization and settlement of such free Negroes residing in the District of Columbia, or of those to be freed under the Emancipation Act for that district, as may desire to emigrate to the Republic of Hayti or Liberia, or such other country beyond the limits of the United States as the President may determine. Second, an appropriation of $500,000 to carry out the act of Congress for the emancipation of the slaves in the District of Columbia, and to colonize those to be made free by the probable passage of a confiscation bill. Third, a clause of the Confiscation Act that the President of the United States is hereby authorized to make provision for the transportation, colonization, and settlement in some tropical country beyond the limits of the United States of such persons of the African race made free by the provisions of this act as may be willing to emigrate, having first obtained the consent of the government of said country to their protection and settlement within the same, with all the rights and privileges of free men. In accordance with the authority conferred by these acts, Mr. Seward, on the 30th of September, addressed a circular to the governments of England, France, the Netherlands, and Denmark, making known to them the desire of the President to enter into negotiations on the subject of colonization with any foreign power having territory or colonies within the tropics, which, maintaining free constitutional government, might desire the benefits of such emigration. He suggested a 10 years treaty, mentioning also somewhat elaborate specifications of guarantees for the perpetual freedom, protection, and equal rights of the colonists and their descendants. Both before and after the transmission of this circular, various propositions came to the Department of State offering lands for such colonization in the Danish island of St. Croix, West Indies, in the Netherlands colony of Suriname, in the British colony of Guyana, in British Honduras, in Haiti, in Liberia, in New Granada, and in Ecuador. Among these propositions, two only commended themselves to the special attention of the President. The first was a colony proposed to be settled on the lands lying on the lagoon and harbor of Chiriqui in the northwestern corner of the state of Panama, of the Republic of New Granada, along the line of one of the proposed ship canals across the Isthmus of Darien. It was reported that here, in addition to the ordinary advantages of tropical soil and climate and its proximity to a prospective route of international commerce, there existed valuable deposits of coal, the mining of which for naval supply would at once furnish profitable occupation to labor. This locality seemed to offer such a combination of favorable opportunities that Mr. Lincoln for a time interested himself greatly in the examination and furtherance of the enterprise, and a preliminary contract was made with the grantee of the lands to begin colonization and improvements as soon as an eligible site could be selected. Two obstacles to the consummation of the scheme, however, developed themselves. One was that a conflict of title and jurisdiction between the States of Costa Rica and New Granada was brought to the notice of the Department of State, which caused a suspension of preparations until it could be settled. The other was of a yet more serious character. Documents and reports which had been submitted to the President seemed sufficiently to authenticate the existence of valuable coal beds at the point indicated, but feeling a necessity for the greatest caution in an undertaking of such magnitude and consequence, he referred the question to Professor Henry of the Smithsonian Institution for scientific examination. This discreet and learned officer answered that the geological formation of the Chiriqui district is not that of the true coal measures, but that of the tertiary deposit in which only lignite is found. He further enclosed the written opinion of an expert, which pronounced the Chiriqui coal of little or no commercial value. A boxful of it sent to the Academy of Sciences, Philadelphia, has slacked down to a boxful of coal dirt. This is, of course, owing to the abundance of sulphuret of iron. It would be a dangerous coal also to carry on voyages, for it would spontaneously take fire. I think that if the government owned large beds and extensive tracts favorably situated for getting out the coal, it would not use the coal when placed in depot, and would abandon the mines after they had been opened. Professor Henry therefore added this emphatic advice: I hope the government will not make any contracts in regard to the purchase of the Chiriqui district until it has been thoroughly examined by persons of known capacity and integrity. A critical examination of all that has been reported on the existence of valuable beds of coal in that region has failed to convince me of the fact. This revelation, added to the controversy about the title, seems to have terminated the Chiriqui enterprise. Before this result was reached, another project had been under consideration to establish a colony on one of the islands of Hayti. A Mr. Bernard Koch, represented to be a businessman, thus described the locality in a letter to the President. The most beautiful, healthy, and fertile of all the islands belonging to the Republic of Hayti is the island of Avache, which is about 12 miles from the city of Aux-Cayes. It covers an area of about 100 square miles, is known to be free from reptiles, and to have a healthy and agreeable temperature, the thermometer rising rarely above 80 degrees in the shade, in consequence of its exposure to the trade winds. The interior of the island is hilly, in some places rising as high as 300 feet above the level of the sea. It is well timbered with mahogany, oak, hard and dye woods, while in the neighborhood of the coast it is mostly prairie land and ready for the plow. As would be expected in a country like this, the soil and climate are adapted for all tropical productions, particularly sugar, coffee, indigo, and more especially cotton, which is indigenous. Upon the north side of the island is the beautiful Bay of Ferret, with an average depth of 28 feet, upon whose bosom a large fleet could repose in safety, secure from the storms of the ocean. And here it is proposed to erect a commercial city, with all the conveniences necessary to such an enterprise. Before the revolution which gave Saint Domingo to the colored race, a portion of this island was cultivated by the Duke of Praslin, to whom it belonged by right of concession, but the French were driven from it, and for nearly 100 years it has been a solitary waste, awaiting the hand of industry to awaken its echoes. Attracted by its beauty, the value of its timber, its extreme fertility, and its adaptation for the cultivation of cotton, I prevailed upon President Geffrard to concede the island to me for 20 years, the documentary evidence of which has been lodged with the Secretary of the Interior. On the 31st of December, 1862, the President signed a contract under which Bernard Koch, for a compensation of $50 per head from the government, agreed to colonize 5,000 persons of African descent on the island of Avache. The contractor bound himself to furnish the colonists comfortable houses, garden lots, substantial food, medical attendance, and medicines, provide them churches, religious instruction, and elementary schools, and employ them during 4 years for money wages at rates varying from $4 per month for minors and women to $10 per month for male adults. 10 hours' work to constitute a day's labor. The contractor further agreed to procure from the Haitian government the guarantee stipulated for in Mr. Seward's circular of September 30, 1862, proposing emigration to foreign governments as follows: all such emigrants and their posterity shall forever remain free, and in no case be reduced to bondage, slavery, or involuntary servitude, except for crime. And they shall specially enjoy liberty of conscience, and the right to acquire, hold, and transmit property, and all other privileges of persons common to the inhabitants of the country in which they reside. It should be further stipulated that in cases of indigence resulting from injury, sickness, or age, any of such immigrants who shall become paupers shall not thereupon be suffered to perish or come to want, but shall be supported and cared for as is customary with similar inhabitants of the country in which they shall be residents. Koch thereupon sought the financial assistance of certain capitalists in New York and Boston, and laid before them this brilliant scheme of speculation. He would transport 500 emigrants to this island. They would immediately begin a plantation on which, by the 1st of the following September, a period of 8 or 9 months, he would guarantee a crop of 1,000 bales of cotton, which cotton, at the prospective war price of $1 per pound and 450 pounds to the bale, would yield nearly $500,000. The estimate of necessary outlay to accomplish this result he placed at $70,000. The hearts of millionaires could not withstand the temptation of a project which promised a profit of more than 600% in 9 months, especially as it combined itself with the opportunity of promoting great moral benefits to country and humanity. Without taking the necessary time and pains to investigate rigidly the personal character and qualifications of Bernard Koch, or even to inspect the contract which the President had signed, but depending blindly upon the misrepresentations Koch made to them, they became responsible for considerable advances and expenditures with which he began to freight ships and collect emigrants. But a brief time had elapsed when it became known to the government that Bernard Koch was an irresponsible and untruthful adventurer, whose project had no substantial foundation except his lease of the island and the confidence the capitalists had given him. There was also an ominous rumor that he was in league with Captain Semmes, the Confederate privateer, to hand over the negroes to him on the high seas as captured runaway slaves. Under such circumstances, the President not only refused to proceed, but immediately caused the contract to be canceled. This turn of affairs left the capitalists in an awkward situation, and to secure their financial venture on the one hand and the continuance of the experiment of colonization on the other, they caused Bernard Koch to assign his lease of the island to them, and they in their own names entered into a contract with the Secretary of the Interior on the 6th of April, 1863, similar in its main features to the one which had been canceled. Under this second contract, a shipload of colonists was collected from among the contrabands about Fort Monroe, and during that month the Ocean Ranger sailed for Isle aux Vaches with colored emigrants, variously stated to number from 411 to 453 persons, about one-third of whom were women and children. In the absence of full records, there is uncertainty, not alone about the number of persons, the date of sailing, and date of arrival, but also about the correctness of charges of neglect and privation during the voyage. One sad occurrence is admitted by all. Through some carelessness, infection from a military hospital on Craney Island was carried on shipboard, and during the voyage smallpox broke out, from which 20 or 30 died. The scourge was soon controlled after landing, but other hardships confronted the colonists. No hospital was ready for the sick. No houses were ready for those who were well. The small stock of lumber sent out was used for the main buildings and warehouses, and the working people were obliged to shelter themselves in huts of wicker work and palm leaf thatch, rudely constructed after the Haytian fashion. Exposure, which ought to have been provided against, brought a certain amount of sickness which might have been avoided. The delays attending the sailing brought the colony to its destination in an unpropitious season. Bernard Koch was sent along as governor of the colony because of the legal formalities necessary to the assignment of his lease. But although he was merely a political and financial dummy, he put on the airs of a petty despot, and by neglect and oppression rendered himself so obnoxious to the colonists that they finally drove him from the island. Some of the white superintendents sickened and died. Insect pests tormented the badly sheltered people. Between accusations of mismanagement and oppression on the one side, and of idleness, extravagant demands, and mutiny on the other, the quiet and security of the settlement were far from Arcadian. Churches and schools remained only dreams of a forgotten promise. The Haytian government naturalized the emigrants, but refused to give the guarantee stipulated for by Mr. Seward. It is alleged that parties on the mainland, interested in rival projects of colonization, busied themselves in stirring up discontent to thwart the enterprise. The 1st of September came, but there were no crops for food, no 1,000 bales of cotton, only a wharf and a number of buildings on a fine bay and harbor, flanked by a motley and miserable collection of huts, and some roads cut through the almost impenetrable jungle from the extemporized village to the more eligible savannas or prairies lying a mile or two inland. Rumors of the situation had come to the President, and on the 17th of October, D.C. Donahue, a special agent, was instructed to go to the colony to investigate its condition and afford it relief. Numerous unavoidable causes delayed his arrival until the 15th of December. On the 12th of December, the silent partner in the firm of capitalists, whose names were signed to the contract, wrote to the Secretary of the Interior, saying, "By the next steamer I shall send out instructions to supply them, the emigrants, with nothing more at our expense, nor shall we pay any further drafts that may be made for their support." The report of the special agent says, "Upon my arrival at the island, I was informed that the company, the contractors with the government, had ceased to give the emigrants either employment or wages since the 5th day of November, 40 days before my arrival. I found that there was but a small stock of provisions upon the island, and but a small portion of these suitable for the sick." Another part of his report states, "I found there surviving of that party a few of the number at O'Kay's, 378 souls. The residue of the 431 mentioned in the journal of one Bernard Koch, who accompanied the emigrants, had either died or returned to the United States. My information is that the number of the latter was 8. Of the number on the island, 31 were seriously sick, and numerous others more or less disabled from the effects of poisonous insects in their feet. 4 died before leaving the island." According to the instructions he had received, the special agent immediately assumed charge of the emigrants, furnishing them with the necessaries of life, and ameliorating their condition in every feasible way. He found upon inquiry that the Haytian government was unwilling that the emigrants should remain upon the island, and they, on the other hand, were thoroughly dissatisfied and of one desire, to return to the United States. As soon, therefore, as the necessary arrangements could be made, the Secretary of the Interior sent a vessel to bring them back, and on the 4th of March, 1864, the survivors sailed from the island on the ship Marshalsea Day, casting anchor in the Potomac River opposite Alexandria, Virginia, on the 20th of the same month. The statements of both sides are so conflicting that it is impossible to form a satisfactory judgment whether, under better management, this experiment of colonization would have succeeded. The company alleged that their agents and superintendents, by actual trial, demonstrated the essential unfruitfulness of the soil. The government's special agent declared that the island of Vache is inconceivably fertile and as well watered as could be desired, very healthy considering the latitude, and well calculated to support the emigrants and yield a large surplus of the most valuable products. During my stay on the island, the colonists, under my direction, neatly dressed a field of about 20 acres of cotton, then just springing from the ground, and I had the pleasure, before my departure, of seeing this cotton beginning to ripen, having obtained a growth far beyond any I had ever seen, though I have visited and been acquainted with the best cotton-growing regions of the United States. To this statement he, however, adds the further opinion, for the formation of which his observations and experience would seem to have furnished him good opportunities. There are, in my judgment, reasons which will, for many years to come, render abortive all attempts at colonizing the free colored people of the United States in the Republic of Haiti, prominent among which are the great dissimilarities which exist in language, religion, education, and government. But aside from theories that might be faulty, or reports of observation which might prove inaccurate, the events of the war had already moved the question forward beyond the stage of judicious experiment. No further effort at colonization was made by the President, and by an act approved July 2, 1864, Congress repealed its appropriations for that object. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 18, Missouri Guerrillas and Politics. When Halleck went from his department headquarters at St. Louis to take command of the Union armies in Tennessee and begin his Corinth campaign, he left with General Schofield as his sole instruction the brief injunction to take care of Missouri. Practically, Schofield had already for some months been charged with this duty by virtue of his command and supervision of the Missouri State Militia, which he had organized under the special agreement between the governor of that state and the president. The Missouri delegation in Congress, foreseeing the troubles likely to arise, asked the president to give Schofield independent command in the state during Halleck's absence. Lincoln referred the question to Halleck. Halleck's jealousy of authority comes out strongly in his reply. Quote, "I would rather resign than have him given an independent command in my department." End quote. Nevertheless, as Halleck not only remained in the field, but was in the following July transferred to Washington, the change was so far made as to erect Missouri, except 3 southeastern counties, into a separate military district, of which Schofield was given command. His instruction to take care of Missouri was not easy of execution. The social, political, and military disorders sprang from a tangle of conflicting sentiment and irreconcilable factions. At the bottom lay the hatred and daring of an active secession minority. Their sympathies and desires, springing from bitter pro-slavery intolerance, had created as a natural reaction an intense anti-slavery opposition, forming the basis and strength of the Missouri Unionists. But the Union Party also counted in its ranks many men of moderate pro-slavery views, whose conservatism the aggressive anti-slavery radicals were very little disposed to humor or tolerate. Minor causes of complication and rivalry existed in the former issue and revocation of the proclamation of Fremont, in the defense or condemnation of his military acts, in the support or the criticism of Halleck's Order No. 3, in the personal quarrels between the respective adherents of Fremont and Blair. These factions and their subdivisions so far mentioned had their main strength in the city of St. Louis and in the river towns of the Mississippi, forming a fringe along the eastern border of the state. Along its western border, near the dividing line between Missouri and Kansas, a somewhat different condition prevailed. There the dragon's teeth sown in the days of the border ruffians were yet yielding a baleful harvest of illicit arms and private vengeance. The complaints in former years of border ruffian forays from Missouri into Kansas were, as soon as the Civil War began, paid with interest by a continual accusation of incursions of Kansas jayhawkers and redlegs into Missouri. It was alleged that, under pretense of military service in the Union cause, they plundered the dwellings, stole the horses, and ran off the slaves of the neighborhoods they visited, without nice discrimination between the loyal and disloyal. They, on the other hand, retorted that such accusations came from men who with willful deception preached Unionism in public and practiced rebellion in secret. Midway through the state, or rather in a diagonal belt from southwest to northeast, lay the pathways and haunts of the guerrillas proper, along which surged irregularly and spasmodically the incursions and risings of partisan leaders and their bands of secession bushwhackers. During the winter of 1861, the military activity which attended the organization of the governor's Missouri State Militia, combined with the inclemency of the season, had served to maintain a reasonable quiet, but with the opening mildness of the summer, secession manifestations once more began to increase. The drilled United States regiments were mostly sent away to reinforce the Tennessee armies. Curtis, having won the decisive battle of Pea Ridge, was penetrating into Arkansas, and by that movement leaving southern Missouri without the controlling influence of a military force. The very completeness of his victory also produced a resort by the enemy to methods of warfare which bore pernicious fruits in Missouri. Not only did the Battle of Pea Ridge scatter and demoralize the rebel forces, which were for the moment united in that encounter, but the fragments of Van Dorn's army were soon afterwards entirely withdrawn from Arkansas to assist in stemming the tide of disaster in Tennessee. An official report of the Confederate commander, T. C. Hindman, draws a strong picture of the complete wreck of Confederate power and authority in Arkansas, which followed the Union victory of Pea Ridge, or, as the rebels named it, Elkhorn Tavern. Quote, The governor and other executive officers fled from the capital, taking the archives of the state with them. The courts were suspended, and civil magistrates almost universally ceased to exercise their functions. Confederate money was openly refused, or so depreciated as to be nearly worthless. This, with the short crop of the preceding year and the failure on all the uplands of the one then growing, gave rise to the cruelest extortion in the necessaries of life, and menaced the poor with actual starvation. These evils were aggravated by an address of the governor, issued shortly before his flight, deprecating the withdrawal of troops and threatening secession from the Confederacy." No single incident conveys so vivid an idea of the sudden weakening of resistance to the Union flag in the trans-Mississippi country, and none conveys a more striking idea of the geographical vastness of the conflict, than that here was an empire of territory which the side in possession could not defend, and the side in rightful authority could not occupy. If at that critical juncture McClellan had possessed the courage and skill to capture Richmond, and Halleck the genius and boldness to open the Mississippi, for the achievement of which successes the country and the administration had furnished both these generals armies sufficient in numbers, the rebellion could scarcely have maintained any cohesion beyond the year 1862. But McClellan failed, and Halleck's plans and orders threw the Western armies into a deplorable attitude of defense and delay, which left the enemy at all points time to renew their confidence and recruit their offensive strength. To a certain extent they availed themselves of this advantage in Arkansas and Missouri. The rebel General Hindman arrived at Little Rock about the end of May, 1862, with orders to revive the Confederate cause, though, if we may believe his report, he found little encouragement in his surroundings. "In the existing condition of things," he wrote, "General Beauregard could not spare me a soldier, a gun, a pound of powder, nor a single dollar of money." His own report admits that he remedied his difficulties to a small degree by exercising the unlimited authority of a military dictator, for which usurped powers and needless rigor he was censured by Jefferson Davis. The more noteworthy point of his report is the following frank language. "With the view to revive the hopes of loyal men in Missouri, and to get troops from that State, I gave authority to various persons to raise companies and regiments there, and to operate as guerrillas. They soon became exceedingly active, and rendered important services, destroying wagon trains and transports, tearing up railways, breaking telegraph lines, capturing towns, and thus compelling the enemy to keep there a large force that might have been employed elsewhere." The desperate policy and the barbarous orders of this character employed by certain Confederate officers must be held responsible for the horrors so deplorably common in the State of Missouri during the entire period of the rebellion. We have seen how General Price began this unlawful system of hostilities during the year 1861, and how the orders of Halleck defined and punished such crimes. Hindman's order brought a renewal of the system, which soon created danger and turmoil in many parts of the State. Severe remedies became necessary. "The time is past," said an order of General Schofield, May 29, 1862, "when insurrection and rebellion in Missouri can cloak itself under the guise of honorable warfare. The utmost vigilance and energy are enjoined upon all the troops of the State in hunting down and destroying these robbers and assassins. When caught in arms, engaged in their unlawful warfare, they will be shot down upon the spot." But the evil still continued to grow, and on the 23rd of June, General Schofield ordered further, "The rebels and rebel sympathizers in Missouri will be held responsible in their property, and, if need be, in their persons, for the damages that may hereafter be committed by the lawless bands which they have brought into existence, subsisted, encouraged, and sustained up to the present time. These lawless bands could not exist in Missouri a single week, but for the aid of influential and wealthy sympathizers, many of whom have taken the oath of allegiance to the United States, only to violate its spirit while they observe its form, so far as to escape punishment. If these people will not aid in putting down the demon they have raised among us, they must pay the damages. The sum of $5,000 for every soldier or Union citizen killed, from $1,000 to $5,000 for every one wounded, and the full value of all property destroyed or stolen by guerrillas will be assessed and collected from the class of persons described above and residing in the vicinity of the place where the act is committed." End quote. Notwithstanding all the vigilance the general could exercise, disorders and signs of danger from guerrillas increased to such a degree that, about a month later, July 22, 1862, an order was issued by authority of Governor Gamble to enroll and organize the entire militia of the State, so that any portion of it might be ready to be called into active service in threatened localities. This organization, exclusively under State laws, became known by the general term of Enrolled Missouri Militia. Two separate corps of militia were thus called into existence in Missouri, the distinction between which it is necessary to bear in mind. The Missouri State Militia was that organized under the agreement of the Governor and the President, and which was armed, clothed, and subsisted by the United States, and kept in continuous service, to the number, as we have seen, of about 13,000 men. The other was the Enrolled Militia, exclusively the creature of State laws and State orders, and at the State's expense. Of these, more than 50,000 were enrolled, of which number 30,000 were armed, 2/3 of them during the same month the order was issued. In the organization and employment of this latter body, while it rendered much good service at different times and places, several chronic and irremediable difficulties were found. The State treasury was empty, and it was well nigh impossible to collect taxes, hence assessments on the disloyal, and substitute money from those unwilling to serve, were resorted to for its expenses. The law permitted exemption for a year on the payment of $30, of which the better class of citizens naturally availed themselves. The more constant trouble was found to be the impossibility of excluding secessionists and secession sympathizers, or other unworthy and mischievous members, and it soon fell under a general suspicion and accusation of partial disloyalty, which, although unjust to the corps as a whole, was nevertheless too well grounded in relation to occasional individuals. The accusation was further strengthened by a curious blunder. The Governor and General Schofield, among other precautions, ordered an enrollment or registration of those who had aided or encouraged the rebellion, intending thereby to render them more easy to be watched and controlled, and certain careless officials made the mistake of actually incorporating a number of these registered disloyal persons in the enrolled militia, an error which was of course corrected when it came to the Governor's knowledge, but which appears to have existed long enough to cause many good Union men seriously to question the Governor's motives. At first it was proposed to use this enrolled militia by keeping the whole under mere paper organization and calling into temporary active service only such portion of it as was in the locality where an emergency might require. It was found, however, after sufficient experiment, that under these conditions organization was too loose and discipline too lax to produce proper efficiency. The expedient was therefore adopted, later on, of detailing from the whole body of enrolled militia 10 provisional regiments whose members were chosen for their special fitness and loyalty, and these 10 regiments were placed under General Schofield's orders, kept on continuous duty, and rendered efficient service. From this time onward, there is in the local history of Missouri such a confusion and contradiction of assertion and accusation concerning the motives and acts of both individuals and parties, such a blending of war and politics, of public service and private revenge, as frequently make it impossible to arrive at established facts or reach intelligent conclusions. But the chief agency in fomenting strife and producing crime was the persistent policy of Confederate commanders in prompting unlawful guerrilla warfare. The Missourians whom General Price had collected into his army of invasion in the summer and fall of the previous year, who were driven out of the state by Curtis during the winter and beaten and dispersed at the Battle of Pea Ridge, returned in great numbers to their homes and took the oath of amnesty to shield themselves from punishment for past offenses. However good their intentions may have been, many of them were once more lured from their pledges when Hinman's emissaries came among them in the spring, with new commissions and pretended Confederate authority unknown to recognized laws of war. Secret rendezvous were agreed upon and secret plans concerted, and a general guerrilla rising was already imminent when the Governor's order of enrollment caused the whole movement to blaze into sudden activity. Quote, "The desperate and sanguinary guerrilla war," says Schofield's report, "which for nearly 2 months raged almost without cessation, may be said to have begun about July 20th, 1862, by the assembling of small bands under Porter, Poindexter, and Cobb, who immediately commenced to rob and drive out the loyal people." End quote. He estimated that their followers amounted in the aggregate to about 5,000 men, their operations being mainly in northeastern Missouri. His reliance to quell the rising was upon the state militia, already partly drilled, and the enrolled militia, just called out. Considering the difficulties of the task, it was accomplished with reasonable promptness. Quote, "Porter's band," continues Schofield's report, "was immediately pursued by our cavalry almost without intermission for 12 days, during which time he was driven a distance of nearly 500 miles, and forced to fight our troops 9 sharp engagements." End quote. This band seems to have been finally destroyed at the Battle of Kirksville on August 6th, with a loss to the rebels of 180 killed, about 500 wounded, and a large number taken prisoners or scattered. The cooperating band under Poindexter was next followed, its attempted junction with Porter foiled, and in a few days entirely scattered and its leader captured. Almost simultaneously, a rising having the same characteristics occurred near the western Missouri line, where the enemy for a few days had some temporary successes. They captured the town of Independence, and by a skillful concentration of their bands, defeated the Union detachments sent against them in an encounter at Lone Jack. The gathering guerrillas were shaping their campaign to repeat the capture of Lexington on the Missouri River. The movement, however, failed to effect this coveted result. General Blunt, commanding the Kansas troops across the border, was called into Missouri, and the converging Union columns drove the guerrillas out of the southwestern corner of the state into Arkansas. Though no great campaign was made, and though no great battle took place, it was nevertheless a service full of toil and danger. General Schofield reports that, quote, "From the 1st of April to the 20th of September, our troops met the enemy in more than 100 engagements, great and small, in which our numbers varied from 40 or 50 to 1,000 or 1,200, and those of the enemy from a few men to 4,000 or 5,000." End quote. The dispersion and suppression of the guerrilla bands did not serve wholly to terminate local disturbances and offenses. The restraints of a common public opinion no longer existed. Neighborhood goodwill had become changed to neighborhood hatred and feud. Men took advantage of the license of war to settle personal grudges by all the violations of law, varying from petty theft to assassination, and parallel with this thirst for private revenge was the cupidity which turned crime into a source of private gain. It was alleged that horses stolen by secession guerrillas passed into the hands of doubtful Unionists, and through the connivance of military officers were sent to St. Louis and sold to the government. Constant trouble arose also out of questions about slaves. Those of rebel masters in the Confederate service were free by the confiscation acts of Congress, but the difficulty of discrimination under conditions where the administration of civil law was practically suspended may readily be imagined. Military administration is complicated, even under favorable circumstances, and in a case like this, where at least 2 and sometimes 3 different organizations, the state militia, the enrolled militia, and the federal volunteers, were acting concurrently, questions of jurisdiction created inextricable confusion in right and responsibility. As a rule, serious local quarrels in any part of the country, whether of personal politics or civil or military administration, very soon made their way to President Lincoln for settlement, and Governor Gamble's Missouri militia added its contribution of annoyance to his general burden. Towards the middle of September, rumors came from Arkansas that a new commander, Major General T.H. Holmes, had been assigned to the rebel force in that department, and that the governors of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas had held a conference and agreed upon a plan of concentration, which should once more unite as strong a Confederate army as their combined efforts might assemble in an active campaign to invade Missouri. Such a plan did not seem impracticable. The Union army under Curtis had found no large body of the enemy to dispute its march, but that march, for prudential reasons, had been changed from an advance against Little Rock to a descent along the White River eastward towards the Mississippi. This was good strategy so long as Vicksburg was the objective, but as soon as Halleck abandoned all thoughts of an expedition against that place, the army of Curtis necessarily fell into a merely defensive attitude. A rearrangement of military command appears in an order of the President under date of September 19, 1862, directing that Missouri, Arkansas, Kansas, and the bordering Indian Territory should constitute a new department, to be called the Department of the Missouri, to be commanded by Major General Samuel R. Curtis. Halleck, explaining the order to Schofield, writes at some length to exculpate himself from any inference of error or negligence by one of his periodical outbursts of indignation at politicians. Quote, "General Curtis, as the ranking officer," he says, "is given the command. This was the only way of cutting the knot. I was very much in hopes that some of the generals out there would gain some brilliant victory so as to cut off these pretensions of outsiders, but unfortunately nothing of the kind has occurred, and the cry is, 'Why keep in men who accomplish nothing?' The only answer I can give is, why put in men who know nothing of military affairs? Under these circumstances I have been obliged to leave things as much as possible in statu quo." This new arrangement served to change the relative positions of Schofield and Curtis. The former, gathering what troops he could, took the field in a campaign towards southwest Missouri to meet the expected invasion from Arkansas, while the latter, recalled from a short leave of absence, came to St. Louis, September 24, 1862, to take up his new headquarters and assume the general administration of the new Department of the Missouri. In truth, the difficulties in the military situation had grown primarily out of the error of Halleck, heretofore pointed out, in postponing the opening of the Mississippi River. When in the spring and summer of 1862 Halleck abandoned all thought of pursuing that prime and comprehensive object, and left Vicksburg to grow up into an almost impregnable Confederate citadel, he blighted the possibility of successful Union campaigns on both sides of the great river. That barrier stood as much in the way of a southward march through Arkansas as a southward march through Alabama or Mississippi. From the midsummer of 1862, therefore, until the fall of Vicksburg in midsummer of 1863, military campaigning in the trans-Mississippi country ceases to have any general significance. It resolves itself into the ordinary incidents of a contest between small Union posts of observation and the unceasing efforts of guerrilla leaders to create local uprisings and raids. For the Union troops and officers, it was a most laborious and dangerous service, bringing them nothing but vexation and discouragement, and breeding only intrigue and jealousy among themselves, keeping them constantly hampered and thwarted in their wishes, and offering them no opportunities for advance, for success, for distinction. The fact pointed out by Halleck that no general had gained a brilliant victory was due not so much to want of merit or courage as to the restraints which closed every avenue that might lead to a decisive contest. The campaign against Vicksburg, so sadly neglected in the spring, was resumed in the winter of 1862, but by this time it had become the work of a great army, and required the genius of a great general. To aid in collecting this army, Missouri was drained of troops, and the task of repressing guerrillas fell largely upon local Union sentiment, which in the main found its organization and effective strength in the enrolled militia. The only action of importance which marks the military administration of Curtis was the Battle of Prairie Grove in the northwest corner of Arkansas, where on the 7th of December the detachments respectively commanded by the Union generals James G. Blunt, who had been hovering all summer along the border of Kansas, and Francis J. Herron, who, finding Blunt pressed by the enemy coming northward with a view of entering Missouri, advanced by forced marches from near Springfield and formed a junction with Blunt just in the nick of time to defeat the Confederates under General Hindman. The losses on each side were about equal, and on the day following the engagement the Confederates retreated southward across the protecting barrier of the Boston Mountains. It was in a diminished degree a repetition of the Battle of Pea Ridge, fought in the preceding March, within 20 or 30 miles of the same place. In the main it served rather to keep both sides within their respective military limits, preventing the invasion of Missouri by the rebel leaders in Arkansas, and reciprocally restraining an advance of the Union leaders into Arkansas for the purpose of seizing Little Rock, a movement constantly planned and desired by them, and yet in the nature of things inexpedient, if not impracticable, until Vicksburg should fall. While general history, therefore, can take little note of the endless skirmishes and raids in Missouri which fill up the military record, the conduct of local military administration comes prominently into the foreground, not so much because of its intrinsic importance as through its indivisible relation to local politics, and through local politics to the great national questions of slavery and emancipation. The slavery question was indeed present as an ineradicable element of war almost everywhere, but in the state of Missouri, from the autumn of 1862, it not only supplemented, but in a certain degree even supplanted, the war itself. Curtis's earlier reports, made about 2 months after assuming command, are in a hopeful tone. With the approach of winter, the guerrilla troubles were diminishing. A quiet election had been held, the first since the attempted secession of Missouri, and adequate preparations existed to meet the threatened Arkansas invasion, which, as already stated, was repelled by the Battle of Prairie Grove. So effectually did this engagement serve to scatter the rebel forces that Schofield reported, January 31, 1863, quote, "There is no considerable force of the enemy north of the Arkansas River. Indeed, I believe they have all gone, or are going, as rapidly as possible to Vicksburg. 10,000 infantry and artillery can be spared from southern Missouri and northern Arkansas." End quote. Nevertheless, the administration at Washington was not free from trouble about Missouri, and as was so constantly happening, the intervention of President Lincoln was sought to compose the questions of difference, in which other officials could not or would not come to an agreement. One of the matters at issue is briefly and pertinently stated in his letter of the 29th of November, 1862, to Attorney General Bates. Quote, "Few things perplex me more than this question between Governor Gamble and the War Department as to whether the peculiar force organized by the former in Missouri are State troops or United States troops. Now, this is either an immaterial or a mischievous question. First, if no more is desired than to have it settled what name the force is to be called by, it is immaterial. Secondly, if it is desired for more than the fixing a name, it can only be to get a position from which to draw practical inferences. Then it is mischievous. Instead of settling one dispute by deciding the question, I should merely furnish a nestful of eggs for hatching new disputes. I believe the force is not strictly either State troops or United States troops. It is of mixed character. I therefore think it is safer, when a practical question arises, to decide that question directly, and not indirectly by deciding a general abstraction supposed to include it, and also including a great deal more. Without dispute, Governor Gamble appoints the officers of this force, and fills vacancies when they occur. The question now practically in dispute is, can Governor Gamble make a vacancy by removing an officer or accepting a resignation? Now, while it is proper that this question shall be settled, I do not perceive why either Governor Gamble or the government here should care which way it is settled. I am perplexed with it, only because there seems to be pertinacity about it. It seems to me that it might be either way without injury to the service, or that the offer of the Secretary of War to let Governor Gamble make vacancies, and he, the Secretary, to ratify the making of them, ought to be satisfactory." End quote. Just a month later, the President, by a similar letter to Governor Gamble and an official order, finally disposed of the quarrel as here indicated. Meanwhile, as rapidly as he could amid other pressing duties, Mr. Lincoln was grappling with another chronic Missouri difficulty. One of the most efficient means of controlling secession sympathizers of wealth and influence was a system of military assessments designed to prevent their giving assistance to guerrillas, as well as to compel them to bear their proper part of the burdens of war. Grievous complaints, however, arose that this authority was being abused, and the President felt that it was wise to remove as rapidly as possible all unnecessary burdens and temptations to oppression. Among the earliest directions to General Curtis was a request to suspend the order of military assessments of August 28, 1862, levying $500,000 on secessionists and Southern sympathizers of St. Louis County, to be, quote, used in arming, clothing, and subsisting the enrolled militia when in active service, and in providing for those families of militiamen and volunteers which might be left destitute." End quote. He asked him at the same time to make out and send him a statement of facts pertinent to the question, with his opinion upon it. A few weeks later, the President gave still more explicit directions to bring about a solution of this and other pending questions. On the 5th of January, 1863, he wrote to General Curtis as follows, quote, "I am having a good deal of trouble with Missouri matters, and I now sit down to write you particularly about it. One class of friends believe in greater severity and another in greater leniency in regard to arrests, banishments, and assessments. As usual in such cases, each questions the other's motives. On the one hand, it is insisted that Governor Gamble's Unionism, at most, is not better than a secondary spring of action, that Hunkerism and a wish for political influence stand before Unionism with him. On the other hand, it is urged that arrests, banishments, and assessments are made more for private malice, revenge, and pecuniary interest than for the public good. This morning I was told by a gentleman, who I have no doubt believes what he says, that in one case of assessments for $10,000, the different persons who paid compared receipts, and they found that they had paid $30,000. If this be true, the inference is that the collecting agents pocketed the odd $20,000. And true or not in the instance, nothing but the sternest necessity can justify the making and maintaining of a system so liable to such abuses. Doubtless the necessity for the making of the system in Missouri did exist, and whether it continues for the maintenance of it is now a practical and very important question. Some days ago Governor Gamble telegraphed me, asking that the assessments outside of St. Louis County might be suspended, as they already have been within it. And this morning all the members of Congress here, from Missouri but one, lay a paper before me asking the same thing. Now my belief is that Governor Gamble is an honest and true man, not less so than yourself, that you and he could confer together on this and other Missouri questions with great advantage to the public, that each knows something which the other does not, and that acting together you could about double your stock of pertinent information. May I not hope that you and he will attempt this? I could at once safely do, or you could safely do without me, whatever you and he agree upon. There is absolutely no reason why you should not agree." End quote. General Curtis held the interview with Governor Gamble as the President suggested, and his answer needs to be quoted in part to show the Governor's general policy and feeling, as well as his own. Quote, "In my interview with Governor Gamble, and in reference to persons charging him with selfish and ambitious motives, and doubts as to his fidelity, the Governor expressed his regrets, and evinced generous sentiments of loyalty. He said, what is true, there is too much disposition now to impeach everybody. I think, with you, that Governor Gamble is loyal, and I do not see any occasion for us to differ, except it may be as to some measures. But even upon these I do not think difficulty will arise between us. He goes for you and our country in some of your measures. I go for all. In regard to county assessments, he withdrew his enrolled militia publicly. I am checking them quietly. Our Union men here are much opposed to restraint in their pursuit of rebels, especially in the country where our friends have been persecuted, and where the assessments inure to the benefit of the widows and orphans of men killed by the rebels. There may be frauds, such as you name, but I doubt it. I should have had news of it. No assessment committee could commit such a fraud as you name with impunity. The calculation, I presume, is based on the supposition that men are assessed on the value of their property, whereas the assessments are made on a compound ratio of property and disloyalty. The assessments on persons for crimes committed in a neighborhood are considered a great restraint on rebels who have encouraged bands of rebels, and our friends fear that they will suffer if such restraints are taken off. I am implored not to remove them. I have earnest petitions and letters innumerable coming in, urging me to allow assessments to proceed. The county assessments are all made by local commanders, who claim that they understand their local difficulties better than I can. I therefore move cautiously and quietly, so as to avoid any new inspiration of rebel courage. On matters concerning the degree and direction of force against rebels, I am appealed to as the supposed head of military power in this vicinity. On complaints of too much severity, the Governor and Your Excellency are appealed to, and we do not, therefore, either of us, always see both sides. As to banishments, the Governor goes further than I do on that subject, although we might differ as to particular cases. Most of the banishments have been made as a commutation for imprisonments, determined by military commissions or local commanders, and in all instances where the community seems to think it safe, I try to procure a release." In immediate connection with the question of military assessments, it is necessary to quote the General's explanation of the system of military provost-marshals as one of the agencies of military government and administration in Missouri. Quote, "The provost-marshal system is not of my planting or growth, but it is now so old, deep-rooted, and widespread, it cannot be summarily disposed of without danger of losses and disasters. It began in General Fremont's administration. General Halleck had given the system a head by creating a provost-marshal general, and issued some orders devolving specific duties on these functionaries, and by a kind of common understanding, provost-marshals took charge of prisoners, watched contraband trade, discovered and arrested spies, found out rebel camps, and pursued and arrested the rebels in their neighborhoods. They operate with volunteers, militia, and police force, just as circumstances require, and in southern Iowa and large districts of Missouri, where recruiting guerrilla agents strive to organize their bands, they are the only stationary, permanent, official sentinels who keep me advised and guard the public safety. Public arms, prisoners, contraband property, and forfeited bonds are held by them and properly disposed of. An immediate discharge would create loss and confusion where everything is now quiet and secure. I regret that I am thus forced to defend a system I never did approve and have often condemned. I could not find either statute or military law to rest it upon. I have not appointed one except to fill the vacancy of the provost-marshal general, but the system has started and grown up from surrounding necessities. It is now working very extensively and quite harmoniously, and I believe it must in some shape be continued during the war. When a nation is at war, war exists everywhere, and we must have some sort of military representatives wherever military offenses can be committed. It costs too much to keep stationary troops everywhere, but without such officers as I may trust and constantly employ in every county of this State and in various parts of my department, I must have many more troops in actual service in Missouri." Notwithstanding the very fair show of argument made by Curtis, the President followed his more liberal inclination, already indicated in his letter of January 5th, which indeed was with him a constant motive of action. On the 20th of January, he made, through the Secretary of War, a general order to suspend, until further instructions, all action upon assessments for damages, not merely in St. Louis, but in the whole State of Missouri, and the system was not thereafter revived. While with the progress of the war local military questions were finding either a practical or official solution, and were on the whole diminishing in magnitude, a growing subject of irritation and discord presented itself in the question of emancipation. Brought into sudden activity by Fremont's proclamation of August 30th, 1861, it had since then remained a permanent issue. Not only the President's revocation of that military decree, but the later order, No. 3, of General Halleck, had been vigorously opposed and denounced by the more impatient and extreme anti-slavery sentiment of Missouri, for which the German population of the State formed a nucleus, important in numbers and influential in intelligence and zeal. With President Lincoln's proposition of compensated abolishment, made to Congress in March, 1862, the whole subject assumed a new prominence, though as yet the weight of public opinion in the State at large was apparently averse to the proposition. In the State Convention of Missouri, which met June 2d, the subject was taken up and a bill was introduced by Mr. Breckinridge, providing that all Negroes born in slavery in the State after January 1, 1865, should be slaves until they arrived at 25 years of age and no longer, unless sooner permanently removed from the State, and providing also for accepting the offer of Congress, recommended by the President, of compensation to the State, and through it to the owners, and for a vote of the people of Missouri to accept or reject the ordinance. It was hardly to be expected that the members of a convention, elected at the beginning of the rebellion, would be ready to act affirmatively on a matter not only proposing so radical a change, but one still involved in such angry controversy, and especially at the moment of a threatened guerrilla outbreak. The bill was summarily laid upon the table by a vote of 52 to 19. It seems to have occurred to the Conservatives, before final adjournment, that the course of the majority had been a little abrupt. 6 days after this action, Governor Gamble sent the convention a special message referring to the joint resolution of Congress offering aid to the States as a proposition of unexampled liberality, calling for a polite response, and suggesting that the action of the convention might be represented as rudely discourteous to the President and Congress, and would without doubt be so misrepresented as to excite a hostile feeling to the State among all those in authority who favored emancipation, and thus injuriously affects the interests of the State. And he suggested a response that the people, in choosing the convention, never intended or imagined that the body would act on such a question. Accordingly, on June 14th, a resolution was adopted, 37 to 23, quote, that while a majority of this convention have not felt authorized to take action with respect to the grave and delicate questions of private right and public policy presented by the said resolution, yet this body desires to recognize the liberality displayed by the government of the United States, and to express its profound appreciation thereof. End quote. While the members of the convention were thus veiling their dread of the dangerous topic in safe official phraseology, a popular undercurrent was manifesting a substantial and practical interest in it, wrought by the irresistible logic of daily events. On the 16th of June, there came together at Jefferson City a mass convention of the more progressive politicians of Missouri, numbering about 175 delegates from some 18 counties. While the representation was small as to geographical area, it was important in personality and party influence. The primary objective of the gathering was to organize for the fall election, and seizing upon this question as the most available and pertinent issue, they adopted resolutions bringing the matter of compensated emancipation before the people, favoring gradual emancipation to be so initiated as not to injure pecuniarily any loyal citizen or occasion violent disruption of social relations, adding that the general government, by offer of aid, had relieved Missouri of all constitutional and financial embarrassment, and that the next General Assembly of the State should take measures to avail itself of the offered aid. Still, the new idea was one confronted by such seeming obstacles in the traditions, habits, and material interests of the people that for the time it gained adherents slowly. When, on the 12th of July, President Lincoln once more urged the representatives of the border slave states in Washington his plan of compensated abolishment, most of the Missouri congressmen refused to entertain the project. Senator Robert Wilson and Representatives James S. Rollins, William A. Hall, and Thomas L. Price, Unionists, and Representative John S. Phelps, Democrat, in their reply to the President, pronounced themselves decidedly against the proposition in its present impalpable form, while John B. Henderson, Unionist, and Representative John W. Noel, Democrat, promised to recommend it to the fair consideration of their constituents. Before further important action occurred, President Lincoln's preliminary Emancipation Proclamation of September 22, 1862, carried the question forward to a point of advancement not looked for by either advocates or opponents of the measure in that state. From that time onward, the issue was paramount in Missouri as elsewhere, not alone by the President's action of September 22, but yet more influentially by his promised action of January 1, 1863. It was these military decrees of Mr. Lincoln which lifted the emancipation party in Missouri into a prominence and power for which it would have vainly labored without them. Thus reinforced, that party at the general election of November 4, 1862, gained a decided majority in both branches of the legislature. Of the 9 congressmen elected, 6 were avowed emancipationists, while a month later the emancipation candidate for Speaker of the lower house was chosen by 67 against 42. In his annual message to the legislature, Governor Gamble declared his preference for a system of free over slave labor, and recommended a modified plan of gradual emancipation, though he thought the legislature lacked constitutional power covering the full details of the scheme. These manifestations of Missouri sentiment also served to set in motion another agency which had no inconsiderable effect in advancing still further the great drift of political change the state was undergoing, and we shall better understand it by recurring for a moment to President Lincoln's policy of compensated abolishment. His special message of March 6, 1862, recommending pecuniary aid to such states as would voluntarily emancipate their slaves, had been endorsed by the joint resolution which Congress passed on March 11th and April 2nd, 1862. Further practical legislation was also proposed. A joint resolution was introduced in the Senate, March 10th, to grant aid to the states of Maryland and Delaware, this being probably upon a suggestion by Mr. Lincoln that such a movement could be more easily begun in the smaller slave states. In the House of Representatives, the subject was taken up by Mr. White of Indiana, at whose instance a select committee on emancipation, consisting of 9 members, a majority of whom were from border slave states, was appointed on the 14th of April, and this committee on the 16th of July reported a comprehensive bill authorizing the President to give compensation at the rate of $300 for each slave to any one of the states of Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Missouri that might adopt immediate or gradual emancipation. But as no popular response came from any of these states, and particularly as their delegations in Congress, in their interviews with the President, either opposed the scheme or only entertained it to the extent of a willingness to consult their constituents, neither House of Congress at that session took further action. When Congress met on the first day of December, 1862, such of the Missouri delegates as in the previous July were only willing to signify a hopeful promise, now felt themselves justified by the popular November vote to take up and advocate with energy the President's scheme. Accordingly, Senator Henderson on December 10th and Representative Noel on December 11th gave notice of bills to aid the state of Missouri in compensated emancipation. It would appear, however, that these gentlemen acted without agreement, for the bill of the former named $20 million as the sum to be appropriated, and that of the latter only $10 million. The House bill, naming $10 million, was passed on January 6, 1863, by a vote of 73 to 46, and sent to the Senate, where it superseded the Senate bill. The discussion of it was principally about the amount proper to be paid, Mr. Henderson still pleading eloquently for his original proposition of $20 million. The President's interest in this congressional legislation is sufficiently manifested by the following telegram, which he sent to General Curtis at St. Louis about this time. Quote, "I understand there is considerable trouble with the slaves in Missouri. Please do your best to keep peace on the question for 2 or 3 weeks, by which time we hope to do something here toward settling the question in Missouri." End quote. A compromise was reached in the Senate fixing the amount at $15 million, and in this form it passed that body on February 12, 1863, yeas 23, nays 18. When this came back to the House, its Select Committee on Emancipation could not report the new measure until February 25th. By this time the session was nearly at an end. 3 of the Missouri representatives, William A. Hall, Elijah H. Norton, and Thomas L. Price, strongly pro-slavery, and 2 of whom had failed of re-election in the recent popular change, still stubbornly opposed emancipation in general and the pending measure in particular. Their opposition, aided by Vallandigham and the dilatory parliamentary tactics of the Democratic minority, served to prevent its reaching a vote. It remained among the unfinished business of the session, and in the swiftly moving current of national affairs, no chance of its adoption ever returned. Meanwhile, the subject was also debated in the Missouri legislature, where, however, no decided action of any kind was reached. This was perhaps largely due to the fact that it was complicated by a personal contest over the election of United States senators pending in that body. As with everything else in Missouri, the President's interference was also invoked in this contest. On January 7th, Mr. B. Gratz Brown, a leader of the Radicals, telegraphed him, quote, "Does the administration desire my defeat? If not, why are its appointees here working for that end?" End quote. Mr. Lincoln, unmoved by the impertinence of the inquiry, answered quietly, quote, "Yours of today just received. The Administration takes no part between its friends in Missouri, of whom I, at least, consider you one, and I have never before had an intimation that appointees there were interfering or were inclined to interfere." End quote. But the embitterment had already become such that the Legislature adjourned its session without effecting an election. Again, on the 16th of April, we find the President answering one of the complaining radicals who were determined to hold him responsible for all their local discord, quote, "In answer to the within question, shall we be sustained by you, I have to answer that at the beginning of the Administration I appointed one whom I understood to be an editor of the Democrat to be postmaster at St. Louis, the best office in my gift within Missouri. Soon after this our friends at St. Louis must needs break into factions, the Democrat being, in my opinion, justly chargeable with a full share of the blame for it. I have stoutly tried to keep out of the quarrel, and so mean to do." End quote. A month previous, the President had already sought a remedy for the Missouri quarrel in a change of the military commander. On the 10th of March, an order was issued relieving General Curtis and appointing General E. V. Sumner to take command in his place. This might have proved an acceptable substitution, for Sumner's well-known anti-slavery feelings would have secured him the confidence of the radicals, while his prudent firmness of character might have kept him free from charge of partisanship, but the transfer was frustrated by his sudden death, which occurred on the 21st of the same month at Syracuse, New York, on his way to St. Louis to enter upon this important command. End of chapter 18. Recording by Owen Cook in Pottawatomie, ceded land.
Chapter 19 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 19, The Edict of Freedom. In his preliminary proclamation of September 22, President Lincoln had announced his intention to urge once more upon Congress the policy of compensated abolishment. Accordingly, his annual message of December 1, 1862, was in great part devoted to a discussion of this question. Without slavery, he premised, the rebellion could never have existed. Without slavery, it could not continue. His argument presented anew, with broad prophetic forecasts, the folly of disunion, the brilliant destiny of the Republic as a single nation, the safety of building with wise statesmanship upon its coming population and wealth. He stated that by the law of increase shown in the census tables, the country might expect to number over 200 millions of people in less than a century. And we will reach this too, he continued, if we do not ourselves relinquish the chance by the folly and evils of disunion, or by long and exhausting war springing from the only great element of national discord among us. While it cannot be foreseen exactly how much one huge example of secession, breeding lesser ones indefinitely, would retard population, civilization, and prosperity, no one can doubt that the extent of it would be very great and injurious. The proposed emancipation would shorten the war, perpetuate peace, ensure this increase of population, and proportionately the wealth of the country. With these we should pay all the emancipation would cost, together with our other debt, easier than we should pay our other debt without it. He therefore recommended that Congress should propose to the legislatures of the several States a constitutional amendment consisting of 3 articles, namely, 1 providing compensation in bonds for every State which should abolish slavery before the year 1900, another securing freedom to all slaves who during the rebellion had enjoyed actual freedom by the chances of war, also providing compensation to loyal owners, The third, authorizing Congress to provide for colonization. The message continued. The plan consisting of these articles is recommended, not but that a restoration of the national authority would be accepted without its adoption. Nor will the war, nor proceedings under the proclamation of September 22, 1862, be stayed because of the recommendation of this plan. Its timely adoption, I doubt not, would bring restoration and thereby stay both. And notwithstanding this plan, the recommendation that Congress provide by law for compensating any state which may adopt emancipation before this plan shall have been acted upon is hereby earnestly renewed. Such would be only an advance part of the plan, and the same arguments apply to both. This plan is recommended as a means not in exclusion of, but additional to all others for restoring and preserving the national authority throughout the Union. The plan is proposed as permanent constitutional law. It cannot become such without the concurrence of first 2/3 of Congress, and afterwards 3/4 of the States. The requisite 3/4 of the States will necessarily include 7 of the slave States. Their concurrence, if obtained, will give assurance of their severally adopting emancipation at no very distant day upon the new constitutional terms. This assurance would end the struggle now and save the Union forever. We can succeed only by concert. It is not, can any of us imagine better, but can we all do better? Object whatsoever is possible. Still, the question recurs, can we do better? The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country. Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. We say we are for the Union. The world will not forget that we say this. We know how to save the Union. The world knows we do know how to save it. We, even we here, hold the power and bear the responsibility. In giving freedom to the slave, we assure freedom to the free, honorable alike in what we give and what we preserve. We shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. Other means may succeed, this could not fail. The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just, a way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud, and God must forever bless. No immediate action followed this patriotic appeal. No indications of reviving unionism were manifested in the distinctly rebel states. No popular expression of a willingness to abandon slavery and accept compensation came from the loyal border slave states, except perhaps in a qualified way from Missouri, where the emancipation sentiment was steadily progressing, though with somewhat convulsive action owing to the quarrel which divided the Unionists of that state. Thus the month of December wore away, and the day approached when it became necessary for the President to execute the announcement of emancipation made in his preliminary proclamation of September 22. That he was ready at the appointed time is shown by an entry in the diary of Secretary Welles. At the meeting today, December 30, 1862, the President read the draft of his Emancipation Proclamation, invited criticism, and finally directed that copies should be furnished to each. It is a good and well-prepared paper, but I suggested that a part of the sentence marked in pencil be omitted. Chase advised that fractional parts of states ought not to be exempted. In this I think he is right, and so stated. Practically, there would be difficulty in freeing parts of states and not freeing others, a clashing between central and local authorities. It will be remembered that when the President proposed emancipation on the 22nd of July, and again when he announced emancipation on the 22nd of September, he informed his Cabinet that he had decided the main matter for himself, and that he asked their advice only upon subordinate points. In now taking up the subject for the third and final review, there was neither doubt nor hesitation in regard to the central policy and act about to be consummated. But there were several important minor questions upon which, as before, he wished the advice of his Cabinet, and it was to present these in concise form for discussion that he wrote his draft, and furnished each of them a copy on the 30th of December, as Mr. Wells relates. This draft, omitting its mere routine phraseology and quotations from the former proclamation, continued as follows: Now, therefore, I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, by virtue of the power in me vested as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States in time of actual armed rebellion against the authority and government of the United States, and as a proper and necessary war measure for suppressing said rebellion, due on this first day of January in the year of our Lord 1863, and in accordance with my intention so to do, publicly proclaimed for 100 days as aforesaid, order and designate as the States and parts of States in which the people thereof respectively are this day in rebellion against the United States, the following, to wit: Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, except the parishes of Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia, except the 48 counties designated as West Virginia, and also the counties of. And by virtue of the power and for the purpose aforesaid, I do order and declare that all persons held as slaves within said designated States and parts of States are and henceforward forever shall be free, and that the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authorities thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of said persons, and will do no act or acts to repress said persons or any of them in any suitable efforts they may make for their actual freedom. And I hereby appeal to the people so declared to be free to abstain from all disorder, tumult, and violence, unless in necessary self-defense, and in all cases when allowed to labor faithfully for wages. And I further declare and make known that such persons of suitable condition will be received into the armed service of the United States to garrison and defend forts, positions, stations, and other places, and to man vessels of all sorts in said service. It will be seen that this draft presented for discussion, in addition to mere verbal criticism, the question of defining the fractional portions of Virginia and Louisiana under Federal control, and the yet more important policy, now for the first time announced by the President, of his intention to incorporate a portion of the newly liberated slaves into the armies of the Union. Mr. Wells's diary for Wednesday, December 31, 1862, thus continues: We had an early and special Cabinet meeting convened at 10 a.m. The subject was the proclamation of tomorrow to emancipate the slaves in the rebel States. Seward proposed 2 amendments. One included mine, and one enjoining upon, instead of appealing to, those emancipated to forbear from tumult. Blair had, like Seward and myself, proposed the omission of a part of a sentence, and made other suggestions which I thought improvements. Chase made some good criticisms and proposed a felicitous closing sentence. The President took the suggestions, written in order, and said he would complete the document. From the manuscript letters and memoranda we glean more fully the modifications of the amendments proposed by the several members of the Cabinet. The changes suggested in Mr. Seward's note were all verbal, and were 3 in number. First, following the declaration that the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authorities thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of said persons, he proposed to omit the further words which had been used in the September proclamation, and will do no act or acts to repress said persons or any of them in any suitable efforts they may make for their actual freedom. Mr. Wells had suggested the same change. Second, the next sentence, which read, "And I hereby appeal to the people so declared to be free to abstain from all disorder," etc., Mr. Seward proposed should read, "And I hereby command and require the people so declared to be free to abstain from all disorder," etc. Third, the phrase, "and in all cases, when allowed to labor faithfully for wages," he proposed should read, "And I do recommend to them in all cases, when allowed, to labor faithfully for just and reasonable wages." The criticisms submitted by Mr. Chase were quite long and full, and since they suggested the most distinctive divergence from the President's plan, namely that of making no exceptions of fractional portions of States except the 48 counties of West Virginia, his letter needs to be quoted in full. In accordance with your verbal direction of yesterday, I most respectfully submit the following observations in respect to the draft of a proclamation designating the States and parts of States within which the proclamation of September 22, 1862, is to take effect according to the terms thereof. 1. It seems to me wisest to make no exception of parts of States from the operation of the proclamation, save the 48 counties designated as West Virginia. My reasons are these. 1. Such exceptions will impair, in public estimation, the moral effect of the proclamation, and invite censure which it would be well, if possible, to avoid. 2. Such exceptions must necessarily be confined to some few parishes and counties in Louisiana and Virginia, and can have no practically useful effect. Through the operation of various acts of Congress, the slaves of disloyal masters in those parts are already enfranchised, and the slaves of loyal masters are practically so. Some of the latter have already commenced paying wages to their laborers, formerly slaves. And it is to be feared that if by these exceptions slavery is practically reestablished in the favor of some masters, while abolished by laws and by the necessary effect of military occupation as to others, very serious inconveniences may arise. 3. No intimation of exceptions of this kind is given in the September proclamation, nor does it appear that any intimations otherwise given have been taken into account by those who have participated in recent elections, or that any exceptions of their particular localities are desired by them. 2. I think it would be expedient to omit from the proposed proclamation the declaration that the executive government of the United States will do no act to repress the enfranchised in any efforts they may make for their actual freedom. This clause in the September proclamation has been widely quoted as an incitement to servile insurrection. In lieu of it, and for the purpose of shaming these misrepresentations, I think it would be well to insert some such clause as this, not encouraging or countenancing, however, any disorderly or licentious conduct. If this alteration is made, the appeal to the enslaved may properly enough be omitted. It does not appear to be necessary, and may furnish a topic to the evil disposed for censure and ridicule. 3. I think it absolutely certain that the rebellion can in no way be so certainly, speedily, and economically suppressed as by the organized military force of the loyal population of the insurgent regions of whatever complexion. In no way can irregular violence and servile insurrection be so surely prevented as by the regular organization and regular military employment of those who might otherwise probably resort to such courses. Such organization is now in successful progress, and the concurrent testimony of all connected with the colored regiments in Louisiana and South Carolina is that they are brave, orderly, and efficient. General Butler declares that without his colored regiments he could not have attempted his recent important movements in the La Fourche region, and General Saxton bears equally explicit testimony to the good conduct and efficiency of the colored troops recently sent on an expedition along the coast of Georgia. Considering these facts, it seems to me that it would be best to omit from the proclamation all reference to the military employment of the enfranchised population, leaving it to the natural course of things already well begun, or to state distinctly that in order to secure the suppression of the rebellion without servile insurrection or licentious marauding, such numbers of the population declared free as may be found convenient will be employed in the military and naval service of the United States. Finally, I respectfully suggest that on an occasion of such interest there can be no just imputation of affectation against a solemn recognition of responsibility before men and before God, and that some such close as follows will be proper. And upon this act, sincerely believed to be an act of justice warranted by the Constitution and of duty demanded by the circumstances of the country, I invoke the considerate judgment of mankind and the gracious favor of Almighty God. It is not remembered whether Mr. Stanton, Secretary of War, was present at the Cabinet meeting, but he appears to have left no written memorandum of his suggestions, if he offered any. Stanton was preeminently a man of action, and the probability is that he agreed to the President's draft without amendment. The Cabinet also lacked one member of being complete. Caleb B. Smith, Secretary of the Interior, had lately been transferred to the vacant bench of the United States District Court of Indiana, and his successor, John P. Usher, was not appointed until about a week after the date of which we write. The memorandum of Mr. Blair, Postmaster General, proposed a condensation of several of the paragraphs in the President's draft as follows: I do order and declare that all persons held as slaves within said designated States and parts of States shall be free, and that the Executive Government of the United States, including the military and naval authorities, will recognize and maintain the freedom of said persons, and in order that they may render all the aid they are willing to give to this object and to the support of the Government, authority will be given to receive them into the service whenever they can be usefully employed, and they may be armed to garrison forts, to defend positions and stations, and to man vessels. And I appeal to them to show themselves worthy of freedom by fidelity and diligence in the employments which may be given to them, by the observance of order, and by abstaining from all violence not required by duty or for self-defense. It is due to them to say that the conduct of large numbers of these people since the war began justifies confidence in their fidelity and humanity generally. The memorandum of Attorney General Bates is also quite full, and combats the recommendation of Secretary Chase concerning fractions of States. I respectfully suggest that 1. The President issues the proclamation by virtue of the power in him vested as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States in time of actual armed rebellion, etc., and as a proper and necessary war measure for suppressing said rebellion. Date January 1863. 2. It is done in accordance with the first proclamation of September 22, 1862. 3. It distinguishes between States and parts of States, and designates those States and parts of States in which the people thereof respectively are this day, January 1, 1863, in rebellion against the United States. These 3 propositions being true, I think they ought to be followed out without excess or diminution by action, not by the declaration of a principle, nor the establishment of a law for the future guidance of others. It is a war measure by the President, a matter of fact, not a law by the legislature, and as to what is proposed to be done in the future, the least said the better. Better leave yourself free to act in the emergencies as they arise, with as few embarrassing committals as possible. Whether a particular State or part of a State is or is not in actual rebellion on the 1st of January, 1863, is a simple matter of fact, which the President in the first proclamation has promised to declare in the record. Of course, it must be truly declared. It is no longer open to be determined as a matter of policy or prudence independently of the fact. and this applies with particular force to Virginia. The eastern shore of Virginia and the region round about Norfolk are now, December 31, 1862, more free from actual rebellion than are several of the 48 counties spoken of as West Virginia. If the latter be exempt from the proclamation, so also ought the former. And so in all the States that are considered in parts. The last paragraph of the draft I consider wholly useless and probably injurious, being a needless pledge of future action, which may be quite as well done without as with the pledge. In rewriting the proclamation for signature, Mr. Lincoln in substance followed the suggestions made by the several members of the Cabinet as to mere verbal improvements, but in regard to the two important changes which had been proposed, he adhered rigidly to his own draft. He could not consent to the view urged by Secretary Chase that to omit the exemption of fractional parts of States would have no practical bearing. In his view, this would touch the whole underlying theory and legal validity of his act and change its essential character. The second proposition favored by several members of the Cabinet to omit any declaration of intention to enlist the freedmen in military service, while it was not so vital, yet partook of the same general effect as tending to weaken and discredit his main central act of authority. Mr. Lincoln took the various manuscript notes and memoranda which his Cabinet advisers brought him on the 31st of December, and during that afternoon and the following morning with his own hand carefully rewrote the entire body of the draft of the proclamation. The blanks left to designate fractional parts of States he filled according to latest official advices of military limits, and in the closing paragraph suggested by Chase, he added after the words, "warranted by the Constitution," his own important qualifying correction, "upon military necessity." It is a custom in the Executive Mansion to hold on New Year's Day an official and public reception, beginning at 11 o'clock in the morning, which keeps the President at his post in the Blue Room until 2 in the afternoon. The hour for this reception came before Mr. Lincoln had entirely finished revising the engrossed copy of the proclamation, and he was compelled to hurry away from his office to friendly handshaking and festal greeting with the rapidly arriving official and diplomatic guests. The rigid laws of etiquette held him to this duty for the space of 3 hours. Had actual necessity required it, he could of course have left such mere social occupation at any moment, but the President saw no occasion for precipitancy. On the other hand, he probably deemed it wise that the completion of this momentous executive act should be attended by every circumstance of deliberation. Vast as were its consequences, the act itself was only the simplest and briefest formality. It could in no wise be made sensational or dramatic. Those characteristics attached, if at all, only to the long past decisions and announcements of July 22 and September 22 of the previous year. Those dates had witnessed the mental conflict and the moral victory. No ceremony was made or attempted of this final official signing. The afternoon was well advanced when Mr. Lincoln went back from his New Year's greetings with his right hand so fatigued that it was an effort to hold the pen. There was no special convocation of the Cabinet or of prominent officials. Those who were in the House came to the Executive Office merely from the personal impulse of curiosity joined to momentary convenience. His signature was attached to one of the greatest and most beneficent military decrees of history in the presence of less than a dozen persons, after which it was carried to the Department of State to be attested by the Great Seal and deposited among the archives of the Government. Since several eminent lawyers have publicly questioned the legal validity of Mr. Lincoln's Edict of Freedom, as his final Emancipation Proclamation may be properly styled, it is worth while to gather, if possible, Mr. Lincoln's own conception and explanation of the constitutional and legal bearings of his act. There is little difficulty in arriving at this. His language, embodied in a number of letters and documents, contains such a distinct and logical exposition of the whole process of his thought and action, from the somewhat extreme conservatism of his first inaugural to his great edict of January 1, 1863, and the subsequent policy of its practical enforcement, that we need but arrange them in their obvious sequence. The proper beginning is to be found in a letter of April 4, 1864, to A. G. Hodges of Frankfort, Kentucky. In this he says, I am naturally anti-slavery. If slavery is not wrong, nothing is wrong. I cannot remember when I did not so think and feel, and yet I have never understood that the Presidency conferred upon me an unrestricted right to act officially upon this judgment and feeling. It was in the oath I took that I would, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. I could not take the office without taking the oath, nor was it my view that I might take an oath to get power, and break the oath in using the power. I understood that, too, that in ordinary civil administration this oath even forbade me to practically indulge my primary abstract judgment on the moral question of slavery. I had publicly declared this many times and in many ways, and I aver that to this day I have done no official act in mere deference to my abstract judgment and feeling on slavery. I did understand, however, that my oath to preserve the Constitution to the best of my ability imposed upon me the duty of preserving by every indispensable means that government, that nation of which that Constitution was the organic law. Was it possible to lose the nation and yet preserve the Constitution? By general law, life and limb must be protected, yet often a limb must be amputated to save a life. But a life is never wisely given to save a limb. I felt that measures otherwise unconstitutional might become lawful by becoming indispensable to the preservation of the Constitution through the preservation of the nation. Right or wrong, I assumed this ground and now avow it. I could not feel that, to the best of my ability, I had even tried to preserve the Constitution, if to save slavery or any minor matter I should permit the wreck of government, country, and Constitution altogether. When early in the war General Fremont attempted military emancipation, I forbade it, because I did not then think it an indispensable necessity. When, a little later, General Cameron, then Secretary of War, suggested the arming of the blacks, I objected because I did not yet think it an indispensable necessity. When still later General Hunter attempted military emancipation, I again forbade it, because I did not yet think the indispensable necessity had come. When in March and May and July 1862 I made earnest and successive appeals to the border States to favor compensated emancipation, I believed the indispensable necessity for military emancipation and arming the blacks would come unless averted by that measure. They declined the proposition, and I was, in my best judgment, driven to the alternative of either surrendering the Union, and with it the Constitution, or of laying strong hand upon the colored element. I chose the latter. The question of legal and constitutional validity he discusses briefly but conclusively in his letter of August 26, 1863, to James C. Conkling of Springfield, Illinois. In this, addressing himself to his critics, he says, "You say it is unconstitutional. I think differently. I think the Constitution invests its commander-in-chief with the law of war in time of war. The most that can be said, if so much, is that slaves are property. Has there ever been any question that, by the law of war, property, both of enemies and friends, may be taken when needed? And is it not needed whenever taking it helps us or hurts the enemy? Armies the world over destroy enemies' property when they cannot use it, and even destroy their own to keep it from the enemy. civilized belligerents do all in their power to help themselves or hurt the enemy. Admitting the general principle of international law of the right of a belligerent to appropriate or destroy enemy's property, and applying it to the constitutional domestic war to suppress rebellion, which he was then prosecuting, there came next the question of how his military decree of enfranchisement was practically to be applied. This point, though not fully discussed, is sufficiently indicated in several extracts. In the draft of a letter to Charles D. Robinson, he wrote, August 17, 1864, "The way these measures were to help the cause was not to be by magic or miracles, but by inducing the colored people to come bodily over from the rebel side to ours." And in his letter to James C. Conkling of August 26, 1863, he says, "But Negroes, like other people, act upon motives. Why should they do anything for us if we will do nothing for them? If they stake their lives for us, they must be prompted by the strongest motive, even the promise of freedom, and the promise, being made, must be kept." The actual tangible military result, which he declares was his constitutional and legal warrant for his edict of military emancipation, is set forth in the following extracts. Whether we judge it by the narrow technical rules of applied jurisprudence, or by the broader principles of the legal philosophy of Christian nations, it forms equally his complete vindication. In the draft of a letter to Isaac M. Schermerhorn, he wrote, September 12, 1864, "Any different policy in regard to the colored man deprives us of his help, and this is more than we can bear. We cannot spare the 140 or 50,000 now serving us as soldiers, seamen, and laborers. This is not a question of sentiment or taste, but one of physical force, which may be measured and estimated as horsepower and steam power are measured and estimated. Keep it, and you can save the Union; throw it away, and the Union goes with it." And in the one already quoted to Robinson, August 17, 1864, "Drive back to the support of the rebellion the physical force which the colored people now give and promise us, and neither the present nor any coming administration can save the Union. Take from us and give to the enemy the 130, 40, or 50,000 colored persons now serving us as soldiers, seamen, and laborers, and we cannot longer maintain the contest." So also in an interview with John T. Mills, he said, "But no human power can subdue this rebellion without the use of the emancipation policy and every other policy calculated to weaken the moral and physical forces of the rebellion. Freedom has given us 200,000 men raised on Southern soil. It will give us more yet. Just so much it has subtracted from the enemy. Let my enemies prove to the country that the destruction of slavery is not necessary to a restoration of the Union. I will abide the issue." We might stop here and assume that President Lincoln's argument is complete. But he was by nature so singularly frank and conscientious, and by mental constitution so unavoidably logical, that he could not, if he had desired, do things, or even seem to do them, by indirection or subterfuge. This, the most weighty of his responsibilities and the most difficult of his trials, he could not permit to rest upon doubt or misconstruction. In addition to what we have already quoted, he has left us a naked and final restatement of the main question, with the unequivocal answer of his motive and conviction. It has been shown above how Mr. Chase, in the discussions of the final phraseology of the January proclamation, urged him to omit his former exemptions of certain fractional parts of insurrectionary States. Despite the President's adverse decision, Mr. Chase continued from time to time to urge this measure during the year 1863. To these requests the President finally replied as follows on the 2nd of September. Knowing your great anxiety that the Emancipation Proclamation shall now be applied to certain parts of Virginia and Louisiana which were exempted from it last January, I state briefly what appear to me to be difficulties in the way of such a step. The original proclamation has no constitutional or legal justification except as a military measure. The exemptions were made because the military necessity did not apply to the exempted localities, nor does that necessity apply to them now any more than it did then. If I take this step, must I not do so without the argument of military necessity, and so without any argument except the one that I think the measure politically expedient and morally right? Would I not thus give up all footing upon constitution or law? Would I not thus be in the boundless field of absolutism? Could this pass unnoticed or unresisted? Could it fail to be perceived that without any further stretch I might do the same in Delaware, Maryland, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Missouri, and even change any law in any state? In these extracts we have the President's outline explanation of the legal validity of the proclamation. Like all his reasoning, it is simple and strong, resting its authority on the war powers of the government and its justification upon military necessity. As to the minor subtleties of interpretation or comment which it might provoke from lawyers or judges after the war should be ended, we may infer that he had his opinions, but that they did not enter into his motives of action. On subsequent occasions, while continuing to declare his belief that the proclamation was valid in law, he nevertheless frankly admitted that what the courts might ultimately decide was beyond his knowledge as well as beyond his control. For the moment, he was dealing with two mighty forces of national destiny, civil war and public opinion. Forces which paid little heed to theories of public, constitutional, or international law where they contravened their will and power. In fact, it was the impotence of legislative machinery and the insufficiency of legal dicta to govern or terminate the conflicts of public opinion on this identical question of slavery which brought on civil strife. In the South, slavery had taken up arms to assert its nationality and perpetuity. In the North, freedom had risen first in mere defensive resistance. Then the varying fortunes of war had rendered the combat implacable and mortal. It was not from the mouldering volumes of ancient precedents, but from the issues of the present wager of battle, that future judges of courts would draw their doctrines to interpret to posterity whether the Edict of Freedom was void or valid. When, in the preceding June, the crisis of the McClellan campaign had come upon the President, he had written his well-considered resolve: "I expect to maintain this contest until successful, or till I die, or am conquered, or my term expires, or Congress or the country forsakes me." Grand as was the historical act of signing his decree of liberation, it was but an incident in the grander contest he was commissioned and resolved to maintain. That was an issue not alone of the bondage of a race, but of the life of a nation, a principle of government, a question of primary human right. Was this act, this step, this incident in the contest wise or unwise? Would it bring success or failure? Would it fill the army, weaken the enemy, inspirit the country, unite public opinion? These we may assume, and not a lawyer's criticisms of phrase or text, dictum or precedent, were the queries which filled his mind when he wrote his name at the bottom of the famous document. If the rebellion should triumph, establishing a government founded on slavery as its cornerstone, manifestly his proclamation would be but waste paper, though every court in Christendom outside the Confederate States should assert its official authority. If, on the other hand, the Union arms were victorious, every step of that victory would become clothed with the mantle of law. But if in addition it should turn out that the Union arms had been rendered victorious through the help of the Negro soldiers, called to the field by the promise of freedom contained in the proclamation, then the decree and its promise might rest secure in the certainty of legal execution and fulfillment. To restore the Union by the help of black soldiers under pledge of liberty, and then for the Union under whatever legal doctrine or construction to attempt to re-enslave them, would be a wrong at which morality would revolt. "You cannot," said Mr. Lincoln in one of his early speeches, "repeal human nature." The problem of statesmanship, therefore, was not one of theory, but of practice. Fame is due Mr. Lincoln not alone because he decreed emancipation, but because events so shaped themselves under his guidance as to render the conception practical and the decree successful. Among the agencies he employed, none proved more admirable or more powerful than this two-edged sword of the final proclamation, blending sentiment with force, leaguing liberty with union, filling the voting armies at home and the fighting armies in the field. In the light of history, we can see that by this edict Mr. Lincoln gave slavery its vital thrust, its mortal wound. It was the word of decision, the judgment without appeal, the sentence of doom. But for the execution of the sentence, for the accomplishment of this result, he had yet many weary months to hope and to wait. Of its slow and tantalizing fruition, of the gradual dawning of that full day of promise, we cannot get a better description than that given in his own words in his annual message to Congress nearly a year after the proclamation was signed. When Congress assembled a year ago, the war had already lasted nearly 20 months, and there had been many conflicts on both land and sea, with varying results. The rebellion had been pressed back into reduced limits, yet the tone of public feeling and opinion at home and abroad was not satisfactory. With other signs, the popular elections, then just passed, indicated uneasiness among ourselves, while amid much that was cold and menacing, the kindest words coming from Europe were uttered in accents of pity that we were too blind to surrender a hopeless cause. Our commerce was suffering greatly by a few armed vessels built upon and furnished from foreign shores, and we were threatened with such additions from the same quarter as would sweep our trade from the sea and raise our blockade. We had failed to elicit from European governments anything hopeful upon this subject. The preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, issued in September, was running its assigned period to the beginning of the new year. A month later, the final proclamation came, including the announcement that colored men of suitable condition would be received into the war service. The policy of emancipation and of employing black soldiers gave to the future a new aspect, about which hope and fear and doubt contended in uncertain conflict. According to our political system, as a matter of civil administration, the general government had no lawful power to effect emancipation in any state, and for a long time it had been hoped that the rebellion could be suppressed without resorting to it as a military measure. It was all the while deemed possible that the necessity for it might come, and that if it should, the crisis of the contest would then be presented. It came, and as was anticipated, it was followed by dark and doubtful days. 11 months having now passed, we are permitted to take another review. The rebel borders are pressed still further back, and by the complete opening of the Mississippi, the country dominated by the rebellion is divided into distinct parts with no practical communication between them. Tennessee and Arkansas have been substantially cleared of insurgent control, and influential citizens in each, owners of slaves and advocates of slavery at the beginning of the rebellion, now declare openly for emancipation in their respective states. Of those states not included in the Emancipation Proclamation, Maryland and Missouri, neither of which 3 years ago would tolerate any restraint upon the extension of slavery into new territories, only dispute now as to the best mode of removing it within their own limits. Of those who were slaves at the beginning of the rebellion, full 100,000 are now in the United States military service, about one half of which number actually bear arms in the ranks, thus giving the double advantage of taking so much labor from the insurgent cause and supplying the places which otherwise must be filled with so many white men. So far as tested, it is difficult to say they are not as good soldiers as any. No servile insurrection or tendency to violence or cruelty has marked the measures of emancipation and arming the blacks. These measures have been much discussed in foreign countries, and contemporary with such discussion, the tone of public sentiment there is much improved. At home, the same measures have been fully discussed, supported, criticized, and denounced, and the annual elections following are highly encouraging to those whose official duty it is to bear the country through this great trial. Thus we have the new reckoning. The crisis which threatened to divide the friends of the Union is past. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 20, Negro Soldiers. In resorting to the policy of general military emancipation, President Lincoln did not mean to rely upon its merely sentimental effect. From the time when the necessities of war forced upon him the adoption of that policy, it was coupled with the expectation of making it bring to the help of the Union armies a powerful contingent of Negro soldiers. We find from several entries in the diary of Secretary Chase that this course was foreshadowed at the Cabinet meetings following that of July 22, 1862, when he submitted the first draft of his Emancipation Proclamation. While the time had not yet, in his judgment, arrived for a general arming of the blacks, he nevertheless indicated an intention to organize and use a military force of Negroes for a specific object. The dispositions made and orders given by General Halleck concerning the Western armies prior to his transfer to Washington left no provision for the work of opening the Mississippi River, but the President had this enterprise so much at heart that he asked General O. M. Mitchell, July 25, 1862, with what force he could take Vicksburg and clear the river, and with the black population on its banks hold it open below Memphis. Mitchell replied that with his own division and Curtis's army then in Arkansas, he thought he could do it. The plan would doubtless have been adopted had not General Halleck decided that Mitchell's division could not be spared from Buell's army, and that Curtis's army must remain in Arkansas to keep the trans-Mississippi Confederates out of Missouri. Lincoln's reliance on the black population to contribute a compact and effective military force thus distinctly indicated contemporaneously with his decision to give freedom to slaves in rebel states by military decree was not thereafter abandoned. Though he felt constrained to postpone a systematic organization of Negro troops for active campaigns, he nevertheless expressed his willingness that commanders should, at their discretion, arm, for purely defensive purposes, slaves coming within their lines. And on August 25, 1862, the Secretary of War formally authorized General Saxton, in command at Port Royal, to arm, uniform, equip, and drill not exceeding 5,000 volunteers of African descent to guard and protect the plantations and settlements at Port Royal and elsewhere. This authority was given in pursuance of the very guarded provisions which Congress had recently embodied in the Confiscation Act and in an act amending the Force Bill of 1795, both of which laws had been approved by the President on July 17, 1862, the last day of the session. Section 11 of the former empowered the President to employ as many persons of African descent as he may deem necessary and proper for the suppression of this rebellion, and for this purpose he may organize and use them in such manner as he may judge best for the public welfare. Section 12 of the latter was a trifle more specific, but the gingerly manner in which the topic was approached, and the careful choice of words to say one thing and mean another, give abundant evidence of the extreme sensitiveness of opinion on the subject, in Congress as well as out of it. The section provided that the President be, and he is hereby authorized to receive into the service of the United States, for the purpose of constructing entrenchments or performing camp service or any other labor or any military or naval service for which they may be found competent, persons of African descent. And such persons shall be enrolled and organized under such regulations, not inconsistent with the Constitution and laws, as the President may prescribe. Further significance was given to the language by a clause in Section 15 of the same Act, which read that persons of African descent who under this law shall be employed shall receive $10 per month, and one ration, $3 of which monthly pay may be in clothing. The subject is not mentioned in the preliminary proclamation of September 22, 1862, but the final Emancipation Proclamation of January 1, 1863, contains the full announcement of the new military policy. And I further declare and make known that such persons of suitable condition will be received into the armed service of the United States to garrison forts, positions, stations, and other places, and to man vessels of all sorts in said service. Tentative experiments with Negro soldiers had indeed been made during the year 1862, but without producing any considerable results. General David Hunter was the pioneer in these experiments. Almost immediately after his arrival at the Department of the South, he asked the Secretary of War for 50,000 muskets and authority to arm such loyal men as I can find in the country, and with an eye to the seductive effects of a brilliant uniform, he added a request for 50,000 pairs of scarlet pantaloons, saying, "This is all the clothing I shall require for these people." This somewhat extravagant requisition was not the only bit of humor which grew out of the incident. Some time afterwards, at the instance of a pro-slavery member of Congress from Kentucky, the House of Representatives passed a resolution asking information about the alleged organizing and arming of fugitive slaves. The Secretary of War referred the resolution to the General, who replied in a letter of great apparent gravity that there were no fugitive slaves in his department, but that he had a fine regiment of loyal persons whose late masters were fugitive rebels, whom we have only partially been able to see, chiefly their heads over ramparts, or rifle in hand dodging behind trees in the extreme distance. In the absence of any fugitives' master law, the deserted slaves would be wholly without remedy had not the crime of treason given them the right to pursue, capture, and bring back those persons of whose protection they have been thus suddenly bereft. The Secretary of War, with the same gravity, sent the reply to the House of Representatives, where it was read amid roars of laughter, to the great discomfiture of the mover of the resolution of inquiry, and served more than months of discussion would have done to hasten the already swiftly moving change of public sentiment. General Hunter's experiment, however, was a greater parliamentary than military success. There was still too much prejudice in the army itself, and particularly among army officers, against such an innovation. The blacks did not come forward freely to enlist, and when the general undertook to compel them by drafting, it confirmed in their minds the stories which had been told them, that it was a renewed slavery, that they were to be sold to Cuba, that they were to be placed in the front rank of battle for slaughter, and many other direful predictions. Under such conditions, though the regiment was formed, it was beset by desertion, by neglect, by contempt, and also by the fatal difficulty that under existing regulations the paymaster could not recognize it. From all these causes it languished, and was, with the exception of one company, formally disbanded about 3 months afterwards. The whole history of this first experiment but repeats the constant lesson that statesmen, generals, and reformers must always and unavoidably reckon with public opinion when they undertake to change, either for worse or for better, the complex machinery of modern society and government. The failure of Hunter's regiment was only temporary. It furnished the germ of later success. One company, under command of Sergeant C.T. Trowbridge as acting captain, held together in spite of all discouragement and neglect, and when General Saxton received the already mentioned orders of the Secretary of War, dated August 25, 1862, to organize 5,000 volunteers of African descent, it became the first company of the 1st South Carolina Volunteers, a regiment the formation of which was begun on the 7th of November. T. W. Higginson of Massachusetts was appointed its colonel and took command about the 1st of December. Even then, recruiting was slow. The regiment numbered 500 when Colonel Higginson took command, and 6 weeks or more elapsed before it was completed. We find a repetition of these identical difficulties of surmounting the prejudices and obstacles of public opinion at the other territorial extremity of the country. On the 6th of August, Senator and General J. H. Lane of Kansas telegraphed to the Secretary of War from Fort Leavenworth in that State, "I am receiving negroes under the late act of Congress. Is there any objection?" Answer by telegraph: "Soon have an army." There is no record of the Secretary's answer. The probability is he made none, but remembering that the inquiry came from a region of border ruffian memories and methods, left Lane to his own devices and responsibilities. Slaves of rebel masters became free under the confiscation laws, and this was a numerous class in Western Missouri. But besides receiving those who had a right to enlist, if we credit frequent complaints, Lane and Lane's men also sometimes resorted to forcible recruiting among the slaves of the loyal. No definite or coherent record remains whereby truth may be gleaned from error amid very vague and conflicting statements. We know also that General Curtis, the department commander, was not disposed to throw obstacles in Lane's way. Thus he wrote on September 29, 1862, "Lane's movements are often much exaggerated, and for that reason the rebels are very much afraid of him. So far as they are concerned, a reign of terror is the proper check to them, and it would be well to make them understand they will have no sympathy at your hands. If he will pitch in at Cowskin Prairie, he will not be likely to go amiss. I am told it is not much better about Independence. We have got to fight the devil with fire. We are not likely to use one Negro where the rebels have used 1,000. Yet under all these favoring conditions, the 1st Kansas Colored was not organized as a regiment until January 13, 1863, about 6 months after Lane began receiving colored recruits. The time required shows us the resistance of a fixed prejudice which had to be overcome at every point. The third and most successful of the several preliminary experiments with colored soldiers was made by General Butler while at New Orleans in command of the Department of the Gulf. He had scarcely taken command of the city when contrabands from among the redundant slave population began to crowd upon every military office, station, and camp to bring information and offer service, and in return to receive protection and food. So far as possible, he endeavored to make them useful, but he soon found the problem outgrowing his means. After some 3 weeks of experience, on May 25, 1862, he formally asked the instructions of the government. In the course of his letter, he wrote, "The military necessity does not exist here for the employment of Negroes in arms, in order that we may have an acclimated force. If the War Department desires and will permit, I can have 5,000 able-bodied white citizens enlisted within 60 days, all of whom have lived here many years, and many of them drilled soldiers to be commanded by intelligent, loyal officers. Besides, I hope and believe that this war will be ended before any body of Negroes could be organized, armed, and drilled so as to be efficient. In due time, the general, under date of June 14, received authority to raise 5,000 white volunteers, but his questions about Negroes were left unanswered because the President, though studying the slavery question more thoroughly and anxiously than any of his officers, was not yet ready to announce a general policy. Brigadier General J. W. Phelps, whom Butler had placed in command at Carrollton, 7 miles above New Orleans, was dealing with the same problem in the light of his conscientious and active abolition feelings. He had given fugitive slaves every encouragement and protection possible under his military orders, and on June 16 he wrote a long letter to Butler's adjutant general, recommending that the President should declare the military abolition of slavery, and suggesting that through the instrumentality of military service our slaves might be raised in the scale of civilization and prepared for freedom. 50 regiments might be raised among them at once, which could be employed in this climate to preserve order, etc. Butler referred the communication without discussion to the Secretary of War, with the explanation that General Phelps, I believe, intends making this a test case for the policy of the Government, and adding for himself, I respect his honest sincerity of opinion, but I am a soldier bound to carry out the wishes of my Government so long as I hold its commission, and I understand that policy to be the one I am pursuing. The President's cautious answer was transmitted by the Secretary of War on the 3rd of July. He is of opinion, wrote Mr. Stanton, that under the laws of Congress they cannot be sent back to their masters, that in common humanity they must not be permitted to suffer for want of food, shelter, or other necessaries of life, that to this end they should be provided for by the quartermasters and commissaries' departments, and that those who are capable of labor should be set to work and paid reasonable wages. In directing this to be done, the President does not mean at present to settle any general rule in respect to slaves or slavery, but simply to provide for the particular case under the circumstances in which it is now presented. Meanwhile, on July 30, Phelps forced the question anew on General Butler by making requisitions for arms, accoutrements, clothing, camp and garrison equipage, etc., for 3 regiments of Africans, which I propose to raise for the defense of this point. Butler reported this request to the War Department with the further information that Phelps, without his knowledge or orders, had organized 5 companies of Negroes, and on the same day, August 2, replied to Phelps, I do not think you are empowered to organize into companies Negroes and drill them as a military organization. I cannot sanction this course of action as at present advised. He had already suggested to Phelps to employ his 5 companies of Africans upon necessary work, the removal of woods about his entrenchments, a kind of labor in which a recent act of Congress had specially authorized the employment of Negroes. Phelps, however, deeming it his mission to reform the government rather than render military service, forwarded the general his resignation with the unwarranted and offensive comment, while I am willing to prepare African regiments for the defense of the government against its assailants, I am not willing to become the mere slave driver which you propose, having no qualifications in that way. Butler argued the point with him in a temperate and forbearing response, but Phelps persisted in his insubordinate obstinacy, and his resignation was accepted by the War Department. If the headstrong Vermont brigadier, who was a man of ability and an educated soldier, had possessed the patience and that proper recognition of discipline which his profession enjoined, he would not only have been gratified by the early acceptance of his views, but might have rendered himself useful in promoting and hastening the object he professed to have so deeply at heart. Even before his resignation was accepted, General Butler, who about the middle of August apprehended an attack, had taken the initial steps to bring about the organization and employment of colored troops, for which he found a precedent begun by the rebel Governor Moore of Louisiana for rebel uses before the capture of New Orleans by the Union Army. In his testimony before the Committee on the Conduct of the War, General Butler says, "Upon examining the records, I found that Governor Moore of Louisiana had raised a regiment of free colored people and organized it and officered it, and I found one of his commissions. I sent for a colored man as an officer of that regiment and got some 15 or 16 of the officers together, black and mulatto, light and dark colored, and asked them what they meant by being organized under the rebels. They said they had been ordered out and could not refuse, but that the rebels had never trusted them with arms. They had been drilled in company drill. I asked them if that organization could be resuscitated, provided they were supplied with arms. They said that it could. Very well, I said, then I will resuscitate that regiment of Louisiana militia. I thereupon issued an order stating the precedent furnished by Governor Moore, and in a week from that time I had in that regiment 1,000 men, reasonably drilled and well disciplined, better disciplined than any other regiment I had there, because the blacks had been always taught to do as they were told. It was composed altogether of free men, made free under some law. Early in September, the general reported, I shall also have, within 10 days, a regiment, 1,000 strong, of native guards, colored, the darkest of whom will be about the complexion of the late Mr. Webster. This example is also important in illustrating the influence of public opinion on the question. New Orleans had a large foreign population, and many of the native whites had their sentiments and traditions modified to a great extent by their European origin. The race prejudice of Richmond and Charleston did not exist in New Orleans in its full intensity, and its absence had enabled the rebel governor of Louisiana to form his regiment of free blacks for rebel service. French and English law did not permit citizens of those countries to hold slaves, a circumstance which furnished both the governor and General Butler a large proportion of free blacks, and afforded the former the pretext of employing them under military organization to protect the persons and property of their alien masters. I accordingly enlisted one regiment and part of another from men in that condition, continues General Butler. We had a great many difficulties about it, but the English consul came very fairly up to the mark, and decided that the negroes claimed as slaves by those who had registered themselves as British subjects were all free, so that I never enlisted a slave. Indeed, it was a general order that no slave should be enlisted. Another resource for Negro recruits grew out of the fact that one of the general's expeditions took military possession of a large district in which were located the heavy sugar plantations of Louisiana, and which contained 15,000 to 20,000 slaves. Under Section 9 of the Confiscation Act of July 17, 1862, all these slaves became free, and from their number Butler obtained enough additional black recruits to complete a second and third regiment of Negro infantry, and also a Negro regiment of heavy artillery. 3 of these regiments were employed in military duty, one in the city of New Orleans, the other 2 to guard the Opelousas Railroad west of New Orleans. The remaining regiments he found it necessary to employ in agricultural service. The same spirit that moved planters to burn their cotton induced a combination among them in the district occupied by the Federal Army to abstain from the necessary fall layering of sugar cane for the next year's crop. And to this duty, as well as providing for other crops to sustain the slave population, Butler assigned one of his black regiments. From the result we have summarized, it is evident that without President Lincoln's policy and decrees of military emancipation, the Negro population would have furnished but a scanty addition to the armies fighting to maintain the Union. Nor indeed did the mere issuing of the final proclamation of January 1, 1863, work any sudden transformation. The full manhood which springs from liberty and individual self-assertion needed still to be aroused and stimulated, and the President lost no time in setting on foot earnest practical efforts to realize the substantial benefits he had contemplated. Accordingly, he wrote to General Dix, commanding at Fort Monroe, on the 14th of January, 1863. The proclamation has been issued. We were not succeeding, at best were progressing too slowly without it. Now that we have it, and bear all the disadvantages of it, as we do bear some in certain quarters, we must also take some benefit from it, if practicable. I therefore will thank you for your well-considered opinion whether Fort Monroe and Yorktown, one or both, could not in whole or in part be garrisoned by colored troops, leaving the white forces now necessary at those places to be employed elsewhere. General Dix had been a Buchanan Democrat until the outbreak of the rebellion, and when we take his political antecedents and prejudices into account, his answer was reasonably promising, even with its coldness and want of faith. Fort Monroe, he thought, was too important to be entrusted to colored troops. At Yorktown, perhaps, they might be used to the extent of one-half the necessary garrison. But he said, I doubt very much whether colored troops can be raised here. An officer from Massachusetts, who has taken an interest in the question, interrogated the adult males of the colored population at Camp Hamilton and Newport News, and found only 5 or 6 who were willing to take up arms. The general reply was that they were willing to work, but did not wish to fight. I deem it not improper to say further that the feeling towards the North among a considerable portion of the colored refugees is not a cordial one. They understand that we deny them in many of the free States the right of suffrage, and that, even in those where political equality is theoretically established by law, social prejudices practically neutralize it. The President waited some weeks and then turned his inquiry in another direction. On the 26th of March, 1863, he wrote to Andrew Johnson at Nashville, then military governor of the State of Tennessee. I am told you have at least thought of raising a Negro military force. In my opinion, the country now needs no specific thing so much as some man of your ability and position to go to this work. When I speak of your position, I mean that of an eminent citizen of a slave state, and himself a slaveholder. The colored population is the great available and yet unavailed of force for restoring the Union. The bare sight of 50,000 armed and drilled black soldiers upon the banks of the Mississippi would end the rebellion at once. And who doubts that we can present that sight if we but take hold in earnest? If you have been thinking of it, please do not dismiss the thought. There is no record that Governor Johnson ever made any reply to this proposal of the President. The governor was already rendering important public service, and he perhaps reasoned justly that the time had not arrived when he could undertake a leadership full of such difficulties, uncertainties, and risks. Although later in the same year he took hold of the task in a more restricted and qualified way, and cordially gave his personal and executive assistance in organizing colored regiments. Meanwhile, under the combined influence of patriotism and military ambition, many Northern men of prominence and energy, and also imbued with liberal and progressive sentiments, came forward and volunteered their services to officer and organize Negro regiments in the South. It required courage at that time to take this step, for the Confederate authorities had published a ban of outlawry and retaliation against all who should serve in such a capacity. A few days after his letter to Governor Johnson, the President wrote to General Banks at New Orleans, Honorable Daniel Ullman, with a commission of a brigadier general and 200 or 300 other gentlemen as officers, goes to your department and reports to you for the purpose of raising a colored brigade. To now avail ourselves of this element of force is very important, if not indispensable. I therefore will thank you to help General Ullman forward with his undertaking as much and as rapidly as you can, and also to carry the general object beyond his particular organization if you find it practicable. The necessity of this is palpable, if, as I understand, you are now unable to effect anything with your present force, and which force is soon to be greatly diminished by the expiration of terms of service, as well as by ordinary causes. I shall be very glad if you will take hold of the matter in earnest. You will receive from the Department a regular order upon this subject. General Banks responded to the President's request with great energy and with such success that on the 17th of August he made the following report of what he had accomplished in the 4 or 5 months which had elapsed. General Ullman has now 5 regiments nearly completed, numbering about 2,300 men, or 500 to each regiment. I have 21 regiments nearly organized, 3 upon the basis of 1,000 men each, and 18 of 500 men, making in all 10,000 or 12,000 men. There are also batteries of artillery and companies of cavalry in process of organization. These embrace all the material for such regiments that is within my command at the present time. So also, continuing the same industrious prompting, the President wrote to General Hunter in the Department of the South a few days after his letter to Banks. I am glad to see the accounts of your colored force at Jacksonville, Florida. I see the enemy are driving at them fiercely, as is to be expected. It is important to the enemy that such a force shall not take shape and grow and thrive in the South, and in precisely the same proportion it is important to us that it shall. Hence the utmost caution and vigilance is necessary on our part. The enemy will make extra efforts to destroy them, and we should do the same to preserve and increase them. It is unnecessary to follow the details and results attending these local efforts. It will be more interesting to read the correspondence growing out of another scheme to promote individual leadership in the great enterprise. We have seen how General Fremont had failed in 2 important military trusts confided to his judgment and care. Notwithstanding these failures, the general retained the admiration and confidence of many influential politicians and considerable classes of citizens in the country who believed that his prestige and ability ought to be utilized, and who now sent the President a memorial suggesting that he ought to be made an organizer and commander of Negro troops. On this subject, President Lincoln, on the 1st of June, 1863, wrote to Senator Sumner. In relation to the matter spoken of Saturday morning and this morning, to wit, the raising of colored troops in the North, with the understanding that they shall be commanded by General Fremont, I have to say that, while it is very objectionable as a general rule to have troops raised on any special terms, such as to serve only under a particular commander or only at a particular place or places, yet I would forego the objection in this case upon a fair prospect that a large force of this sort could thereby be more rapidly raised. That being raised, say, to the number of 10,000, I would very cheerfully send them to the field under General Fremont, assigning him a department made or to be made with such white force also as I might be able to put in. That with the best wishes towards General Fremont, I cannot now give him a department because I have not spare troops to furnish a new department, and I have not, as I think, justifiable ground to relieve the present commander of any old one. In the raising of the colored troops, the same consent of governors would have to be obtained as in case of white troops, and the government would make the same provision for them during organization as for white troops. It would not be a point with me whether General Fremont should take charge of the organization or take charge of the force only after the organization. If you think fit to communicate this to General Fremont, you are at liberty to do so. The result of the inquiry is given in the following reply from General Fremont to Mr. Sumner. I was pressingly reminded of your note by a visit from the committee which had called upon Mr. Lincoln and to which he had promised this letter to you. I beg you will say to the President that this movement does not, in the remotest way, originate with me. On the contrary, when the committee called upon me, I declined positively to enter into it or to consent to having my name mentioned to the President in connection with it. The reason which I gave to the committee was simply that I disapproved the project of raising and sending to the field colored troops in scattered and weak detachments, that it would only result in disaster to the colored troops and would defeat effectually the expectations of the government to mass them in a solid force against the rebellion. No short-reaching or partial plans can possibly succeed. I told them that if I had been placed in the department which the President and Secretary arranged for me when I was last in Washington, and in which I should have had a suitable field for this organization and white troops to protect it and ensure its success, I could have undertaken it, and have undoubtedly organized a formidable force, eminently dangerous to the Confederacy. But these views were merely in answer to the committee and ended my relation to the subject. I beg you to say to the President that I have no design to embarrass him with creating a department for me. In my judgment, this whole business is as dangerous and difficult as it is important. It demands ability and great discretion and a fixed belief in the necessity of the work, and should only be undertaken upon some plan which would embrace the whole subject, and then be entrusted only to some officer of ability and judgment to whom the President would be willing to give the necessary powers. He must have power and the President's confidence. Therefore, I do not propose myself for this work. But I make him the following suggestions, it being understood I am thrown out of the question, namely, make a department of the country west of the Mississippi, Louisiana excluded. Send them a suitable officer. Give him full command of the department and the white troops, Governor Gamble himself included, and let him draw the colored troops together from every quarter and organize and consolidate them. He will have the whole line of the Mississippi River for his operations, and draw the colored men from the free North and the freedmen from the entire South. In this way, the West Country and the Mississippi River would be closed to the Confederacy by an army of 200,000 men, which at the proper time could take a deciding part in the war. This is my view of the subject, but is this time yet come? Will the President realize that if this summer's campaigns are not successful, the Confederacy is well nigh established? I think not. So if you think he will mix me up with the war plan makers, of whose importunities he says he is tired, please say nothing to him about it. But pray don't let him think that I am moving in any direction or by any persons to get this command. Enclosed, I return the President's letter, which I have shown to no one. I informed the committee that I had received it through yourself, but could not communicate its purport without the authority of the President. Will you please make my thanks to the President for his friendly expressions in my favor, and accept my very warm thanks to yourself. I have just had a visit from your governor, interesting and agreeable as his visits always are. The various experiments, suggestions, and applications which have been related rendered it evident that the organization of the military strength of the black population of the country would not be fully accomplished by the mere sentiment of the black people, or the enthusiastic and voluntary efforts of one or more popular leaders, either white or black. To supply the steady, continuous official action necessary to broad success, the government at length took up the work in its practical details. Early in April 1863, the Secretary of War dispatched the Adjutant General of the Army, General Lorenzo Thomas, to the West to examine and report upon the feasibility of recruiting and using Negro soldiers, and his mission from the first was attended with success. He telegraphed from Memphis under date of April 4, 1863. I arrived here last night and explained this morning to General Hurlbut the policy of the administration respecting the contrabands. He says his corps will give it their support, especially those regiments which have been in battle. He desires 600 as artillerists to man the heavy guns in position, which he says can readily be raised from the contrabands within his lines. I have authorized him to raise 6 companies and select the officers. From Memphis, he went to Lake Providence, Louisiana, where he addressed the divisions commanded by Generals MacArthur and Logan on April 8. I announced to the former division in the morning, 4,000 being present, the policy of the government respecting the black race, and in the afternoon to General Logan's division, some 7,000. The troops received it with great enthusiasm, and many speeches were made by officers of different rank, fully endorsing the policy. I asked from each of these divisions officers to raise 2 Negro regiments, but the difficulty will be to restrict them to that number, for at least 10 regiments can be obtained. My first arrangements are for 10 regiments, and after these shall have been raised, further arrangements will be made for others. From the headquarters of General Grant at Milliken's Bend, he telegraphed on April 16, the policy respecting the Negroes having been adopted, commanding officers are perfectly willing and ready to afford every aid in carrying it out to a successful issue. I shall find no difficulty in organizing Negro troops to the extent of 20,000 if necessary. The prejudice in this army respecting arming the Negroes is fast dying out. About this date, however, General Grant began his famous Vicksburg campaign, and the movement of the whole army unavoidably interrupted the recruiting operations of General Thomas. Nevertheless, he again reported from Memphis under date of May 18, returned from Corinth after addressing the troops at 12 different places. The policy with regard to the blacks enthusiastically received. Have authorized the following regiments: 2 at Helena, 1 full, the other will be completed by the end of the month; 5 in Louisiana, organizing from Lake Providence to Young's Point; 2 in Mississippi. But for the movement of Grant, these regiments would have been filled. 5,000 will be raised in these regions in 2 weeks. My aim has been to raise 20,000, and I see nothing to prevent it. These reports made by the Adjutant General were of such importance and such promise that the Secretary of War, on the 22nd of May, 1863, by general orders, established in the Adjutant General's office of the War Department a special bureau for the organization of colored troops. Its function was, after providing for keeping proper records and regulating their enlistment and inspection, to provide for furnishing them with competent white officers, no person to be allowed to recruit colored troops except specially authorized by the War Department, and only those applicants for this service were to be commissioned whom a board of examination had passed, with a designation of the proper grade for which each candidate was fit. Non-commissioned officers were to be selected from the best men among the recruits in the usual mode. But it was impossible to put these wholesome restrictions immediately into practice, and for a considerable time General Thomas, in the name of the Secretary of War, made such appointments in the regiments which he organized, or in his absence provisional appointments were made by the department commanders, subject to approval by the President, and such scrutiny depending upon current personal reputation among armies in the practical trial of actual campaign was probably as likely to obtain good material as if made by boards of examination upon theoretical acquirements. The raising of Negro soldiers in the free States under State authority became successful only in Massachusetts. Governor Sprague of Rhode Island asked for permission to raise a regiment as early as September 9, 1862. This, however, was before the government adopted the policy. Besides, the opinion of Governor Andrew of Massachusetts was, "It will be essential to the recruitment of the colored regiment commenced by Governor Sprague that the colored population of other States shall contribute towards it, the number of persons of African descent in the State of Rhode Island alone being insufficient for the purpose." On January 20, 1863, the latter obtained authority from the Secretary of War for this object, and issued his own order of recruitment on February 7. Governor Andrews' anti-slavery zeal prompted him to make this example as conspicuous and successful as possible by every care and attention which his own authority could supply. He selected the officers for the 54th Massachusetts Volunteers, writes his Adjutant General, from men of acknowledged military ability and experience, of the highest social position if possible in the State, and men who believed in the capacity of colored men to make good soldiers. Frederick Douglass, the colored orator, personally assisted in recruiting this regiment, and 2 of his sons marched in its ranks. Completed, organized, and equipped, the regiment, after receiving an ovation in Boston, embarked on the 28th day of May for South Carolina. Another regiment, the 55th Massachusetts Colored, was also organized immediately afterwards and sailed from Boston on the 21st of June for North Carolina. These 2 were the only colored regiments organized under State authority, but efforts were set on foot in other States to recruit Negroes under United States authority, wherever this class of population seemed sufficient to furnish recruits. The most promising field, of course, was in the border slave States, but here local prejudice still threw obstacles in the way of this policy. Governor Bramlett of Kentucky, in his inaugural address September 1, 1863, strongly objected to arming Negroes. Governor Bradford of Maryland, in a letter to the President, while disclaiming any desire to arrest or impede any action of the Government calculated to contribute to its safety or to crush the power of those who are assailing it, complained that the slaves of Maryland planters were secretly enlisted and carried away, and he strongly protested against such methods. Governor Gamble and the conservatives of Missouri were, to say the least, thwarting rather than aiding such enlistments. The governor indeed gave his consent, but on condition that the laws of Missouri should not be violated, a condition almost impossible to observe. Even Andrew Johnson, military governor of Tennessee, deprecated the sending of recruiting officers to Tennessee, saying that more laborers were needed than could be obtained to erect fortifications, and that all the Negroes will quit work when they can go into camp and do nothing. It is exceedingly important for this question to be handled in such way as will do the least injury in forming a correct public judgment at this time. We hope, therefore, that the organization of Negro regiments in Tennessee will be left to the general commanding this department and the military governor. Amidst the exciting events which attended Lee's invasion of Pennsylvania in June, 1863, the work of organizing the black regiments, like many other important matters, was temporarily delayed. But the happy issue of the Battle of Gettysburg and the simultaneous capture of Vicksburg left the government free once more to push it with energy. Upon the 21st of July, President Lincoln wrote to the Secretary of War, "I desire that a renewed and vigorous effort be made to raise colored forces along the shores of the Mississippi. Please consult the General in Chief, and if it is perceived that any acceleration of the matter can be effected, let it be done. I think the evidence is nearly conclusive that General Thomas is one of the best, if not the very best, instruments for this service." It is interesting to recall at this point how accurate had been the President's thoughts and investigations upon this whole question, since in its original discussion before the Cabinet of the previous year he had indicated the shores of the Mississippi as the region where a Negro military force might be most easily and speedily organized and most usefully employed. The mission of General Thomas had vindicated his sagacity. Shortly after his direction to the Secretary of War, the President also wrote to General Grant, "A word upon another subject. General Thomas is gone again to the Mississippi Valley, with a view of raising colored troops. I have no reason to doubt that you are doing what you reasonably can upon the same subject. I believe it is a resource which, if vigorously applied now, will soon close the contest. It works doubly, weakening the enemy and strengthening us. We were not fully ripe for it until the river was opened. Now I think at least 100,000 can and ought to be rapidly organized along its shores, relieving all white troops to serve elsewhere. Mr. Dana understands you as believing that the Emancipation Proclamation has helped some in your military operations. I am very glad if this is so. To this suggestion Grant made a full and hearty response in the affirmative. I have given the subject of arming the Negro my hearty support. This, with the emancipation of the Negroes, is the heaviest blow yet given the Confederacy. The South rave a great deal about it, and profess to be very angry, but they were united in their action before, and with the Negro under subjection could spare their entire white population for the field. Now they complain that nothing can be got out of their Negroes. There has been great difficulty in getting able-bodied Negroes to fill up the colored regiments in consequence of the rebel cavalry running off all that class to Georgia and Texas. This is especially the case for a distance of 15 or 20 miles on each side of the river. I am now, however, sending 2 expeditions into Louisiana, one from Natchez to Harrisonburg, and one from Goodrich's Landing to Monroe, that I expect will bring back a large number. I have ordered recruiting officers to accompany these expeditions. I am also moving a brigade of cavalry from Tennessee to Vicksburg, which will enable me to move troops to a greater distance into the interior, and will facilitate materially the recruiting service. General Thomas is now with me, and you may rely on it I will give him all the aid in my power. I would do this whether the arming the Negro seemed to me a wise policy or not, because it is an order that I am bound to obey, and do not feel that in my position I have a right to question any policy of the Government. In this particular instance there is no objection, however, to my expressing an honest conviction, that is, by arming the Negro we have added a powerful ally. They will make good soldiers, and taking them from the enemy weakens him in the same proportion they strengthen us. I am therefore most decidedly in favor of pushing this policy to the enlistment of a force sufficient to hold all the South, falling into our hands, and to aid in capturing more. It is needless to follow in further detail the systematic recruitment and organization of colored soldiers which went on from this time forward. Whatever misgivings or prejudices may have existed among the loyal people of the North, or among conservative officers in the field, faded out before the stern necessity of replenishing the armies which were not only being constantly wasted by disease and battle, but whose aggressive campaigning strength was as continually being diminished by the very victories they gained, involving an increase of local garrisons. From the midsummer of 1863, little more was heard of opposition to colored troops, except in the border States and from the more ultra-democratic politicians in the free States. The policy had forced its own acceptance, if not as a voluntary conviction, at least as an unavoidable necessity, and there was scarcely a district in the North in which the arms-bearing population was not entirely willing to receive colored soldiers, from a single recruit to a regiment, either in filling its complement of volunteers or in reducing its quota under the draft. The new system of raising armies by conscription, to which the Government was obliged to resort during the year 1863, furnished to popular apprehension the most convincing and final argument in favor of the new policy of arming the blacks. A law of Congress, approved February 24, 1864, amendatory of the Enrollment Act, provided that all able-bodied male colored persons between the ages of 20 and 45 years, resident in the United States, should be enrolled and form part of the national forces, with further provision that loyal masters of drafted slaves should receive bounty and compensation, and that the slaves should become free. If a single argument were needed to point out President Lincoln's great practical wisdom in the management of this difficult question, that argument is found in the mere summing up of its tangible military results. At the beginning of December 1863, less than a year after the President first proclaimed the policy, he was able to announce in his annual message that about 50,000 late slaves were then actually bearing arms in the ranks of the Union forces. A report made by the Secretary of War on April 2, 1864, shows that the number of Negro troops then mustered into the service of the United States as soldiers had increased to 71,976. And we learn further from the report of the Provost Marshal General that at the close of the war there were in the service of the United States of colored troops 120 regiments of infantry, 12 regiments of heavy artillery, 10 companies of light artillery, and 7 regiments of cavalry, making a grand aggregate of 123,156 men. This was the largest number in service at any one time, but it does not represent all of them. The entire number commissioned and enlisted in this branch of the service during the war, or more properly speaking, during the last 2 years of the war, was 186,017 men. This magnificent exhibit is a testimony to Mr. Lincoln's statesmanship which can hardly be overvalued. If he had adopted the policy when it was first urged upon him by impulsive enthusiasts, it would have brought his administration to political wreck, as was clearly indicated by the serious election reverses of 1862. But restraining the impatience and the bad judgment of his advisers, and using that policy at the opportune moment, he not only made it a powerful lever to effect emancipation, but a military overweight, aiding effectually to crush the remaining rebel armies and bring the rebellion as a whole to a speedy and sudden collapse. One point of doubt about employing negroes as soldiers was happily removed almost imperceptibly by the actual experiment. It had been a serious question with many thoughtful men whether the negro would fight. It was apprehended that his comparatively recent transition from barbarism to civilization and the inherited habits of subjection and dependence imposed upon him by 2 centuries of enslavement had left his manhood so dwarfed and deadened as to render him incapable of the steady and sustained physical and moral courage needful to armies in modern warfare. Practical trial in skirmish and battle, however, proved the gallantry and reliability of the black soldier in the severest trials of devotion and heroism. Within half a year after Lincoln's order of enlistment, the black regiments had furnished such examples of bravery on many fields that commanders gave them unstinted praise, and white officers and soldiers heartily accepted them as worthy and trusted companions in arms. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 21, Retaliation. The rebel authorities watched the experiment of arming the blacks with the keenest apprehension and hostility. In Mr. Lincoln's order of July 22, 1862, directing military commanders to seize and use property, real or personal, for military purposes, and to employ persons of African descent as laborers, Jefferson Davis professed already to discover a wicked violation of the laws of war, apparently forgetting that his own generals were everywhere using such persons in military labor. When it was learned that Hunter and Phelps were endeavoring to organize Negro regiments, the language employed to express Southern affectation of surprise and protest bordered on the ludicrous. The best authenticated newspapers received from the United States, writes General Lee, announce as a fact that Major General Hunter has armed slaves for the murder of their masters, and has thus done all in his power to inaugurate a servile war, which is worse than that of the savage, inasmuch as it superadds other horrors to the indiscriminate slaughter of ages, sexes, and conditions. And Phelps is charged with imitating the bad example. General Halleck very properly returned this and another letter as insulting to the government of the United States. A little later, the Confederate War Department issued a formal order that Major General Hunter and Brigadier General Phelps be no longer held and treated as public enemies of the Confederate States, but as outlaws, and that in the event of the capture of either of them or that of any other commissioned officer employed in drilling, organizing, or instructing slaves with a view to their armed service in this war, he shall not be regarded as a prisoner of war, but held in close confinement for execution as a felon at such time and place as the President shall order. Mr. Davis seems to have cultivated a sort of literary pride in these formulas of invective, for in his sensational proclamation of outlawry against General Butler and all commissioned officers in his command, he repeats, "African slaves have not only been incited to insurrection by every license and encouragement, but numbers of them have actually been armed for a servile war, a war in its nature far exceeding the horrors and most merciless atrocities of savages." In this it was ordered that all Negro slaves captured in arms be at once delivered over to the executive authorities of the respective States to which they belong, to be dealt with according to the laws of said States, and that Butler and his commissioned officers, robbers and criminals deserving death, be, whenever captured, reserved for execution. President Lincoln's two proclamations of emancipation excited similar threats. About a week after the first was issued, it was made a subject of discussion in the Confederate Senate at Richmond, and a Confederate writer recorded in his diary the next day, "Some of the gravest of our senators favor the raising of the black flag, asking and giving no quarter hereafter." When the final proclamation reached Richmond, Jefferson Davis was writing his annual message to the rebel Congress, and he ransacked his dictionary for terms to stigmatize it. Our own detestation of those who have attempted the most execrable measure recorded in the history of guilty man is tempered by profound contempt for the impotent rage which it discloses. This new provocation also broadened his field of retaliation. He now declared that he would deliver such criminals as may attempt its execution, all commissioned officers of the United States captured in States embraced in the proclamation, to the executives of such States to be punished for exciting servile insurrection. The Confederate Congress, while responding to the full degree of the proposed retaliation, nevertheless preferred to keep the power of such punishment in the hands of the central military authorities, apparently as promising a more certain and summary execution. That body passed a joint resolution approved by Davis May 1, 1863, which prescribed that white officers of Negro Union soldiers shall, if captured, be put to death or be otherwise punished at the discretion of the court, the trial to take place before the military court attached to the army or corps making the capture, or such other military court as the Confederate President should designate. The Confederate Cabinet seems to have been quite ready to execute this law of summary retaliation prescribed by the Confederate Congress. In a letter of suggestions written by J.A. Seddon, the Confederate Secretary of War, to General E. Kirby Smith, commanding the Trans-Mississippi Department, under date of August 12, 1863, he said, "It is very probable that the forces employed by the enemy in guarding the river will consist in large measure of Negro troops. I think I have already in previous communications intimated to you as my own judgment that a most marked distinction should be made in the treatment, when taken, of these Negro troops and of the white men leading them. The latter had better be dealt with red-handed on the field or immediately thereafter, the former to be considered rather as deluded victims of the hypocrisy and malignity of the enemy, should not be driven to desperation, but received readily to mercy and encouraged to submit and return to their masters." When the Confederate threats regarding Negro soldiers were first launched, the experiment had not yet been formally authorized by the Government, and as there was no probability that any early capture of such persons would be made by the enemy, no attention was paid to rebel orders and proclamations on the subject. A year later, however, when Negro regiments were springing into full organization simultaneously in many places, the matter became one of grave import. As a rule, the black regiments were commanded by white officers, often selected, as was specially the case with the 54th Massachusetts, from the very best material, whose bravery in incurring this additional risk deserved the extra watchfulness and protection of the Government. The most elementary justice required that if it called the black man to do a soldier's duty, it must cover him with a soldier's right. and Northern sentiment was prompt in urging the claim. Frederick Douglass has related how he pressed the point upon Mr. Lincoln and the President's reply. As to the exchange and general treatment of colored soldiers when taken prisoners of war, he should insist on their being entitled to all privileges of such prisoners. Mr. Lincoln admitted the justice of my demand for the promotion of colored soldiers for good conduct in the field, but on the matter of retaliation he differed from me entirely. I shall never forget the benignant expression of his face, the tearful look of his eye, and the quiver in his voice when he deprecated a resort to retaliatory measures. Once again, said he, I do not know where such a measure would stop. He said he could not take men out and kill them in cold blood for what was done by others. If he could get hold of the persons who were guilty of killing the colored prisoners in cold blood, the case would be different, but he could not kill the innocent for the guilty. Nevertheless, in view of the great success which attended the enlistment of black recruits, it became necessary for the government to adopt a settled policy on the question, and on July 30, 1863, the President issued the following comprehensive order. It is the duty of every government to give protection to its citizens of whatever class, color, or condition, and especially to those who are duly organized as soldiers in the public service. The law of nations and the usages and customs of war, as carried on by civilized powers, permit no distinction as to color in the treatment of prisoners of war as public enemies. To sell or enslave any captured person on account of his color and for no offense against the laws of war is a relapse into barbarism and a crime against the civilization of the age. The government of the United States will give the same protection to all its soldiers, and if the enemy shall sell or enslave any one because of his color, the offense shall be punished by retaliation upon the enemy's prisoners in our possession. It is therefore ordered that for every soldier of the United States killed in violation of the laws of war, a rebel soldier shall be executed, and for every one enslaved by the enemy or sold into slavery, a rebel soldier shall be placed at hard labor on the public works and continued at such labor until the other shall be released and receive the treatment due to a prisoner of war. It is a gratification to record that the rebel government did not persist in the barbarous conduct it had officially announced, and that sanguinary retaliation did not become necessary. There were indeed some unimportant instances of imprisonment of captured blacks as hostages for which a few rebel soldiers were ordered into confinement by General Halleck, but the cases were not pushed to extremity under executive sanction on either side. Much more serious excesses, however, occurred under the responsibility and conduct of individual officers. It is probable that most of them went unrecorded. In October 1862, when the guerrilla outrages in Missouri were in one of their moments of fiercest activity, a Union citizen of Palmyra was abducted and murdered under circumstances which clearly marked it as an instance of concerted and deliberate partisan revenge. In retaliation for this, Colonel John McNeil, the Union officer in local command who was under orders to deal severely and summarily with this class of offenders, having demanded the perpetrators, which demand was not complied with, ordered the execution of 10 rebel guerrillas of the same neighborhood, and carried out the order with military publicity and formality. Even admitting the strong provocation, modern sentiment could scarcely justify a punishment tenfold as severe as that demanded by the Mosaic Law. But General McNeil has lately printed a letter explaining the circumstances, in which he says the 10 guerrillas executed, not one of whom but had committed murder under circumstances of atrocity, were selected from 22 who had previously been formally tried by a United States military commission and sentenced to death, so that their death was but hastened by the act of retaliation, the remaining 12 of the 22 convicted being soon afterwards shot in pursuance of their sentence by the officers in command at Macon City and Mexico, Missouri. Less than a month later, there was brief mention in a letter of the rebel Major General Holmes to the Confederate War Department of an analogous occurrence in northern Texas. A secret organization, he wrote, to resist the Confederate Conscript Act in northern Texas, has resulted in the citizens organizing a jury of investigation, and I am informed they have tried and executed 40 of those convicted, and thus this summary procedure has probably crushed the incipient rebellion. Even without the details, the incident is a convincing explanation of the seeming unanimity for rebellion in that region. The most shocking occurrence of this character, however, followed the employment of Negro soldiers. We cannot adequately picture the vindictive rage of many rebel masters at seeing recent slaves uniformed and armed in defense of a government which had set them free. Under the barbarous institution to perpetuate which they committed treason and were ready to die, they had punished their human chattels with the unchecked lash, sold them on the auction block, hunted them with bloodhounds, and it is hardly to be wondered at that amid the license of war, individuals among them now and then thought to restore their domination by the aid of military slaughter. As an evidence that such thoughts existed here and there, we need only cite the language of Major General John C. Breckinridge, late Vice President of the United States. Writing under date of August 14, 1862, to the Union commander at Baton Rouge, he recites in a list of alleged outrages that information has reached these headquarters that Negro slaves are being organized and armed to be employed against us. And adds, I am authorized by Major General Van Dorn, commanding this department, to inform you that the above acts are regarded as in violation of the usage of civilized warfare, and that in future, upon any departure from these usages, he will raise the black flag and neither give nor ask quarter. Mere official bravado from however conspicuous a personage only deserves mention when, as in this instance, it illustrates a type of feeling which in one case at least manifested itself in an incident of shocking barbarity. In the spring of the year 1864, President Lincoln went to Baltimore to attend the opening of a large fair for the benefit of the Sanitary Commission. In concluding the address which he was called upon to make on that occasion, he said, "A painful rumor, true I fear, has reached us of the massacre by the rebel forces at Fort Pillow, in the west end of Tennessee, on the Mississippi River, of some 300 colored soldiers and white officers who had just been overpowered by their assailants. There seems to be some anxiety in the public mind whether the government is doing its duty to the colored soldier and to the service at this point. At the beginning of the war and for some time the use of colored troops was not contemplated, and how the change of purpose was wrought I will not now take time to explain. Upon a clear conviction of duty, I resolved to turn that element of strength to account, and I am responsible for it to the American people, to the Christian world, to history, and on my final account to God. Having determined to use the Negro as a soldier, there is no way but to give him all the protection given to any other soldier. The difficulty is not in stating the principle, but in practically applying it. It is a mistake to suppose the government is indifferent to this matter, or is not doing the best it can in regard to it. We do not today know that a colored soldier or white officer commanding colored soldiers has been massacred by the rebels when made a prisoner. We fear it, believe it, I may say, but we do not know it. To take the life of one of their prisoners on the assumption that they murder ours, when it is short of certainty that they do murder ours, might be too serious, too cruel a mistake. We are having the Fort Pillow affair thoroughly investigated, and such investigation will probably show conclusively how the truth is. If, after all that has been said, it shall turn out that there has been no massacre at Fort Pillow, it will be almost safe to say there has been none, and will be none elsewhere. If there has been the massacre of 300 there, or even the 10th part of 300, it will be conclusively proven, and being so proven, the retribution shall as surely come. It will be matter of grave consideration in what exact course to apply the retribution, but in the supposed case it must come." The investigation referred to by the President was made by the Committee on the Conduct of the War and included the sworn testimony of about 80 witnesses, most of them actual participants in the occurrence. The committee found that Fort Pillow, Tennessee, situated on the Mississippi River and garrisoned by about 557 Union troops, of whom 262 were colored, was captured by assault by an overwhelming force of Confederates under General Forrest on April 12, 1864, and that of the men from 300 to 400 are known to have been killed at Fort Pillow, of whom at least 300 were murdered in cold blood after the post was in possession of the rebels, and our men had thrown down their arms and ceased to offer resistance. It further appears that this inhumanity was directed principally against the colored soldiers. The rebel general and his subordinates stoutly denied the accusation of vindictiveness, but their explanations and later evidence failed to shake the general substance of the committee's allegation and proof. Indeed, it would be difficult to refute the conclusiveness of the first report of General Forrest himself. On the third day after his exploit, he telegraphed to General Polk: I attacked Fort Pillow on the morning of the 12th instant with a part of Bell's and McCulloch's brigades, numbering blank, under Brigadier General J. R. Chalmers. After a short fight, we drove the enemy, 700 strong, into the fort under cover of their gunboats and demanded a surrender, which was declined by Major L. W. Booth, commanding United States forces. I stormed the fort, and after a contest of 30 minutes, captured the entire garrison, killing 500 and taking 100 prisoners and a large amount of quartermaster stores. The officers in the fort were killed, including Major Booth. I sustained a loss of 20 killed and 60 wounded. The Confederate flag now floats over the fort. This astonishing result is further explained by the contemporaneous threats made officially by these Confederate officers. On the 25th of March preceding, in demanding the surrender of Paducah, Kentucky, General Forrest wrote: If you surrender, you shall be treated as prisoners of war. But if I have to storm your works, you may expect no quarter. And on the day following the Fort Pillow massacre, General A. Buford, one of Forrest's brigadiers, said in his demand for the surrender of Columbus, Kentucky, Should you surrender, the negroes now in arms will be returned to their masters. Should I, however, be compelled to take the place, no quarter will be shown to the negro troops whatever. The white troops will be treated as prisoners of war. And in a subsequent correspondence, Forrest wrote under date of June 20 to the Union General C.C. Washburn, I regard captured negroes as I do other captured property, and not as captured soldiers. The language of these officers at Paducah and Columbus is a sufficient commentary on their achievement at Fort Pillow. The excuse of hot blood and sudden passion can hardly be urged in extenuation. For nearly a full year the subject had been under official scrutiny and debate. Their Secretary of War had long since officially suggested red-handed dealings on the field or immediately thereafter for white officers of colored regiments, with mercy for negro soldiers, that the latter might not be driven to desperation. Whether Forrest and others read a hidden meaning between the lines of the Confederate Secretary's letter, or whether they chose to defy the spirit it breathed, their acts have the appearance of a deliberate policy and intention. President Lincoln formally took up the consideration of the subject on the 3rd of May by writing to the several members of his cabinet. It is now quite certain that a large number of our colored soldiers, with their white officers, were by the rebel force massacred after they had surrendered at the recent capture of Fort Pillow. So much is known, though the evidence is not yet quite ready to be laid before me. Meanwhile, I will thank you to prepare and give me in writing your opinion as to what course the government should take in the case. The answers of his advisers differed widely. Mr. Seward affirmed the duty of the government to vindicate the right of all its soldiers to be regarded and treated as prisoners of war. Nevertheless, he urged great caution in any proceeding looking to retaliation, and advised for the present only the setting apart and rigorous confinement of an equal number of Confederate prisoners as hostages until the rebel government could be called upon to explain or disavow the cruelties and give pledges that they should not be repeated. Mr. Chase held the same view, except that he advised that the hostages should be selected from rebel prisoners of highest rank, in number equivalent, according to the rules of exchange, to the officers and men murdered at Fort Pillow. Mr. Stanton also advised that the hostages be selected from rebel officers, that Forrest, Chalmers, and all officers and men concerned in the Fort Pillow massacre be excluded from the benefit of the President's proclamation of amnesty and from the privilege of exchange, and their delivery for punishment be demanded from the Richmond authorities, in default of which delivery the President should take such measures against the hostages as the state of things then existing might make necessary. The advice of Mr. Welles was essentially the same as that of Mr. Stanton. Mr. Blair, on the contrary, took different ground. There are 2 reasons, he wrote, which would prevent me from ordering the execution of prisoners, man for man, in retaliation for the massacre at Fort Pillow. First, that I do not think the measure would be justified by the rules of civilized warfare, even in a contest between alien enemies. Second, because even if allowable in such a contest, it would not be just in itself or expedient in the present contest, and the inclination of my mind is to pursue the actual offenders alone in such cases as the present, to order the most energetic measures for their capture, and the most summary punishment when captured. A proclamation or order that the guilty individuals are to be hunted down will have far greater terrors, and be far more effectual to prevent the repetition of the crime than the punishment of parties not concerned in that crime. Mr. Bates agreed in opinion with Mr. Blair. He would demand of the enemy a disavowal or an avowal of the act. If he disavow it, then demand the surrender of the generals guilty of the Fort Pillow massacre, to be dealt with at your discretion. If he avow and justify the act, then instruct your commanders to cause instant execution upon any and all participants in the massacre, whether officers or privates, who should fall into their power. He added, I would have no compact with the enemy for mutual slaughter, no cartel of blood and murder, no stipulation to the effect that if you murder one of my men, I will murder one of yours. Retaliation is not mere justice. It is avowedly revenge, and is wholly unjustifiable in law and conscience, unless adopted for the sole purposes of punishing past crime, and of giving a salutary and blood-saving warning against its repetition. Mr. Usher also joined in the opinion that punishment should not be visited upon innocent persons, but he urged that the government should set apart for execution an equal number of prisoners who, since the massacre, have been or may hereafter from time to time be captured from Forrest's command. He also urged another reason. We are upon the eve of an impending battle. Until the result shall have been known, it seems to me to be inexpedient to take any extreme action in the premises. If favorable to our arms, we may retaliate as far as the laws of war and humanity will permit. If disastrous and extreme measures should have been adopted, we may be placed in a position of great embarrassment and forced to forego our threatened purpose in order to avoid a worse calamity. It is probable that this view took a deep hold upon the Cabinet. Grant was about entering upon his Wilderness campaign, and its rapid succession of bloody conflicts crowded out of view and consideration a topic so difficult and so hazardous as wholesale retaliation for the Fort Pillow barbarity, which on one hand strict justice demanded, and which on the other enlightened humanity forbade. In these opposing duties there could be little doubt toward which the kind heart of the President would incline. He had long since laid down for himself a rule of conduct applicable to this class of cases. In his annual message of December 3, 1861, he had declared, "In considering the policy to be adopted for suppressing the insurrection, I have been anxious and careful that the inevitable conflict for this purpose shall not degenerate into a violent and remorseless revolutionary struggle." It does not appear that the Fort Pillow question was ever seriously renewed in the Cabinet or definitely concluded by the President. The proceedings relating to retaliation, which we have thus far sketched, bring us back to another and by no means the least interesting phase of the general subject of Negro soldiers. We may here anticipate the course of events so far as to say that in the autumn and winter of 1864, the cause of the South was already lost, and the collapse of the Confederate government plainly foreshadowed to all except the leaders, whose infatuation and wounded vanity made them unwilling to acknowledge and accept defeat. Yet this effort to avoid confession of error in one direction compelled them to admit it in another. They had seceded for slavery, had made it the cornerstone of their government, had anathematized President Lincoln for his decrees of emancipation, had pronounced the ban of outlawry, and had prescribed the sentence of death against every white officer who might dare to command Negro troops. But now, in their extremity, some of them propose to throw consistency to the winds, and themselves commit the acts upon which they had invoked the reprobation of mankind, and for which they had ordained extreme punishment. It would be difficult to estimate the benefit they had derived from the direct military labor of the slave, especially in building fortifications. They now propose not only to put arms in his hands and make him a soldier to fight in the ranks, but also as a final step to emancipate him for the service. Even the flexible political conscience of Jefferson Davis, however, winced a little at the bold abandonment of principle which this policy involved, and in his message of November 7, 1864, to the Confederate Congress, he argued the question with the reluctance of a man preparing to walk over live coals. We have not space to abridge his hair-splitting arguments to justify the South in what they had so vociferously denounced when done by the North. The sum of his recommendation is that the 20,000 slaves then employed in various labors in the Confederate Army should be increased to 40,000, be drilled in encamping, marching, and parking trains, and employed as a pioneer and engineer laborer. He says, I must dissent from those who advise a general levy and arming of the slaves for the duty of soldiers. Until our white population shall prove insufficient for the armies we require and can afford to keep in the field, to employ as a soldier the Negro who has merely been trained to labor, and as a laborer, the white man accustomed from his youth to the use of firearms, would scarcely be deemed wise or advantageous by any. And this is the question now before us. But should the alternative ever be presented of subjugation or of the employment of the slave as a soldier, there seems no reason to doubt what should then be our decision. While he dwells on the improbable contingency of our need of resorting to this element of resistance, he nevertheless points out that the Confederate government might buy the slave from his master and engage to liberate him as a reward for faithful military service. Mr. Davis's hesitating and tentative recommendation was seed sown on barren ground. If the dose was unpalatable to him, it appears to have been yet more bitter to the members of the Confederate Congress, who doubtless felt, as has been pithily expressed by a Confederate writer, that it was an admission of the inherent injustice of slavery, that if the Negro was fit to be a soldier, he was not fit to be a slave, that the proposition cut under the traditions and theories of 3 generations in the South, and that by a few strokes of the pen the Confederate government had subscribed to the main tenet of the abolition party in the North and all its consequences, standing exposed and stultified before the world. As the fall of the Confederacy drew nigh, the stress of disaster compelled his acceptance of the distasteful alternative, though even then he could not refrain from expressing the hope that the grim necessity would somehow be averted. On the 30th of March, 1865, he wrote to Governor William Smith of Virginia, I am happy to receive your assurance of success, as well as your promise to seek legislation to secure unmistakably freedom to the slave who shall enter the army with a right to return to his old home when he shall have been honorably discharged from the military service. I remain of the opinion that we should confine our first efforts to getting volunteers, and would prefer that you would adopt such measures as would advance that mode of recruiting rather than that concerning which you make inquiry, to wit, by issuing a requisition for the slaves as authorized by the statutes of Virginia. They debated the unwelcome subject with qualms and grimaces through November, December, January, and most of February. On the 11th of January and again on the 18th of February, the proposal received a notable support in letters from General Lee, in which he declared the measure of employing Negro soldiers not only expedient but necessary, and recommended that the Confederate President be empowered to call upon individuals or States for such as they are willing to contribute with the condition of emancipation to all enrolled. Even under this pressure, however, the rebel lawmakers could not wholly conquer their repugnance. Nearly 6 weeks more elapsed, and the fall of Richmond was already imminent, when on the 30th of March, 1865, the Confederate Congress passed an act upon the subject, which provided that if under the previous sections of this act the President shall not be able to raise a sufficient number of troops to prosecute the war successfully and maintain the sovereignty of the States and the independence of the Confederate States, then he is hereby authorized to call on each State whenever he thinks it expedient for her quota of 300,000 troops, in addition to those subject to military service under existing laws, or so many thereof as the President may deem necessary for the purposes herein mentioned, to be raised from such of the population, irrespective of color, in each State as the proper authorities thereof may determine. The Confederate writer Pollard sums up the result as follows: the law, as finally enacted, was merely to authorize the President to receive into the military service such able-bodied slaves as might be patriotically tendered by their masters to be employed in whatever capacity he might direct. No change to be made in the relation of owners of slaves, at least so far as it appeared in the bill. The fruits of this emasculated measure were 2 companies of blacks, organized from some Negro vagabonds in Richmond, which were allowed to give balls at the Libby prison and were exhibited in fine fresh uniforms on Capitol Square as decoys to obtain sable recruits. But the mass of their colored brethren looked on the parade with unenvious eyes, and little boys exhibited the early prejudices of race by pelting the fine uniforms with mud. End of chapter 21. End of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 6, by John Hay and John George Nicolay.